Fuck all the people who done you wrong. You carried that pain for far too long. Every lie, every knife in your back made you stronger when they thought you'd crack. They tried to break you, drag you down, tried to steal your smile and take your crown. But look at you now, you're still standing tall. You learn how to rise every time you fall. Let them talk, let them say what they like. We walked through the dark, now we're ready to fight. No looking backwards, no running away. We're taking our lives back, starting today. Rise above them, this is our fight. Through the darkest days, we'll find the light. Hold your head high, make your future clear. Never fear when hope is near.
In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hello? I can see my... Can y'all hear me? Just somebody give me a thumbs up or a middle finger or something. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dolores. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sharon. Good to see everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm doing this without my glasses. No, so my face is like stuck to the screen. Are you kidding me? Oh, for the love of God, you guys, I was thinking yesterday, I was like, oh, one more week, I think. It's about a week, because it usually takes about 2 weeks to order my glasses. And so I'm thinking, like, one more week, and I'm going to be able to see. I cannot wait. Let me do some roll call around here. How's everybody doing? Was it a rough night? It was a rough night, you guys. It was a rough night. And of course, I tried going back and just listening to testimony. And my dogs are fighting me. So I'm going to walk away from chat really quick. I'm trying to find some glasses. We do have court on right now. Let me find some glasses so I could read chat. But I was trying to re-watch the just different testimonies that I wanted to rehear and everything else, right? And every time I turn around, somebody was calling me that actually likes me. I was like, I know if I walk in that back bedroom that my earphones are going to turn off. So let me see if there's some glasses hanging out in here. Anyways, that's going to be the bad thing about getting just one pair of glasses right now, is that I've got other glasses, but they're not going to do me any good. Let's see. All right. So I'm going to try to read this without glasses on, because I want to say good morning to everybody. MJD is in the house. Thank you so much. Some of my Australian sisters who are riding kangaroos every day have stayed awake. Lolo and Melly Joe are both here as well. You guys, I haven't even had coffee yet. Listen, I'm used to these morning things. I even told myself to go to bed last night at 1 o'clock, and I did. Just so I could be up in time. No alarm, they say. Nope, I was awake. My clock is just set differently, I guess, than y'all. I was up, y'all. You can tell by the way I'm talking. I was up. Because usually when I first wake up, I'm like, my God, don't talk to me. Nobody talk to me. Hi, Dolores. Charlotte is here. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hi, Sharon. Let's see. There's no way I could read anybody's chat. All I'm seeing is your guys's. All I'm making out is your guys' names. But at least I'm getting that right. Lisa is here. Good morning. Brittany is here. Good morning. Who else? Max the Social Butterfly is here. Good morning. Go do your day, Maggie. We love you so much. Okay, until she has to drive, she'll be here. Let's see. Am I missing anybody? Hold on. My eyes are still working now. Still working here. Nope, nobody's in court yet, y'all. We're good to go. Somebody's got to make a cuppa. I still got to make a cuppa as well. Catherine, hello. So good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Hold on. Did I already say hello to Charlotte? Charlotte, did I already say hello to you? Because I'm not lying to you. Can't remember. Can't? But if not, hello, my sweet friend. Melly Joe, did I say hello to you? Oh, SOB, you guys. I need coffee. Let's blame it on the eclipse, guys. Blame it on the eclipse. Hold on, I'm still getting through chat. Making sure I say hi to everybody. Cooey is Lulu. Lulu's from Australia, a different part of Australia than Melly Joe is. And she's really, really posh. And she talks like, well, I gotta figure out how she talks. I can't do her talk. She's too posh. Except for when she's mad. When she gets mad, then she's posh with a big like side of cussing. So she talks like I can hear her voice in my head. But anyways, cooey is her, I don't know if it's her personal way of saying hello. I've never asked her that question in all these years. Or if it's something from her region of saying hello, I'm here, good to see you. But I think it just means hello. I could tell a story and say it means fuck off, but that would be a total lie. Then I'd have to tell you guys it's a lie. Hmm. Oh, oh.
This court is now in session. You may be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, we do have a question about the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Lindsay is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Ben Strike and Assistant District Attorney Shane Reddington.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Clancy. Before we get going, we may have a little bit of a delay actually starting at this point through no fault really of anyone. So I just kind of wanted to come out, so maybe we go sidebar, kind of talk about what the schedule is, and just so everybody's aware that we're trying to get this moving. So, counsel?
Oh, for the love of God, we get 10 words out and they're already at sidebar. I can't with these people. And our sweet Gemma isn't going to be here today, you guys. She actually had to go into office, the poor girl. I mean, there's so many days she can work from home. We have to cut her a break. Hi, Katrina. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. MJ is on BRB. She's got to finish up some dishes. And I hope I didn't miss anybody else. Brittany, did I say hello to you? I can't freaking remember. I need some coffee. Okay, so I think I did get to everybody. I would like to say that I'm surprised, you guys, that we are even at sidebar this early. Are you surprised at anything that happens in this trial anymore? Let's talk about it in a minute. Yesterday, when we left off, Dr. Seidel was on the stand, and y'all, he blew this up. I need to take a breathing treatment. I hear my breathing. I'll get to that as soon as court gets started. But Maggie said if you drop the link, she will pop up while she's waiting. Okay, I will drop the link. So we can say good morning to our sweet Maggie. Give me just a second. I forget how to drop the link in, and hold on, wait a minute. Isn't that terrible, you guys? It's just because I guess I don't have any coffee in me, and it's the. All right, this is for Maggie, you guys. Do I need to go over to the other one? Tell me I don't need to go to the other one for you to be able to get the link. Just copy and paste it. They're also sidebar every morning before it starts. Right. But he already is explaining how today's just going to be shit. Anyways, I'm waiting to see if Max can got the link. I think she did. She would have yelled at me by now. But anyways, you guys, yesterday ended with a bang. I was sitting on the edge of my seat. You can't click it. Okay, let me go to the other. Let me go to our other side, and then I'll drop it there. That's what happens to me when you're like, take the link, and it doesn't. And I'm like, it just doesn't work. All right, so hold on. This one. Okay, so let me drop it right here. Okay. You'll have to go over to the other one, Maggie, to pick up the link in blue, okay? I'm trying. I never dropped the link from here, so what am I doing? Nope, that didn't work right either. Let me see, because I pasted it. Hold on just a minute. I honestly can't remember what we're doing here, what I'm doing here. It's been so long since I've dropped links from this side. Oh, let me give myself a like. Right on. Listen, if y'all are in here, give us a like. You know how hard it is to get up in the morning when you're a night owl? How do I drop the link in here from this side? Can you? And of course, I can't see anybody chatting because nobody's over in this stream. But I wait a minute. This isn't okay. You can't drop the link. Okay, I'm waking up. You cannot drop the link. This is not from YouTube. It has to be done. Yeah, it has to be done from from StreamYard. Hold on, let me try it again. Hold, please. Let me make sure that's on. Here. Let me do it this way. Oh, they changed it, Max. I see it now. Invite a guest. They changed it. Shut up. Hold on. Instruction for the guest. I'm putting it in your messenger. God, by the time I get this figured out, it's going to be back in court. Sorry, they switched all this out, you guys. Oh, see? All right, then I can shut up and try to figure it out.
Thank you.
Board, all rise.
Be right back. I'm getting a gallon of coffee. Hello, real lunch lady. Charlotte, Fat Mom. Hello. I'm not surprised. All right, let me just mute them out once again and try to work over here with Mags and figure out how to do this. See, Maggie, this is why you're like, Lenny, just grab the damn thing. I'm telling you, it's totally messed up. So let me try again. Present or invite. Invite a guest. See if this one works. Oh, SOB, Max got it. You're the true hero, the MVP of the day. I can't hear you.
Can you hear?
I can hear you a little bit now.
Hello, darling.
Okay, I can hear you in the background.
Oh my God!
Okay, we can hear you perfect when you talk good.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Good morning.
Good morning, Leanie, my darling, my love of my life.
Can I pee really quick because I ran out?
Go and have
Yeah.
a pee. Go make yourself a cuppa. I'm here. Go on.
Okay, I'll be right back. I promise. Just say hello to everybody in chat.
I'm sitting in the car. I'm not doing anything. So go on. Go and do what
Oh,
you got to
Mama
do.
Grace is here too, and so is Dolores. Can't remember if I said hi to her. Or Lunchy.
I'll have a look who's here. Go on. Hello, Lunchy. How are you, dear? Let's see who's here. Let's see. You've got MJ dear, said hello before. We've got Cooey Lou. We've got Armelly Joe. You've got Dolores. We've got Sharon Davidson. And I can't see anyone else, but it did see Brissy before. So it must have been in another chat. Oh, we are. There's Brissy. Who else did I see? Mama Grace, I love. Good to see you. That's all I can see right now. Is that all that's here? Apparently, yesterday, I referred to Leanie as the co-host. I don't know how I said that. Does anyone hear me say that? But I mean, I'm not saying I didn't because I can't remember. But I would never. I'm the co-host. She's the host. I thought this fella was coming to get in this car then and shit myself. He's looking at me dead weird. I think he thinks I was a taxi. I'm a taxi. Hiya, John. Well, we better do one because he's putting the shit up me. Oh, he's all right now. He's with his wife and his kids. I think he went to open the door. But it's all right now. Everything's all right. So, how is everyone today? Are you all right? Anyway, what was I saying then? So, someone said that I referred to Leanie as the co-host. But I never. But if I did, well, I think I was supposed to have said it to someone, or I wish you'd have been here to say hello to the co-host. She's crazy. And I remember saying that because the girl was leaving and Leanie wasn't in by that time. She was on her way in. But if I said that, it was an absolute mistake. Leanie's the host and I'm the co-host. And here's my son now getting in the car. So I'm going to...
I'm right here. I'm right here.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I can carry on there. It just might black out. So have you got your cup?
No, not yet. I just now found glasses. I'm finding socks now. You know.
Well, go and get your cup a
No,
while.
because I want to say something really, really quick.
Oh, go on then. I'm here anyway. Go on.
First of all, you never have to apologize for saying you're the host. I would never. I'm not offended, anyways. But even if I could get offended, I would never be offended at you for saying that. So you make no mention of it anymore. And if it ever happens again, I don't care if Lunchy gets up.
I mean, I've probably said to you millions of times, so I'm the host, you're the co-host. And
Yeah, we
we've been
fuck
messing,
around all the
you know what I
time.
mean? But I can't remember saying that I was you were the co-host yesterday. I can't remember saying I didn't say it. I just can't remember. So if I was talking to someone who was new to the channel and she's in, I just wanted to know that I've made a mistake. Oh, hang on, what's he going back for? I can't move.
All right. So
sorry,
yeah,
mate, go on.
no,
It's just
no,
that
no.
someone's backing into me, and I can't back up anymore.
No big deal, love bug.
All right.
No, so I know sometimes even our humor is hard for some people to understand, you know, and we make fun of each other all the time. So, listen, it probably this channel grew like this, and there's a lot of times you're going to come here, and Maggie is hosting this show.
Oh yeah, we just do it between us. We know when someone's not going to be on, when someone's on. I know when she's late, she's sorting her shit out with a thyroid and stuff like that. It doesn't bother me. If it bothered me, I'd speak up. You know, it doesn't bother me. I'm not doing anything else.
Yeah, Lunchy's the host and Melly's the host. It just, you know,
And we are house together.
It takes this whole group of us to make this thing work, you guys.
We're a team.
We are a team.
And what a team.
What a team we are. We're a bunch of, listen, hold on. Listen, Maggie. Who do you think you are trying to be the host here?
Listen, you. Listen.
I mean, who do you, I feel like we should get a new banner to put up.
I've made a new banner saying according to Maggie.
I think you should put it up.
I'm going to put it up when I'm next on here.
Oh, girl, put it. But I'm telling you, it has to
I'm going to put it out there that Leanie's gone. Leanie's gone and Maggie's took over. That's all I'm going to put out there. Spread the ways, everyone who's listening.
Oh, yeah, it'll be
Leanie's
great.
gone and Maggie's there. I've robbed the channel finally.
Finally, they said in the first week.
Oh my God, yeah, it was Diamond Lucid's who said that, and she apologised that I was going to take your channel. Oh my God, guys, I could never do that. It's too much hard work. I could only do it alongside Leanie.
No, don't tell him that now. No, don't tell him that name. Just put
Oh
the
yeah,
banner
oh
up.
yeah. Well,
Let's
you know
start
what,
it.
Lainey? Best
Let's.
you pull your socks up. Best you pull your socks up and get fucking in of a morning instead of sleeping in. Because I'm not doing this shit no more. Okay. Best you get in, co-host.
No, just joking around. But you know what? It takes all of us. It takes all of us to work this channel.
It's
No matter if you are. I keep hearing myself as a bee in the background. But no matter if you are sitting in the bushes just watching so you could spread some drama about us. Listen, you have a part here. Go ahead, do your drama. Thank you. If you're a chatter, we appreciate you. If you're a mod, you're the best of the best. Remember that every morning, wake up, look in the mirror, and say, Lainey and Maggie say, I'm the best of the best. So suck it. And then just keep going on through day. You'll feel much better. It's like a pick me up of caffeine immediately when you say that to yourself in the mirror. If you are just somebody who comes and goes and gives us your time whenever you're able, you have a part here. Everybody has a part to play, even the trolls.
Every
You guys.
that comes in, it is part of the channel. If that person helps the channel grow. So every single person, every single life, because without that, we wouldn't be editing, would we?
That's right. So anytime you speak or do, oh, Maggie, I am roboting real bad.
I can't hear you, robot. You're all right to me.
That's because I'm roboting through your device.
Right. Well, I'm coming up to the place that I usually lose signal now, Lee. So just be prepared for it. But I'll come back on as soon as I come
No,
back on.
No, stay there. I'm just gonna mute it.
You mute me?
Yeah. And then when you get parked, then unmute it.
I don't know how to do that.
Then tell me in chat and I'll unmute it.
I can't. I'm driving.
After you get parked, silly ass.
I'm not. I'm when I get parked, I'm going to be home.
Oh, okay. Well, then
I'm
we'll
on my
see
way
when you get
home.
home. Okay. Then we will
Anyway,
see
don't
when
worry
you get
about
home.
it. Just mute me now if you want.
I'll be happy to drop you.
When I get in, I'll set up and I'll be on.
Okay. I'll be happy to drop you. Don't ever try to be the host of this show again.
Piss off, you host.
You faking a phony. I wish I'd never laid eyes on you.
Put out there that Maggie's saying, click this. Amy is the worst host on the YouTube streets. Take it
Love
from
you.
me.
Tell baby child over there I said hello.
Baby Chow, Lily says hello.
He don't care.
Oh, he says hello back.
I know, but he really didn't care. I heard it in his voice. He's like,
No, he he was smiling. He was listening to, yeah.
Oh, sometimes he just loves me.
He's laughing now.
He
You've made
does.
him smile. We've had a big fight on the way up.
Oh, so you're taking care of it already. Yeah, sometimes England baby child loves me so much, and then other times he's like, fucking meanie. I don't want to be on the channel. I don't want to be on the YouTube. I don't want to be on the internet. Fucking Leanie is a bad influence on you, Mom. Mom, fucking Leanie is a bad influence. Like, get off of the YouTube, Mom. You know, you are invading our life here. That's what's happening. And then my baby, our English baby,
he's grinning.
Our baby child in England is going, you two are nuts.
The English baby chow and the American baby chow are so grumpy.
Exactly the same, except for they speak in different languages. But
yeah, he just
in different accents.
Scouser in America. That's the only difference between them.
So the baby child in English is saying something like this to us.
Do you know what he said to me on the way up?
What?
That I'm not educated.
You're not what?
Who does he think that I'm not educated?
Oh, that's what English baby child. I mean, American baby child said. He's like, Mom, you're married in the 8th grade.
I'm insulted. He's saying, I said, I don't think that lockdown, the C word. I don't think it was real. He's calling me uneducated. I said I'll never get vaccinated again. Shut up, Leanie. Just don't say anything. Because I know what's going to come out that mouth. So
yeah, I
keep
won't
it
say
to
anything.
yourself. Keep it to yourself. Anyway, I'll tell her. She believes it. I believed it. I believed it 100%, but I don't anymore.
He's
Oh, don't start, Ryan.
all right.
Go on, Gail.
Listen, guys, I don't know if you guys were here in the beginning. Welcome anybody who came in just since Maggie and I've been sparring. We are in a, what would you even call this right here? It's not a sidebar. We're in a break. A mental health
oh my
break.
gosh, is this the first break we've got to count?
No, it's actually second. They had a sidebar at first.
Hey guys, write it down on a notepad if you've got one. This is the second break because we're going to count these breaks because I've never known any trials that have so many breaks as these two.
Yes, and sweet Gemma had to go into the office. So we're going to have to keep score.
She's gone in the office. She's been with us there all the time.
Wasn't it Gemma who was the one that was keeping score yesterday? I think it was.
I can't remember. It's either there or Lisa.
We slept since then, you guys, but I'm almost positive it's Gemma. Blair wants to know, has anyone, hold on, I'm going to mute this out a minute. Has anyone seen the YouTube shorts that explain why Patrick hasn't been considered a subject? I've seen 3 since yesterday. They all opened up with suspicions of internet sleuths. I did see some of that yesterday, but it wasn't on YouTube. I don't remember what I was watching. I think I was reading articles on it. Dolores says the just must be pissed again. Sharon, good morning. Good morning to anybody that I've missed. I have seen a lot of things on Facebook about why he shouldn't be a suspect, Pretty says. I was reading some articles yesterday, and I guess until Maggie read all that out yesterday, I didn't realize, I knew people were blaming him for the actual, not like I blame him for neglect, because absolutely, he's got a role to play here, and I'm not going to let him live it down, and neither is Maggie. But I'm not blaming him for the actual murders. But there are people out there that are actually blaming him for the actual murders, and so I was like, I just started going through different articles, the Daily Mail, and listen, just because I read them doesn't mean I always understand them, but I get stuff out, and sometimes parts of it is true. You just have to figure it out. Lisa wants to know, what the hell is the delay today? Listen, they're trying to get a bow in the judge's hair. Okay, that's what's happening. Everybody gets a bow today. No, I don't know. We don't know. It started out with a bang yesterday, right? We were all excited, sitting at the edge of our seat, listening to Dr. Zizell. It felt like someone was actually telling us the truth. Also felt like somebody was actually making some sense and closing up some of the seams that were split open and just left to bleed in our brains. Started out big, so excited to get up this morning and listen to more of his testimony. Because remember, Cross needs to sell Cross, right? If I'm remembering right. Yes, because the last time we saw the bow-haired lady, which was unbowed yesterday, she was fighting with the lady on the screen, which was I did see that again. It was kind of comical when I went back and looked at it. 2 ladies fighting each other like that until unbow lady had to grab, to make a point, one of the murder weapons and just be crude and cruel. That's what happened. Several recorders, that's what we have been in the courtroom when the 911 call was placed. said they can never believe it was Patrick because they heard his screams during the call. Okay, well, we know those. Listen, I'm just agreeing, and I'm allowed to agree. Don't nobody come at me for my belief or non-belief because, I'm just agreeing with Mama Grace here that we've heard a lot of them, haven't we? It's not that hard to have yourself scream on a 911 call or act like you're hyperventilating or crying or losing your shit when you're guilty of what you're calling a 911 call for. I'm not saying Patrick is guilty of that. I'm just saying I understand why Mama put that in chat because it is so true and it could happen. Let's see. Blair says, I think the CNN one didn't say sleuths. Instead, they described the definition of sleuths. I'm like, there's a reason why women are glued to this case. No one in the media wants to acknowledge it. That is correct. That is correct. Like you don't even really hear anybody talking about it other than you two. And it's really sad. Now, I'm invested in many, many cases, not just this one, but hold on, my phone's ringing. What? And listen, I don't normally check my phone, but when you have this much going on, you have to. Where's my phone? I don't even know where my phone's at. I just hear it. Hold on. Oh, you know who it is? It's the pharmacy. Ta-da! I think I'm getting some more meds, y'all. I'm only been out for like 3 days, but it's okay. At least it's not 3 weeks. Let's see. And you know what? So there's a lot of things that look, I'm not a fan of all YouTubers. Not everybody's a fan of mine. But one thing you got to give us credit for, we do keep at least try to put out, remember the case and at least try to keep the case in some people's minds and things like that. And we're not doing it for no other reason than it deserves that. Some people do it because it's their livelihood. It's how they make money. This isn't my job. This is my passion. So, but, if it wasn't sometimes for nosy ass YouTubers like myself that just have to know the deets and is passionate about women's health and crime and mental health and how that interacts with different crimes. If it wasn't a lot, the media is not talking about it. It's not being put on the front page of even the smut magazines. You know what I mean? And sometimes they're forgotten about until all of a sudden we go to trial. And then after trials, when the trial starts, a lot of the time we just forget that, hey, there's victims here. That's what it's about. It's about these babies and getting some kind of truth justice for them. I love the pig with the pink bows. I found that somebody made it on AI. I can't take credit for it at all, but I couldn't stop laughing. If you look close to it, y'all, even she has little bow pasties on her dress. Oh my God, it's hysterical. Can't help it. I think we should all put big ass bows on our head for the rest of this trial. I think it's either Luan or Luan. Says, what a load of bull. She is making out she got postpartum. So she gets a lower sentence. Got it. What a cop-out. A lot of people have that, and they don't kill 3 children. Oh my God, wake up. She should suffer. Trying to figure out how I'm going to handle that. I appreciate your comment. I respect your comment, but it just irritates me when people just come in here like without a greeting. that to me, I mean, I wasn't raised like that. I was raised if you walk in a room, you say hi to the people that you walk into, and then go ahead and, put it out there. So I'm trying to forget that not everybody was raised where you walk in a room, you greet people in a room. I appreciate your comment. I appreciate that it's something different than what I think. But here's the deal. I've been here the whole time. Have you? I've been watching the court cases since the pre-trials. Have you? So please don't come in here saying what a load of bull or whatever. I'm just talking about how I think. What my opinion. You're allowed your opinion. Just say hi first. And don't come in so like raging yet. We're cool people. We dig it. There are people here that actually will concur with you. You just get more honey with you get more flies with honey, and it's too early for me to rage yet. But give me time. No, so a lot of people would agree with you about that. It's just that it's too early for me with that kind of without at least hello. Geez Louise, we all can scream like hell. That's true. Talk Text hates Mama Grace. I don't know who can hate Mama Grace. My name is Blair, Sweet Blair. Morning, Meanie Maggie, and Officer Lisa. I think Patrick is guilty of being a shitty husband. Amen, 100%. He should have never left Lindsay alone. I think he should have had repercussions for his negligence. I think he was also during this time in this moment in this very reason, he was also a shitty father. He did not protect his children. End of. I think there's a big difference in postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. Man, Brittany, am I ever learning that every day? Good morning, Misty. Every day. I probably would have used the same words in the same meaning. You know what I mean? But I mean, I've learned something big about it, and it is totally different. Blair says it could be him if he did it before. He went on errands, but that too takes an absolute sociopath. I don't think Patrick is that. I think he was self-serving through Lindsay and wanted it all without giving too much. Wow, what a great way to put it. That is a great way to put it. Mama Gray says, I had postpartum depression with both pregnancies that I've had. I have never had postpartum psychosis, thank God. Miss Dolores says, I have noticed the YouTubers, the men are after her, women are after him. I think it's because people are, I like to make a joke and say that I'm misunderstood, but the truth is that word really does work in the scenario, the misunderstood. There's no way a man can understand women's hormones and things like that. And don't come at me that I'm a woman, sympathizer or, power to the women, No, I believe we all have. Listen, you would be sick to hear exactly what I think about men's roles and women's roles because I'm very old fashioned and I just had this discussion with one of my children last night. So I won't repeat. But for the sake of being a commentator and for the sake of you have to try to educate and understand both sides of it. So that's what I've done. I've asked a lot of questions. Sometimes I have to ask, like my husband or my kids, or to get their generation thought of it. Sometimes I ask older people who are generation above me, and I think I've got it figured out enough, just because I'm lucky to be living in that generation right now that has like 2 under me and at least 1 over me. So there's a lot of people that could answer questions if you're willing to want to learn from them. And I um I sympathize with women because we do have hormones that, like, every 7 years they're changing, right? They're changing. But the drastic ones that we know of happen, I believe, to the men at the same time. They just have different types of hormones. So this goes back to the beginning of time where women were called crazy and psycho, and just men were divorcing their wives and things because they were just too crazy to deal with, because we didn't understand hormones. We still don't really understand them as much. It's not something that lasts forever to most people, but some people, there's such a loss of the type of hormone, and if it's not replaced, or it just then it just keeps going, right? You just keep in that cycle of what a lot of us, and the way ladies were tagged back in the day as being crazy, because they stay in that cycle because there's no replacement to it, there's no understanding of it, there's no, if you're missing some hormone, you're missing some hormones, kind of not your fault. But I can say we have gone further in understanding women's health, and the role that hormones actually play. And it's not the fact that women are crazy during those times, it's the fact that, um, I mean, are we bitching at you when you have a heart attack? Are you saying, oh, damn, you're just sick, you have a heart attack? No, we're like, damn, your heart is sick, we got to get you some help, you know. And it's the same thing with hormones. Hormones can kill you if you're not on the if all of the hormones in your body are not, um, there are certain hormones that will kill you if you don't have enough of that hormone in your body. And that goes through you men too. It's called the thyroid. Check it out. Women aren't the only ones with the thyroid. It's just we're more prevalent to that disease. But I also understand the side that um, that women think that it's a man. And I don't think either way that all women think it's Patrick or all men think that it's Lindsay and that she was just crazy, and or just a straight up killer. It didn't have anything to do with hormones. I can understand both sides of that. Some women think that it's Patrick, because they're looking at a timeline that doesn't make sense at all. At there is Understand, there are minutes to this. Believe you me. All right. Nobody got bows. Damn it. Okay, Lisa, let me check it, make sure that I've got it up here. Hold on. No, I've got all of, so right here I've got the audio all the way up, and then over here in StreamYard, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sue.
Yes.
Please forgive me for that. That's
Today
my
we have a
fault.
continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Nice to see all of you. I appreciate you being here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over the questions that you know are coming, and then what we'll do is we'll get right back into the case. So the first question is: any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do now is we broke yesterday. There was a witness on the stand who was testifying on behalf of the defense. We're going to return to that witness at this point. And so if the witness could retake the stand at this time. Yeah. Morning.
Good morning. So the testimony in the initiation of the court and adjourned, and the opening between the law and the defense shall be
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I'm going to try to just redirect towards the interview that you had of Lindsay regarding her journey. On November 29th of 2022, do you recall which healthcare provider she visited?
I believe that Ms. Clancy saw Ms. Gelada for treatment.
That would be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Do you know what she complained on November 29th that her symptoms were?
She was having issues with unstable mood, depression, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation.
Did she also, on that date, November 29th of 22, complain that she had what is referred to as a flattened effect?
Yes, and that was also paired with derealization.
And what does that mean?
That an individual experiencing derealization doesn't feel things are real when they look around. They don't think that what they're seeing is in the reality that they're in.
Now, at this time, towards the end of November into early December of 22, she was living in Duxbury. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she's living with her husband and her three young children, correct?
Yes.
And was the husband working?
Yes.
Where was he working?
Pardon me, Attorney Redding?
Where was he working?
He was working for Microsoft, but in a home office that was in the basement of the house.
And she's obviously taking care of Callan the infant and Dawson and, Cora.
Yes.
Right? And the kids were in school a couple of days a week in the preschool, the Little Sprouts or something like that, right?
Yes.
So did she improve at that point, sir, or did she end up going to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She did not improve. She was getting worse. She did go to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic.
And would that be on December 2nd?
December 2nd, yes.
And what was the reason, what were her complaints that brought her to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She felt that her brain was damaged. She felt that she should kill herself. And she's never going to get any better.
Did she also express fear that people could hear her thoughts and that anything adverse would happen in her life regarding being a mother and having children?
Yes, that's called thought broadcasting.
And what was her concern about the children?
Her concern was that when people could hear her thoughts, her children would be removed from her care.
Now, and keep your voice up, please.
Yes.
Did she indicate, and I quote, that she had bad and intrusive thoughts, and she didn't even feel that they were like mine, telling me I should kill myself, my brain is damaged, you're never going to get better?
Yes.
And did that type of intrusive thought or persecutory thought continue for a period of time?
Yes. So it got worse.
Did it get so bad that she ended up doing something?
Yes, that's correct.
What did she do?
She called the suicide hotline.
And do you know when that was, sir?
That was December 4th, 2022.
Did she receive any help from the suicide hotline?
She did not.
Why is that?
They told her she did not meet the standard of care because she
And-
did not have a plan.
Did she call the suicide hotline again, if you're aware?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that was? Was that in December?
Yes, I believe that was perhaps the following week around the 15th, but I'm not positive about that.
Did she receive help on the second call that she called the suicide hotline?
No, she did not.
Can you tell us at this point now, we're talking about in December, let's say towards December 15th or thereabouts, what were her symptoms at that time regarding any complaints or observations that she had about paranoia or things of that nature?
Yes. She was having paranoid symptoms of psychoses, and she was getting more depressed.
Did she make any comments about DCF or the police at that point?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, did she ever have any involvement in her entire life with the police?
Never.
And did she express that she was in fear or concerned about DCF and or the police in the middle of December 22?
Very much so.
What did she say?
She was worried that her children would be removed from her and that she would never see them again.
Now, at this point, what medication was she on? First paragraph, page 9.
She started to take, at that point, Seroquel, Remeron, and Klonopin.
Did she make any complaints at that point about the effect, if any, of
Yeah.
medications?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she felt like a zombie.
Did she present with any particular medical observation that you refer to?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, paragraph 1 on page 9, you indicate she presented with anhedonia.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Anhedonia is a word that means without pleasure. When someone has anhedonia, they cannot enjoy life. They don't laugh. They have no pleasure.
Continuing on into December, what was her status of her condition of depression and symptoms of paranoia and intrusive thoughts, et cetera, that we've talked about?
It continued unabated.
On December 15th of 22, right before the holidays, did she go somewhere?
Yes, she did.
Where'd she go?
She went to the clinic in Rhode Island, Parents and Women's Clinic, partial day hospitalization program.
And she didn't get any help there either, right?
That's correct.
Did she go at some point around that same time frame to Mass General Hospital?
Yes, she did.
Now, you knew that she worked at Mass General Hospital for 9 years, right?
That's correct, in labor
Wasn't
and
there-
delivery.
She wasn't there visiting friends, right?
That's correct.
Why was she there?
She was there in the emergency room to seek help.
Did she get help on that day?
She did not.
So after going to the MGH ER, at some point in December 30th, what did she do?
She went back to the emergency room at Mass General.
Now, for example, on December 15th, did Pat Clancy, her husband, get involved with her medical treatment?
Yes.
And do the medical records indicate that he did something with her?
Yes, he brought her to the partial hospitalization program in Rhode Island.
Did he also bring her to the Mass General Hospital ER?
Yes, he did.
Did he also bring her to see the doctor or the nurse practitioner, Gillette, and complain about the medication?
Yes.
So December 30th or 31st of 2022, she was admitted voluntarily to McLean, right?
That's correct, yes.
How long was she there for?
She was there till the 5th. She was discharged January 5th, 2023.
Was that a voluntary discharge? They cleared her as well to be discharged?
Yes,
That was not what is referred to as AMA, or against medical advice, right?
yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, it's not AMA. It's not against medical advice. She was following hospital guidelines. She was discharged accordingly.
And she wanted to go to her daughter's some function?
She wanted to go to her daughter Cora's birthday party, which was held on the 7th of January.
Now, at this point, what was her status? Was she weaned off of medication, or on her way to being weaned off of medication when she got out of McLean?
I believe so, yes. She was being tapered down on her medication.
And what was the medication that she was tapered down on?
I believe it was Seroquel and Klonopin.
Did her intrusive thoughts and the paranoia, did that abate? Did that stop?
It did not.
Now, when she was home in the month of January after Cora's birthday, which I think was on January 7th, did she continue to have these intensive intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
Can you tell us, when we say intrusive thoughts, is she referring to intrusive thoughts like you might think of something coming up next week that's bothersome, or is this a indication, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what she was experiencing at that point in January of 2023?
She wasn't just having everyday thoughts that we all have, reminding ourselves to do something, which we make note of, and then we move on. Intrusive thoughts are unrelenting. They don't stop. They're what we call ego dystonic. You don't want them. They keep interfering with your ability to get through the day.
Did she have, at this point, intrusive thoughts continuing regarding voices in her head that she heard constantly?
Yes.
What were these voices saying to her?
They were getting worse, and they were telling her to kill herself.
And as January continued, she was, to your knowledge, using her computer to look up drugs and interactions and side effects and things of that nature?
Yes.
If a person is in a psychosis, or as I think you said, premorbidly psychosis, are they able to do things like look up things on a computer?
Yes.
And you're aware that she actually at one point looked up, can you cure, I think, a sociopath or a psychopath or something like that?
It was sociopath, yes.
Is that indicative of her feeling that she is a homicidal maniac and has to have some help, or is that in the same time frame that she was Googling all of the effects of medications on a human being?
Is it an objection?
Yes.
Yeah, sustained.
So during the period that she was Googling, well, let me ask you, what was she Googling?
Googling words about sociopaths, sociopathy. Can you treat a sociopath? What are hallucinations?
What else?
Bear with me one moment. It's in her mind.
Well, you had a chance. Did you look at the Google searches that she had
Yes.
done that's in evidence, and the jurors were able to look at it?
Yes.
Did she continue to Google the effects of medication, psychosis, numbness, heaviness, unable to, things like that?
Yes. All things that are related to the way
And if
she
a
was
person
feeling.
is in a psychotic state, are they able to continue to Google and use a computer to look things up?
Yes.
They're able to use a phone?
Yes. People who are in that state can do things they've done before. New tasks may be difficult, like changing a tire, but if you looked up things on the internet, you can look them up again. If you drove a car, you can drive a car.
Now, the morning of January 24th, I believe she went somewhere. Is that right?
Yes.
Where'd she go?
She's taken her daughter to a pediatrician, a standing pediatrician appointment.
And is it your understanding, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that a person who's in a psychotic state is able to drive a car for a short distance, go to an appointment, and interact and talk to people?
Yes, they can do everyday tasks of living.
So the fact that she's not talking about the unicorns in the corner, and she's not slurring her speech, and she's not unable to walk, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does that mean that she's not in a psychotic state?
It does not.
Would you tell us, after she took Cora to the doctors, and the jurors have had a chance to look at the exhibits, there's photographs between her and her husband, Pat, back and forth. In the afternoon, what did she do?
She built a snowman in the backyard
Did
with
she,
two of her kids.
later in that day, Google directions to a restaurant, 3V restaurant, I believe?
Yes.
Is that something that a person can do when they're in that type of a state?
Easily.
Did the
Yes.
voices or the intrusive thoughts to your interview and your understanding abate or stop at that point on January 24th?
No.
Did they continue?
Yes.
And did she communicate by text with her husband about getting dinner and getting something from CVS?
Yes.
And what was it? Was it Pedialex?
Pedialac or Flexlax, it's a stool softener for her child.
And that's something that was prescribed by the doctor, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense, that if somebody is in a state where they're having these symptoms, that they're able to remember that the doctor wanted the child to have Pedialex, and she tells her husband to get Pedialex?
Yes, it does not interfere with that type of everyday living.
She indicated to you, sir, that that evening after the husband had, oh, by the way, was it your understanding from talking to her that the husband had taken trips, gone away for weekends, gone on ski trips, had brunches with his friends, and was out of the house on a regular basis?
Yes.
That night is when the children were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've heard repeatedly about the circumstances of the going out the window and the weather and the damages and the injuries and going to the hospital. Doctor, based on your review of all of the medical records, did you administer any testing, by the way, to her? Like you were talking about psychological testing?
Yes.
And what were the psychological tests that you performed?
Initially, I did a mini mental status exam, MMSE. It's just a common test
Wait a
about
minute.
orientation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Oh,
NSE? What is that?
MMSE, mini mental status examination. Very common test.
Okay.
Demonstrating whether someone has a field of knowledge, who's the president, what direction should travel, and basic things like where are you, what day is today, who are you? And then I did another test as well.
What other test was that, sir?
That's the HARE Psychopathy Checklist, HARE.
What does that do?
That's a measure of antisocial personality disorder.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, based upon the scale that you use to assess whether or not Lindsay Clancy had anti-personality disorder?
Yes.
What was the result?
The result is that she does not have any type of antisocial personality disorder, also known as sociopathy.
In addition to reviewing the medical records and testing and meeting with her, did you also interview third parties?
Yes.
Is that referred to in the psychology as collateral contacts?
Yes.
And you reviewed and interviewed a number of people in her family or friends or people in her social circle, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, sir, to a reasonable degree? Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Mass General Hospital doing a major research program on postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And did they publish an article, a significant article, regarding the circumstances, symptomology, and things of that nature of postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that the symptoms of postpartum psychosis would be depression. Is that one?
Yes.
Did Lindsay, to your opinion, have depression?
Yes.
And were there indications from your review of the medical records that she felt low, flat, tearful, emotional, crying?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express anxiety, feeling tense, nervousness?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express feelings that she was withdrawn, not able to socialize with people, wanting to talk or be near others?
All of those things as well, yes.
She indicate that she felt tired, heavy, without energy?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she indicate that she was having a harder time taking care of her children?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was having issues regarding personal hygiene, not bathing, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she had severe confusion in actually hearing or seeing things that aren't there? In her case, it would not be seeing, that would be visual hallucinations. But did she complain of hearing things that weren't there, hallucinations?
Yes.
Did she complain of thoughts and beliefs that were not within reality and that she was in a disassociated state out of reality?
Yes.
Did she indicate that, did you observe that there were circumstances where she exhibited increased energy, activity, productivity, otherwise known as hypomania?
Yes.
Did she complain that she had racing thoughts, a, quote, busy brain, end quote, increased creativity?
Yes.
And when she said in your review of the medical records that she was having a busy brain, did she express the fact that she would get confused and that she thought her brain was damaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was she restless and agitated, unable to keep still,
Yes.
unable to sleep?
Yes, extremely unable to sleep.
So can you tell this jury, sir, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon all of what you have reviewed, all of what we have talked about, all of what you have considered, as to whether or not at the time of this incident resulting in the killing of these 3 little kids that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, such as that she lost substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her act, or in the disjunctive, was unable to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
Tell the jury what your opinion is, please.
My opinion is that she did have indeed a mental disease or a defect. That's a legal construct, not a DSM-5 one, but she had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, Kamal?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So yesterday, when you first took the stand, Attorney Reddington asked you a little bit about your background. Recall that?
Yes.
And you, in this field of being a psychologist and a forensic psychologist, you circulate a curriculum vitae where all that is outlined, right?
Yes.
And fair to say, you testified yesterday, and on your curriculum vitae, you speak briefly about the fact that you have previously testified for the Commonwealth, you said, as well as for the defense, correct?
Yes.
You referred to defendants and respondents, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you've done in the past is to be what's called a qualified examiner, right?
Yes.
You are currently not actively doing those examinations, are you?
I actually have done one, but I don't actively do that anymore.
Okay. And so in those respects, is that when you say you testify for the Commonwealth, is that primarily the work that you would do where you say you testify for the Commonwealth?
Yes.
And in those evaluations that you do, is it fair to say that you're actually an independent contractor with a company that contracts with the Department of Correction on those cases?
Those are what qualified examiners are. That's correct. That's how you become a qualified examiner through the DOC.
Right, and an examiner, a qualified examiner, is retained or takes work in doing evaluations in order to perform independent assessments, are they not?
Yes.
So they're not hired by the Commonwealth.
They are, because the company that retains the qualified examiners is hired by the Commonwealth, and these forensic psychologists are then appointed cases to do these types of examinations. So it's under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
So yeah, big umbrella Commonwealth, meaning Department of Correction, an agency that is under the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But as far as when we talk about Commonwealth, like Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, that's the prosecution. In those proceedings, the Department of Correction sometimes is the moving party, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's the district attorney's office who's the moving party.
Yes.
But it's never the defendant who's the moving party.
Never.
And in those types of proceedings, sometimes if you opine a person is what they call sexually dangerous, you would testify for the Commonwealth, right?
Yes.
And if they're not, or if you find they're not sexually dangerous, you'd testify for the respondent.
Yes, we're neutral.
So you're not testifying for the Commonwealth. As in the prosecution, you're testifying under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
I think it's a matter of semantics, because if you do an evaluation and you render an opinion that this patient is sexually dangerous, when you testify, you are working with the district attorney's office and you review your case with the DA. And the way I see it is that you're testifying for the Commonwealth as an independent examiner, but on that day, you're testifying for the Commonwealth or that DA's office.
And you haven't done that work in closely a decade, fair to say?
No, that's not true.
Well, pre-pandemic, correct?
That's not true.
So when was the last time you testified for the Commonwealth, meaning the prosecution, in an SDP proceeding?
So I was assigned a case through Suffolk County, the Sexual Dangerousness Unit, by ADA, Kelly Ryan, Kelly. And I did that evaluation on July 2nd, 2026.
And have you testified at a probable cause hearing for that?
No, I wrote a report which was in lieu of testifying.
Where you opined that somebody was sexually dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, though, the majority of your work here in Massachusetts over the last few years is contracted with the Committee for Public Counsel Services, correct?
Yes.
And for the fiscal year of 2024, you were paid by CPCS in the open checkbook for approximately $340,000 worth of time and work.
That's about right. We get paid a fixed rate. It's a government rate that's assigned to all examiners.
And for the fiscal year of 2025, it was approximately $300,000 that you were paid through the Committee of Public Counsel Services.
That sounds about right.
You also indicated yesterday that you have known Attorney Reddington for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say you've done quite a bit of work with him over the years?
That's an expansive term, but I work with him.
It just requires a yes or a no.
Yes.
Okay. And you've also testified that you have your doctorate in clinical psychology, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, or you told us a lot about your military experience, but as you sit here today, you are not a prescriber of medications here in the Commonwealth, are you?
I am not.
You
and
don't
I was not yesterday either when I was asked about that.
Right. You told us all about your experience in the military and having that limited ability to prescribe years ago. But as far as you sit here today and in your evaluations that you do today, you don't do forensic psychiatry evaluations, do you?
That's correct, but I just want to clarify for a point of accuracy. I was not in the military. I worked for the Department of State.
I believe I said your work with the military, but thank you. So in here in Massachusetts, you conduct primarily you conduct evaluations in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, for the most part.
And you are aware that there are particular standards for forensic psychologists working within the criminal justice system, right?
Yes, but just to be a little more clear, forensic psychologists such as myself also work for police departments doing evaluations for fitness for duty. So although they are law enforcement, they're not engaged or accused of any criminal activity.
Well, I'm referring to your role when you come into the court and you testify as you are today as a forensic psychologist. That's what I'm referring to. You're aware that there are particular standards in place by the ABA criminal justice, mental health standards is one of them, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines for forensic psychology?
Yes.
And fair to say that with those standards, they're not required, but people are encouraged to follow them, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And the criminal justice, the ABA criminal justice mental health standards actually identify the different types of roles that forensic evaluators have in the criminal justice system, including evaluating, consulting, and treating, right?
Yes.
And so fair to say standard 7-1.3 indicates that for evaluative experts, the obligation is to make a thorough and impartial assessment based on sound evaluative methods to reach an objective opinion. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so, again, in the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines, section 1.02 indicates that forensic practitioners strive to be unbiased and impartial and avoid partisan presentations of unrepresentative, incomplete, or inaccurate evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that a standard you strive to follow?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you indicated that you've been with the case since February 4th of the year 2023, correct?
Yes, 41 months.
And you've authored a report, you said, in June, I believe, of 2026, correct?
Yes.
But you've also offered other reports or updates of the defendant's condition over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you provided a report, an update, I should say, in July of 2025.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And in that report, you identify that as of July 23rd, 2025, that the defendant was residing at Tewksbury Hospital. Do you recall that? Putting
Yes.
that in?
Yes.
And that there was a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Hospital, or Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital. Do you recall writing that?
I don't know if it was a plan. It was a hope and a goal, but it was not an official plan.
Well, I can provide you with your report if you'd like to review, but it reads, currently, Ms. Clancy resides at Tewksbury Hospital with a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital.
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. And that she is presently medication stabilized and is in the process of discontinuing most, if not all, psychotropic medications, demonstrating an emerging capacity to stabilize without them. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
So in July of 2025, it was your opinion that she was stable and she would be, hopefully, as you say, transferred to a different facility, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that currently she's still at Tewksbury Hospital?
Yes.
And currently she's still taking psychotropic medications?
That's true. Yes.
think you also write in that report, I'll strike that. Going back to your most recent evaluation in June of 2026, you would agree with me that in an evaluation for criminal responsibility, being a forensic psychologist, it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your reports, correct?
Yes.
You want to make sure you get the facts right, right?
Yes.
Because your evaluation is not just based on what you learn from the individual you're evaluating, but also an independent review, an unbiased review of the records of the facts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So in your report, you indicate that the period of evaluation that you had with this individual is approximately 45 hours. Do you recall writing that and testifying about that yesterday?
I think I actually said I've met with her a total of 45 hours, but the evaluation was more than 35 hours, and I think it was 37 hours.
Okay. And you also said yesterday that in addition to that, you've met with her several other times for a total of approximately 60 times at least.
Not 60 additional times, but in total, yes, since the court trial has started a few weeks back.
Okay. Is that typical for you to spend 35 hours with a person that you're evaluating?
It does happen, but it's not typical.
You also indicated yesterday that one of how you became involved in this case is Attorney Reddington called you and asked you to go check on the, I think you said mental well-being. Is that what your
Mental
testimony
health or mental well-being at the time of her admittance to Brigham and Women's Hospital, which was roughly late January 2023.
And your first time there was February 4th, correct?
Yes.
Were you examining her as a potential patient at that point?
I was examining her as a colleague and friend of Attorney Reddington to see how she was faring. There was no predetermined notion whether I would be interested or willing or even offered the opportunity to take the case. I was just going to meet with her, given the fact that she was in a bed in ICU, locked to the bed frame, and no one was able to visit her.
So you went in to visit her?
Yes.
And when you went in to visit her, you indicated that she had recently been extubated in your testimony yesterday. You're aware from the review of the records that she was extubated on January 28th.
Yes. So the difference between January 28th and February 4th, I didn't know the date at that time, but I knew she was able to breathe on her own and express
And you're
verbal
aware,
language. Yes, expressive language.
You're aware that she had been communicating with staff at the hospital, including psychiatrists, right?
I don't know if I knew at that time, but I knew she had been speaking with the doctors and staff,
Well,
but not specifically who it was.
A person who goes through major trauma and is at a hospital and has made suicidal attempts, in your opinion, it would behoove the hospital to have that person talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Overall.
Yes.
Now, in addition to meeting with the staff and the psychiatry team, prior to your arrival, were you aware that she had an attorney that had came to visit her a few times? Not Mr. Reddington, but a different attorney.
Yes, I don't know how many times, but I am aware that there was an attorney, Gelb, who was somehow involved in the case.
Okay, so there was somebody that came in to see her prior to you coming in to see her.
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that you performed a mental status exam that day on February 4th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where in your report or the previous report from July or your June report do you outline the results of your mental status exam?
There is none, because if someone's not capable of just explaining who they are, where they are, and if they're clear of mentation and thinking, then I'll meet with them. But if they're not, I won't. So it's a sine qua non. You do that just to make sure you can keep meeting with them and that they are able to understand what you're talking about. Standard practice.
But you indicated yesterday that she did know who she was, right?
Yes.
She didn't know where she was.
Yes.
But I believe your testimony was that she did remember what happened, but she was foggy as to what happened.
Yes, that's correct.
And she actually, according to your testimony yesterday, asked you for your phone or to access your phone to make a phone call. Was that correct?
Yes.
So she was able to communicate with you.
Yes.
She asked you for something and you clearly understood what she was asking for.
Yes.
And you indicated that she asked to call her husband, right?
Yes.
Had you spoken with her husband before that time?
I did not speak with him at that time. I didn't know him, and I had not spoken to him prior to that time.
So how'd you get the phone number to call him?
I did not have the phone number to call.
So she provided you with a phone number to dial so that she could call him on speakerphone, right?
Yes.
And she remembered the number?
Yes.
And so you indicated on that day, on February 4th, that she left a voicemail, right?
Yes.
So in that voicemail message, were you able to identify that it was Patrick Clancy's phone? Did it say, hey, this is Pat, leave a message or something to that effect?
I don't remember the salutation from the voice recording, but there was no evidence that it was not Patrick Clancy.
And as far as her confidence in the number, she gave it to you with no issue, did she not?
That's correct.
She didn't have her own cell phone to refer to, did she?
That's correct.
Or a pad of paper where all the numbers were written down?
She didn't.
You indicated that she left a message. Do you recall what the message was?
She expressed a love for him, wanted to know how he was doing, and that was pretty much it.
And again, you said that you didn't write down what the mental status exam was, but the fact that she was able to relay that message, was it clear and coherent, what she was saying?
Yes, mental status exams are multiple levels. Different things are asked. If you don't know where you are, it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone.
And she was able to have a conversation with you that day?
Yes.
Now, you said you went back on February 6th and met with her again, correct?
Yes.
And you guys made another attempt at calling Patrick.
Yes.
Again, did you remember the number?
No.
Did you have it stored in your phone?
No.
Did she provide you his phone number to call?
Well, it was in my phone. I could just look it up on my phone. I didn't write it down. I didn't enter his name. Either she gave it to me again, or I just looked it up from 2 days prior.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, which it was, do you?
No.
And you didn't write a report about that interaction, did you?
I did not.
So in the second phone call, you were able to actually hear that she was talking with Patrick on the other end, right?
Yes.
And at that time, when you were now second time meeting with her and having this phone call, were you aware that she had already changed her healthcare proxy from Patrick to her parents?
I did not know that.
Did you talk to Patrick in between the 4th and the 6th to find out if he had tried to come in to visit her?
I didn't speak to him at all, so I knew nothing about what his plans or intentions were.
Your testimony yesterday was that she had called him to tell him that she loved him and to see where they were at, right?
Yes.
That was your testimony? Meaning what, their relationship?
That I made no interpretation of what that meant. She left the message, and we left it at that.
But in that subsequent conversation that you were a witness to where they were speaking on the phone and she told them about these voices or explained about the voices, did she ask about the kids?
She did not, as I recall.
Now, in all of the times over the course of the last few years that you've met with Miss Clancy, how many times has she told you since the incident that she's heard a voice? Currently?
She has not heard voices since the event took place in 2023.
And you've now testified that over the course of a period of time that she did hear voices, right?
Yes.
And is that based on one of these 35 hours worth of conversations you had with her? How do you know that?
Well, they were collateral contacts. Spoke to other people. I spoke to other people who I asked the nature of their interactions with Ms. Clancy, and it was not a fishing expedition. I asked them if they can tell me what happened.
Well, I'm asking
But they
you.
disclosed, pardon me.
You have to let them finish.
So they disclosed information to me that Ms. Clancy shared that information with them.
So who did she tell that she had a voice that told her to kill herself?
She spoke to a chaplain named Sheila Kavanaugh, who I spoke with, and Chaplain Kavanaugh told me that Ms. Clancy told her that she heard a male voice instructing her to first kill her children and then to kill herself.
So the same message that she delivered to Patrick that day on the phone, you heard from a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital after the incident occurred in January of 2023?
Yes.
And so from all of the records that you reviewed of her treatment and all of the interviews with her family, who did she tell that she heard voices telling her to kill herself?
I believe she told family members.
Which family members?
I believe she may have said that to her mother. She, I believe, told her husband that she felt like killing herself as well.
In the records with the providers, you're aware, you've reviewed them all and you've sat through all of their testimony. You're aware that when she described intrusive thoughts, she never referred to them as a voice telling her to kill herself, did they? Did she?
No, she was referring to...
It's just a yes or no?
No.
So as far as her reports of these intrusive thoughts that appear over and over in the notes, you would agree that it was simply, when asked about what they were, it was simply that she felt like she wanted to die, right?
Yes, and...
It's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you go through what's called the sources of information. You're familiar with that part? It's pretty standard in a forensic report, right?
Yes.
Where you list all of the things that you've gone through and reviewed in compiling the information for your report. So
in my sources of information, I reviewed the following, but that list is not limited to the following. So there might be other pieces of information that I may have reviewed, but didn't put in the list. Okay, so not on the list are the Tewksbury Hospital records that you said you reviewed recently, correct? Yes, the 7,000 pages of those hospital notes. I didn't review all of them at the time of the report. Did you review records from the Spalding Rehab Facility? Yes. That's not contained, though, in your list, in your report, is it? I don't think it is. And you don't cite to any of the Spalding Rehab records in your report coming to your ultimate conclusions, do you? I do not. And how about the women and infant records? Did you list that in your sources of information section? I do not. She was there for one day. Okay, but you've testified about that, right? Yes. Did you review them at all? Yes. And as far as the McLean records, you don't list the McLean records as a source of information in your report, do you? I did not, but I did review them. Now, you've described, and you describe in your report, that you believe that Ms. Clancy was hypomanic, right? Yes. And I believe you testified to some extent, and you've written in your report that you identify her as euphoric, excessively energetic for 3 months postpartum. Do you remember writing that in your report? Yes. That you note that she exercised early, right? Yes. But you're aware that she exercised pretty frequently before birth. Yes. And while pregnant with Callan. And while post pregnancy with her children as well, yes.
So it was part of her routine, fair to say, right?
It's part of everyday living. Things sometimes change when you have a baby, and a few weeks later, if you're still doing the same exercise, it's sometimes a reflection of something other than committed to fitness.
And you identify what you refer to as a marketing scam, being that Beachbody business, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that that's a series of workouts and a line of nutritional shakes and exercise plans that millions of people engage in across the country.
Yes.
So it's not a scam. It's just a way of
That's
a lifestyle choice.
If you do something for marketing and you lose all your money and there's no effort to get that back, it's a scam.
Yeah. You've asked them, you can kind of figure out what his definition is. So,
did she tell you she lost money with the Beachbody?
Yes.
When was that?
It was summer of 2022 after her third child was born.
No, when did she tell you that she lost money?
I don't recall that.
And is it in your report?
It may be, but I'm not sure.
Well, I have it with me, or do you have it up there? Can you look and point to me where she told you, at what point she told you she lost money in this endeavor?
I don't know where it is. If it's here, it didn't seem relevant whether she lost money in a scam after her child was born. Well, in terms of the big picture of what we're here for today.
You described it as a scam because you said she lost money. So wouldn't it be important to know if she actually lost money?
I don't really think so.
Okay. You also identify the 5-mile race that she completed. Was it a 5-mile race or a 5K race?
Well, I wasn't sure which it was. I was told initially it was a 5-mile race. After my report was submitted, it may have been, with reflection, a 5K race.
And you've sat in the courtroom each and every day of this trial, so you've heard all the testimony about the evidence, right?
Actually, I've not been here every day, but I've been here most days, yes.
You're also aware that prior to the kids being born, that she considered herself a runner.
Yes.
Right? She had a treadmill at her house. She went to the gym and used the treadmill. She ran other races.
Yes.
Now, in your report, you indicate that part of the timeline of her medication and her decline is the September time period where she was prescribed the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And you indicate that she had reported, and it's reflected in the records, that she increased the Zoloft, and that's when she couldn't sleep for 48 hours straight, right?
Yes.
And you're aware of what the instructions were, having reviewed everything in this case, what the pill bottle said as far as the plan for the Zoloft?
I'm not sure specifically the incremental plan to go from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams of Zoloft.
Well, I have the bottle, exhibit number 2. Search for me, and that's Zoloft, right? Brand name Zoloft?
Yes.
It says take 1 oral tablet once a day for 1 week, then increase to 2 tablets daily thereafter.
Right.
Right on the label.
Right. That's 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And again, having been at the majority of this trial, you're aware that there were 30 in that prescription and 23 left in the bottle when they were inventoried.
Yes.
And those are pills that were in Patrick Clancy's possession at the time of these events in January. You're aware, right?
Yes, I believe they were in the middle console on the lower part of his truck, the lower part of the middle console in his truck.
So if there's only 7 pills missing from a prescription that requires the person to take a particular dosage for 1 week or 7 days, how did she double the dose?
Well, sometimes when you are given medication, you may have medication of the same exact dosage and the same exact medication another time, and you therefore may have pills that you didn't take the previous month or the month before that, and sometimes people just finish what they've had before and before they go on to the most current dose. So I am aware of what you're referring to, but I don't know if there are other bottles there that she may have had medication still in those pill bottles.
Well, I'm looking at exhibit number 1, a record from CVS Pharmacy, which all of these bottles are from. And the only time a prescription for sertraline is filled is on September 15th, 2022 for 30 pills. You aware of that?
Yes.
So there's no prior prescription for sertraline, is there?
I don't think so.
Now, in your report, you also refer to 1129, and your report on page 8, paragraph 2 says on 1129, Paula Gelada. Is that supposed to be Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
Okay. So it also says that she prescribed Seroquel to treat Miss Clancy's anxiety, depressed and unstable mood, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation and derealization. Where is that in Rebecca Gelada's record that that's why she prescribed Seroquel?
I'm not sure.
And in fact, you were present when Ms. Gelada testified and said that she prescribed it at 25 milligrams for insomnia, not for anxiety, depression, unstable mood, or psychotic symptoms. Did she not?
It's used off-label. It's sometimes medications are made for many things. Sometimes they're used off-label, not for what they're prescribed for. So that's a medication that is used for sleeping, although it's an antipsychotic.
But you're aware from reviewing the records and hearing testimony that that initial prescription was for a 25 milligram dose, correct?
Yes.
I know you're not a prescriber, but you're aware that a dose for treatment of bipolar is significantly higher than 25 milligrams.
Yes.
Now, you've described in your testimony in this court repeated auditory hallucinations about wanting to kill herself or that she should kill herself and that she is damaged or her brain is damaged, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you have a conversation with her in one of these 35 hours about that particular voice or thought or belief?
So when I meet with Ms. Clancy, it's not as if I have one conversation on one of the 35 hours. To have thoroughness and exactitude, one does what we call intra-rater reliability. In other words, over the period of time, to confirm what someone says to you to help endorse the veracity or accuracy of that, you'll ask that question in a multitude of different ways. So I don't just ask once, did you hear a voice on that day? I asked in different ways over time, and her answers pretty much remain the same.
So when you quote in your report, when questioned about the nature and content of these horrible thoughts, Ms. Clancy stated, quote, like a really bad and intrusive thought that I didn't feel like it was mine, telling me I should kill myself, your brain is damaged, you're never going to get better, end quote. Where does the quote come from?
Where does the quote come from?
Right.
She had said that to me.
To you, at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And this is well after the incident occurred, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records to know that she did not endorse that she was hearing a voice to any of her providers between September and January 23rd of 2023.
So when someone...
Yes or no, sir?
That's a difficult question to say yes or no from, because sometimes if someone says something that's inaccurate, it's not an affirmatory or a negative response. That's misleading.
My question to you, though, was where in the records from September to January 23rd of 2022 did she tell any of the providers she saw that she heard a voice telling her to kill herself?
It's not in the records.
Okay. And you're aware that she has spoken to several forensic psychiatrists and psychologists over the course of this case, right? Not just yourself.
Yes, she spoke to 3 retained experts in April 10th and April 12th of 2026. And then on June 12th of 2026, 1,172 days after I initially met with her, then 1,220 days after I met with her. That's the third examiner.
Well, you're aware that you're referring to Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, and Dr. Satoff, correct?
Correct.
But you're aware that she also spoke with Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli well before that.
On May 5th of 2023, approximately 90 days more or less later. Yes.
And you're also aware, sir, that she never told Dr. Resnick in a recorded interview, nor Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, or Dr. Satoff that she heard.
Sustained.
Your testimony is that she told you that she heard this voice. Fair to say she identified to you that it was her own voice that she heard, correct?
That's not correct.
So she told you that she heard a male's voice?
That's correct.
When?
On the night of the incident, January 24th, 2023.
No, I'm referring to the fact that you've now testified that she heard this, as you call it, a persistent what's the word you use? Persecutorial voice over the course of time? Was that your testimony?
So you're referring to the ongoing negative voices or intrusive thoughts that she was hearing,
right? Where
she felt, in fact, other people could hear those voices, thought broadcasting. So there are multiple layers here of hearing intrusive thoughts.
So, but
hearing voices so loud that she believed other people could hear her. Those are 2 separate phenomena, if you will.
In those voices that you are saying she told you she heard about wanting to die or to kill herself or her brain was damaged prior to January 24th of 2023, did she say it was her own voice she could hear? It was her own thoughts?
She did not identify whose voice it was.
Fair to say the only time she specifically said she heard a male voice was when she recounts the events on January 24th of 2023.
Yes, that's accurate.
And you'd agree that there's a difference between the idea that somebody believes their thoughts would be or could be heard by others and the belief that they are being heard by others, right?
Yes, it's a matter of semantics, and it's a level of degreeism. Believing and knowing, 2 totally separate things.
And believing, having a fixed belief like that, would be a delusion, right?
That's correct. A delusion is a fixed false belief that is unshakable and not something you get rid of either through your own efforts to tell the voice to go away or other people saying, just, for example, try to stop thinking about it.
And the idea that she believed that something was wrong with her brain, or that if people could know what was happening, that the police might get involved, that is something that could happen if somebody articulates those things, right?
Absolutely. It's common sense.
Now, in your report, you also indicate that, in your testimony, you indicated that on January 5th of 2023, that's when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean Hospital, and I think your testimony was that she went in there on Seroquel and I think you indicated Klonopin, correct?
Yes.
And your report says Seroquel and Klonopin. You recall that?
Yes.
You're aware that based on the medication journal that is in evidence, that she hadn't taken Klonopin since November 27th of 2022.
She had a prescription for that, and I think she may have taken some, but may not have been on a regular basis.
But you've seen the pages of her journal to know that she's pretty diligent about saying exactly what she took on each particular date.
Yes.
Leading up to her stay at McLean and even after.
Yes.
Now, kind of sticking with these medications for a second, you have testified, I think this was yesterday, you testified that you were familiar that after Dawson's birth that she had sought some medication, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified yesterday that she was on trazodone, but in fact, she was prescribed Zoloft after Dawson and reported she did never take it,
That's
right?
correct. So after my testimony, I reviewed that, and I confabulated the trazodone with another medication, the Zoloft.
And again, you've talked a lot about that the medications that she was taking, the different medications, didn't provide her with any sort of relief. So it's important to know the different medications she was taking and what the reactions were, right?
I don't know if I talked a lot about it. I was asked questions. I answered them honestly. They didn't provide relief. I would agree with that. And that was the whole point of her seeking help.
And her history, whether it be medication history, a social history, a family history, those are all important things overall for you to look at and examine when coming to ultimate conclusions, right?
For everyone, yes, of course.
So it's important to be accurate when you're recalling or reporting that information.
As much as possible as one can be, yes, that's true.
And as far as the medication goes, I think you testified yesterday that she also took medication in nursing school, correct?
Yes, she did.
And having met with her as many times as you did and reviewing all these records, you're aware that those were in fact Prozac, Wellbutrin, and Propanol that she took in nursing school.
That's correct. That was for her what's called glossophobia, GOLLOSPHOBIA. It's fear of public speaking. Most common fear for Americans. 85% of Americans have public speaking phobia. Pretty commonplace. But yes, those are the medications she took while she was in nursing school to go through the program.
But that's not what you testified to yesterday.
I think I mentioned only one or two medications. She had taken 3.
Okay. And you also mentioned today in your testimony, you were asked about the date of December 15th. And I believe your testimony was that's the day she went to Women and Infants.
I believe so, yes.
If I show you the record, is it fair to say she didn't go to Women and Infants on the 15th, but it was actually December 20th?
Right. I believe she went to the Mass General Hospital ER on the 15th.
And you said in your testimony today that at the Mass General ER, she did not get any help. Do you recall that testimony?
She declined admission to the inpatient. She didn't want to do that. So,
you didn't not get help.
So,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have something called the subjective baseline, the cognitive appraisal theme. Help is in the eye of the beholder. If she felt she didn't get help, that's how she felt.
Well, sir, that wasn't the question. And your testimony was she went to the ER and did not get help. That was your testimony, not hers.
Well, my testimony is based on my evaluation of her. This is what Ms. Clancy shared with me. Who am I to doubt what she believes or doesn't believe about the offer for treatment or help? It's her opinion.
She chose to decline the bed at McLean on December 15th, did she not?
Yes.
And she then indicated to the Mass General Hospital that she was going to opt for an outpatient program at the Women and Infants, correct?
Yes.
That's what's in the records.
Yes.
And did she tell you that as well?
Yes.
And as it pertains to the Women and Infants, again, after you review the records, you're aware that a referral had been made to her well before her visit to the ER on the 15th for that same program.
I believe so.
Now, you've indicated in your testimony that it's your opinion that her diagnosis is bipolar disorder with psychotic symptoms, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, you've reviewed, prior to your report, you had reviewed Dr. Resnick's report.
I'm not.
Can I see council sidebar?
Of course, once again, who's the one keeping track of the sidebars and how many we have?
Yeah.
Because our Gemma is in the office today, so she's not able to do it. But we need to know.
So
Gemma was
this
even,
is this number 3.
I think it's number 3. And then we also need somebody to keep the times of the sidebars too. Thank you guys for answering that. I was just listening because and I just wish that question was asked. Like, please, because if I'm thinking it, somebody in the jury has to be wondering about if you hear, how do the voices work with psychosis or not in psychosis? If you're not in psychosis, could you hear voices? Or if you've only heard them once, may you never hear them again, whether it be that you're medicated properly or that's just not a part of your mental, what's going on mental. I don't know how to put it to sound like I'm not making a joke of it, Maggie, but really it's a big deal to me. Because I help that, because this girl is trying to say she's never heard voices again, right? Well, that doesn't mean she didn't hear voices the first time. We can't negate that. And I feel like that's what she's trying to do, is because she has never admitted to hearing voices to Dr. Zeisel, then that's negating that she heard voices. No, she killed these kids by herself. And she's, what do you think about that?
No, I think she's kept it to herself. A lot of women are scared that the kids are going to get taken off them.
Well, that's exactly what was it Blair up here that was talking about, that there were things that she never told anybody about. And I know
And
for
that's
me,
exactly what Lindsay Clancy said. She was scared the kids were going to get taken off her. So it was already in her head.
mm-hmm.
You know,
You're right.
worrying
Yeah.
about that.
Go ahead,
Okay, I'll be quiet.
So the question, I believe, was, did you review a report of Dr. Resnick in all your sources of information and before you came to a conclusion about diagnosis?
No, I did not.
Well, one moment, sorry. On page 4 of your report, where you...
1 second. Okay, I'm sorry, Council.
On page 4 of your report, where you list the sources of information, you do identify as number 24, forensic psychiatric evaluation of Philip J. Resnick from 9/27/24. Do you not?
I do.
And so that's something you reviewed.
I didn't draw my opinion.
That wasn't the question, sir.
Well,
All right, hold on. Ask the question again. Go ahead.
Did you review his report?
Go ahead. That's not the question.
Four.
Sorry, my dogs are
Wait,
pissed off at her
number
too.
4.
Didn't
I
hear
don't
you, ma'am.
understand why she's attacking the witness. I think she's very rude. I mean, I know that's their job, but I just find if it's an older person, I couldn't speak to them like that. I mean, you can be professional without being like that, as far as I'm concerned, anyway.
Hostile prosecutor. Welcome, Kay. Thank you so much. Kay says, I imagine different underlying conditions causing hallucinations can change whether it's treatable or not, or how. I think that's the way that I'm starting to understand it. I mean, each of
Let
us
me
are,
read that.
how many of us say, Klonopin just was shit for them or caused different kind of reactions? But for me, Klonopin worked like a freaking charm, so I guess it's just according to the
So the
patient,
question,
right?
sir, is did you review Dr. Resnick's report prior to authoring your report or coming to your conclusions about diagnosis?
I reviewed part of that report. And in my report, I perused through the reports. I did not review all of that report from Dr. Resnick or Dr. Spinelli, for that matter.
Okay. Now, in talking about your review of records, you indicated that there are several thousand pages of Tewksbury Hospital records, correct?
7,001 page.
And did you review all of those?
I would say I looked through them, but I did not read every word on every page. They do have a tendency to hang together and are replicative as well.
Were you aware that on May 26, 2023, that the defendant was observed by staff in a note stating that she was visible along the unit hallways, self-propelling her wheelchair with her one-to-one staff, that she had a visit with her mother who brought dinner for her, they ate and played games during the visit? Are you aware of that?
On May 26th.
May 26th of 2023.
May 23. So 3 years ago and a few months? I don't know that. I don't remember.
That would have been approximately 4 months after the incident and on the date of Callan's first birthday, right?
Yes, but you asked if I remember that event, and I don't.
You don't, or you do?
I don't remember that she was seen with her mother on that day who brought food, and she was seen using a wheelchair to travel down the hallway at the hospital. I don't remember.
If I tell you that was read from page 176 of the Tewksbury Hospital records, would you agree with that?
I would not doubt that.
And on December 24th of 2023, were you aware that the defendant was observed at Tewksbury, monitored on one-to-one for safety, that she accepted medication, meals, and snacks, she spent time in the TV room or sitting outside her room, utilizing phone, and visited with family? Do you recall that, reading that note on page 613 of the Tewksbury records?
Of 2023?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't.
And that would have been Cora's birthday.
Okay.
But would you agree with me that if I read that from page 613 in the records, that would be within that 7,001 page of the record?
I would not doubt that.
How about on January 24th, 2024, where she's observed in a note from Tewksbury State Hospital on page 674, saying, where the note reads, patient was visible in the milieu, engageable with both staff and select peers. Patient accepted select medications as her baseline, that she was pleasant during interactions, self-propelling in wheelchair in the halls, spending much of the morning and early afternoon in her room and hall on her electronics. Do you recall reading that record?
Not specifically.
And January 24th, 2024 would have been the year anniversary of the incident, correct?
Yes.
But if I read from page 674, you would agree with me that that's part of the Tewksbury record.
Yes, I believe it's part of the record.
And on May 26th of 2024, from page 922 of the Tewksbury record, patient monitored one-to-one for safety. She's been monitored for high suicide risks, accepted medication, says BFK and snacks. She spent some time in the TV room or sitting outside her room utilizing phone. Would you agree that that's a fair reading of page 922?
I have no reason to doubt that.
Okay, and that she's also observed on that same day, visible on the unit while utilizing her phone outside her room, was able to make her needs known appropriately. Patient was observed playing dominoes with peers in the TV room. That was later in the day on May 26, 2024, which would have been Callan's second birthday.
I would believe that that record's probably accurate. I don't remember looking at that record specifically.
How about on September 30th of 2024, page 1229 of the Tewksbury record, where it's noted that she was visible in the unit, attended startup/coffee group, she was assisted with ADLs as needed. She was in safe behavioral control for the duration of the shift. And that later it reads, patient visible in the hallways, seated in her wheelchair outside her bedroom, using her cell phone, pleasant upon approach, social with select peers. That would have been on September 30th, 2024, which would have been Dawson's 5th birthday. Do you recall reviewing that in the record?
Not off the top of my head, but I have no reason to doubt that it's not an accurate record.
December 24th, 2024, page 1442 of the Tewksbury records. It says the patient was visible on the unit utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and they brought dinner with them. Patient accepted medications and fluids. Patient in good behavioral control, maintaining safety. No SIB noted or reported. What do you have reason to doubt that that's on page 1442 of the Tewksbury record?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not an accurate reflection of what took place that day.
And what's SIB?
Self-injurious behavior.
And so December 24th, 2024, that would have been Cora's 7th birthday, right?
Yes.
So January 24th, 2025, from page 1514 of the Tewksbury records, where it reads, inpatient treatment goal, to work on my mental health and to feel better. Says, she participated in morning ADL routine with staff assistance. Patient was visible on the milieu at times in the hallway utilizing her phone. No SIB has been reported this shift. Does that, do you have any reason to doubt that that's contained on page 1514?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And the further observations on that day were that the patient was visible on the unit. She was social with select staff and peers and also seen utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and brought her dinner, and they brought dinner with them. That was, again, on January 24th, 2025, which would have been the second anniversary of this incident, correct?
Yes.
May 26, 2025, page 1782 of the Tewksbury records. It says, she did not engage in any SIB. She was visited by her parents this shift. She attended startup group and watched TV. That would have been on May 26, 2025, which would have been Callan's 3rd birthday. Do you have any reason to doubt that in the record?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And on September 30th, 2025 of the Tewksbury record on page 2056, reads, patient was visible in the hallway using her phone. No SIB or behavioral issues observed or reported.
Okay.
Do you have reason to doubt that that is an accurate read of page 2056?
We have got
I
the
have
key.
no reason to doubt that that's not accurate.
We have an insisted on key. Look for the key in the drawer that looks like this. This is what she showed me.
Yes.
Louis took the key.
And on December 24th of 2025, page 76 of the patient notes in the Tewksbury Hospital records, it reads, ate breakfast, refused lunch, took snacks, utilizing phone, assisted with ADLs, spent some time in the TV room, attended PT, resting in bed after lunch. Do you have any reason to doubt that is contained within the Tewksbury records on page 76?
No.
And December 24th would have been Cora's 8th birthday, correct?
Yes.
And on page 152 of the Tewksbury records, January 24th, 2026, this year. Patient observed for safety, assess mental status, encourage safe behavioral control, monitoring for abrupt behavior change and attempt to prevent escalation or self-harm, encourage patient to participate in groups. That on this particular day, she was also observed compliant with meds, ate breakfast, participated in coffee group, visible in the hallway utilizing her phone, later visited with parents, and had an early lunch. That was on January 24th of 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's within the records?
No.
And that she was later observed to not have any SIB or behavioral issues, again on January 24th, 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's contained within the Tewksbury records?
No. No.
And again, you reviewed or looked at some of them, but not every one of these. But these are already currently in evidence, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit these excerpts as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection? No problem. All right, that may be admitted. Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Zeisel, as far as the records that I just read in, do you know if in those records it indicates that she slept well on all of those occasions?
I wouldn't know. I don't know how.
Well, you would agree that noting her sleeping habits based on this particular individual's history would be an important thing for the hospital to monitor, correct?
I would agree with that.
Now, in this particular case, well, let me ask you, are you familiar with the concept of confirmation bias?
Of course.
And fair to say it's pretty prevalent in most areas of science and forensic psychology and psychiatry, correct?
It courses all domains of work and life.
And as far as confirmation bias for psychiatry or providers, fair to say that clinicians are warned that they may lean towards or support their own theories and overlook contradictory evidence. And that you have to be aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And again, in forensic psychology, the goal is to render an objective opinion, right?
Yes, the facts come to you. You don't go to the facts.
Okay. And there's a danger for clinicians and forensic psychologists of quickly forming an initial diagnosis before having all the information, correct?
Yes.
And that confirmation bias accounts for the fact that a lot of times people, clinicians and providers will cling to diagnoses and interpret subsequent information in light of that kind of already perceived idea. Is that fair to say?
They cling, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. They cling to a diagnosis?
Well, once a diagnosis is reached, they cling to that diagnosis when interpreting subsequent information.
That happens, yes.
And but you would agree that in practice of forensic psychology that it's important not to do that, right?
Particularly with the guidelines of criminal responsibility, where you don't need a diagnosis, just need a mental disease or defect.
But diagnoses are helpful in understanding whether the person was suffering from this legal construct of a mental disease or defect, correct?
That's fair to say.
And it's fairly accepted in the field that if somebody has a disorder or a diagnosed mental illness, that they then in turn suffer from a mental disease or defect. Or could.
Or could, because you can have a phobia, doesn't mean you have a mental disease or defect. If you're afraid to jump out of airplanes, it doesn't make you ineffective and have a defect or a disease. So yes, it could.
Ask you to keep your voice up.
Yes, Ron. So it could, but it doesn't always have to.
Thank you.
Of course.
And you're aware of the danger of this idea of confirmation bias of having multiple relationships and conflicts in this type of work, correct?
Yes.
And that's why it's important not to be treating somebody as a patient when you're also evaluating them for this type of legal issue, right?
Of course, you cannot be the therapist and the examiner. The therapist is an advocate. The examiner looks for the truth.
And do you recall in this case submitting recommendations to the court in November of 2025 about the defendant regarding accommodations for her?
I know in general, but I don't know specifically what those accommodations requests were. I can't remember them.
But you authored and signed a letter dated November 13th, 2025 to the court, correct?
Yes, but I'm saying I don't remember specifically what those recommendations were. I know I did that.
I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking if you wrote the letter.
Hold on. Just ask the question. Doctor, if you listen to the question.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking if you wrote the letter, sir.
Yes.
And in that letter, you refer to providing essential clinical findings regarding the transportation of my patient, Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
And so at various points throughout over the years of this case, you have referred to her as your patient, have you not?
I wouldn't be, I think, able to define her as something else. She was a patient who I did a forensic evaluation of.
Well, you referred to the court outside of this evaluation you're testifying about to her as your patient in this letter from November 13th of 2025.
Right. I evaluated Ms. Clancy, who was a patient. If I evaluated her, then she's my patient, as she is other doctors' patients at Tewksbury and other places that she's been at.
But you call her my patient in the letter.
I wrote the letter. Whose patient would I be referring to if I'm speaking about Ms. Clancy, given that she's my patient? Yes, I wrote she was my patient. That's correct.
And you're aware of, again, the APA guidelines on forensic psychology, where it warns therapeutic forensic role conflicts. Providing forensic and therapeutic psychological services to the same individual involves multiple relationships that may impair objectivity and or cause exploitation or other harm. You're aware of that, section 4.02?
Yes.
And in this particular case, since the beginning, you've appeared regularly in court hearings, right?
Yes.
You've appeared with Attorney Reddington at arraignment proceedings.
At his request, yes.
Both here and at Tewksbury State Hospital, where you were sitting next to the defendant.
Yes.
And you also, on February 8th of 2023, participated in a news conference, did you not?
Yes.
It was outside the courthouse here.
Yes.
And you gave an interview with the Daily News where you commented on this.
I just made a comment. That's correct.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to play a clip of the news conference, please.
Mr. Reddington? Why not? All right.
Can't see the TV. Thanks.
I've been for the past few days, multiple hours each day. What I can say without going too far is that her affect is absolutely flattened. She's in a very surreal state. It feels dreamlike to her, as she's described to me on multiple occasions. And individuals who can present as being lucid, and linear, and clear thinking do not make those people not mentally ill. They have the capacity for, on occasion, to be able to do things that they've been doing for a long period of time. When you have delusional thinking, fixed beliefs that are unchangeable, and hallucinations, namely command hallucinations, telling you to do things, telling you to do things that are malevolent, and you believe those voices that are telling you you need to follow what they say, that's when things go downhill behaviorally, psychiatrically, and familially. And that's what we see in the most tragic of cases, where individuals who could be healthy and normal, and quite frankly, because they're paranoid and worried about what others think, they hold back on what they share. And in some cases throughout the country and the world, these are people who one day will be functioning well, but because they have the onset of command hallucinations, which they adhere to, and they believe the voice that they have to do something, that's when tragedy occurs. And I think that sort of is under the overriding rubric that this case falls under.
So, sir, on December 8th of 2023, when you provided that your observations, you had met with the defendant on 2 occasions, correct?
I believe 3 occasions.
Okay. Had you any of the records that have been presented in the course of this trial?
No.
Any of the records that are listed in your sources of information?
No.
And as you sit here and testify today, you've testified to the same conclusions, correct?
What I said was individuals like that present this way. I was not referring to Ms. Clancy. I said individuals who have these symptoms, like the ones I clarified, present that way. That was not an assessment of Ms. Clancy. That was an assessment of people who go through major mental health crises.
But as you sat here today, you've talked about the fact that she had delusional thinking, the fact that she had command hallucinations, the fact that she believed that these voices and that she was paranoid and worried. You've consistently testified about that throughout the course of yesterday and today, correct?
So
it's a yes or no.
You make it impossible to answer that question.
All right, the next question.
In addition to, you testified today that a person in a psychotic state can do things they've done before, but it might be hard for them to do new tasks, right?
Yes.
So if it's something that is part of their daily life, getting up, caring for the kids, feeding, making a meal, driving a car, those are things that people do every day and a lot of times don't even have to think about, right?
Yes. No thinking necessary.
But you're
response, automatic response.
You're aware that on this particular day of this incident, on January 24th of 2023, that the defendant took Cora to the doctors, right?
Yes.
And you indicated in your testimony today that it was for a regular checkup, but in your report, you identified that it was for a stomach ache, right?
Yes, she had a stomach ache.
But in addition to maybe her having a stomach ache, she had previously had this visit scheduled, and you're aware of that now, correct?
Yes.
And at the doctor, there was a recommendation made for an over-the-counter medication, right?
Yes.
And the defendant was able to process that information, take it back with her, and then later, not immediately after the visit, but later in the day, search for where to get that medication, right?
Psychosis doesn't lower your intellectual functioning, so you can do all those things. So
Well,
that's
that
correct.
wasn't my question. My question was, did she do those things?
Yes, so that's correct.
Okay. And would you've talked a lot about that a person can operate as normally as they can, but fair to say, if you're in a psychotic state, that person themselves has a significant amount of distress, right?
Yes.
And that in order to mask those symptoms, it requires an enormous amount of control. Does it not?
It depends on the level and the extremism of the psychotic processing. So some people will hear voices that are nominal, they whisper. Some people hear voices that are yelling and screaming. So it's on a range, it's a continuum. So the more upsetting, more powerful, demanding the voice, the more difficult it might be to resist it and do other things. The less, the easier it is.
In all of the time between September of 2022 and January 23rd of 2023, at any point in which the defendant heard these voices about harming herself, she didn't act on them then, did she?
That's correct, yes. She did not act on those. She sought help instead.
One moment, please. Your Honor, I would move to admit the recording played as the next exhibit.
I'm sorry, this is the what?
The recording that was played, I move to enter it as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
If I can find it. Here it is. Thank you.
284.
Thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Let's talk about confirmation.
Can I sit down, please?
Oh, hold on. But Ms. Buckingham,
Thank you.
have a seat.
Confirmation bias. In the field of forensics, interfaces, science and the law, trial of cases, hiring experts, having people give an opinion that a jury is going to listen to. Confirmation bias means that the individual might want to help out the person that they're testifying for. Is that right?
It can be, yes.
So in other words, if you have a shooting case and you're a ballistics guy, and without the ballistics showing that the defendant's gun shot the victim, the government has no case. They may send an email to that witness and say, hey, I really need your help here. And that might influence them, right?
Yes.
Now, you got involved with this case, as you indicated, out of my request, obviously,
Yes.
compassion.
Correct.
The fact you had a young lady that was literally in extreme condition, emotionally, physically, you went to speak with her, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you care for her?
I do.
And is that a violation of the canon of ethics for professionals like you if you care for your patient?
Not at all. Within the ethical standards, it's also noted to do an appropriate and meaningful forensic evaluation. It's strongly suggested you develop empathy and rapport. And when you have those two psychological constructs, you get more information from the respondent. You do not cherry pick the information. You include warts and all in your report. That avoids confirmatory bias, and you avoid confirmatory bias by also not looking at conclusions that other examiners come up with when they render their opinions, and you do your evaluations independent of anyone else. You do it by yourself.
How many times did you see her?
At the time that my report was
No, right about now.
60 times.
How many hours have you put in sitting with Lindsay, either in the hospital or evaluating?
More than that, roughly.
And you have all of that information that you have brought here today to testify to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you confirmed bias? Are you not telling the truth just to help Lindsay out, or is this your opinion based upon your review of the records, your interview of her, whether or not you care for her or not?
Overruled.
I am telling the truth.
Yeah. You can re-ask that question. That answer will be stricken.
So you can't tell someone you're telling the truth, and that's up to the jury to decide. Your opinion is based upon all of the times that you met with Lindsay, right?
Yes.
All of the documents that you've reviewed, all of this, all the exhibits, everything you're aware of, right?
Yes, as well as collateral contacts.
And in the course of your treatment and evaluation of her, one of the things the DA asked you about is the request that we brought to the court for accommodations. Do you recall that question from her?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the request that we had seeking help from the judge was that she not be chained to a van when she's brought into this courthouse
Objection.
No,
for 5-week trial?
Yes, from Tewksbury to Plymouth.
And her medical condition with her paralysis and all of the rest of the bodily functions that you lose, that's a concern, isn't that right?
Very much so, yes.
And we also had to have the help of nurses that would be available in the event that there was any type of emergency issue, correct? That we had to ask of the
no,
court.
overruled.
Yes, they're here every day.
So, confirmation bias. Can you tell this jury, is your opinion based upon money? Maybe you like me, maybe you want to help her, or is that based to your best ability as a professional of many, many years?
Yes. Confirmation bias is coming up with a conclusion before you reach an opinion. It's, in Latin, a tabula rasa, a blank slate. You draw no conclusion. The conclusion finds you. And if you don't do that, you are at risk of having confirmation bias.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical and see if the hypothetical fits within your understanding as an expert of confirmation bias. Let's say hypothetically that a young woman is involved in an incident such as this that results in the death of her 3 babies. And that young woman is paralyzed. And that young woman is in a hospital. That young woman is facing indictments for triple homicide. And the incident occurred on January 24th, 2023. And it's not until 2026 that the district attorney's office hires 3 doctors.
Objection.
Yeah. Sustain.
Sidebar?
All right, here we go. Another sidebar.
Number 5.
I think Gemma is still here. She got home from work. So Gemma, this would be number 5. So we're going to need you to take over from here. Listen, nobody's got time to do your job around here, Gemma. We're going to need you to quit your day job.
Everyone's given a job at some point in here. Everyone.
We're going to need you to quit your day job and when we are doing court cases, because this is important stuff to us. The attitude on those two ladies is so unprofessional. Agreed, 100%. Kay said, and that is a huge difference, Blair. Time builds trust. But from how he is from get-go, he comes across as someone compassionate, willing to spend time. Right. And you know what? That's what people really need. Yes, I understand some people need meds, some people just need counseling. Really, what everybody wants really is just to be heard. That's it. And the moment you feel like someone is listening and you're not being, side-eyed, or somebody's not rolling their eyes or texting on their phone when you're talking to them. I mean, all of us just want to be heard. That's it. What says you, Maggie? I think that's the best medicine.
I say, amen, sister. I agree. We do want to be heard. And sometimes it's so hard. It's so hard to be heard.
Mm-hmm.
And you lose your shit. And then when you lose your shit, you're a crank.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in today's world where everybody's either on their phones or, they have squirreled.
Yeah.
I squirrel a lot, Maggie. I do. I'm like, oh, there's my dog. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, I know I squirrel too, but I'm learning. I haven't always been good at it, but I'm learning to make eye contact. Like, I noticed one thing, like with even my own kids in that generation, and sometimes with my own husband, like he'll ask me a question and keep walking down the hallway, and I'm thinking, I know that bastard don't hear me. He's only got one ear. Why? And then I'm screaming to the top of my lungs, why the hell you asking me a question when you ain't even listening? You know what I mean? I just want to be heard. You know what I mean? So come back here. Let me look at me.
I hate
like
sit there
you're
when
paying
you're not
attention.
looking at me if you're arguing with me. I say, can you look at me when I'm talking to you, please? Can't bear
Yeah,
it.
because then you feel hurt. Like they can't have any other
Because he
distraction.
does that all the time. That's his say. Look at me when I'm speaking to you. That's all he used to say to his son.
Right back, and we'll continue with the testimony of this witness. Okay.
Ja, break.
Just want to hear if we hear any of the open mics that sometimes they leave open.
Yeah,
So I
let's
don't want
listen.
to. Oh, she looked at the camera, y'all. That's the first I've seen that.
Yeah, she looks a bit awake today, doesn't she?
Her coloring is better too.
Better, yeah. She's looked out of it, to be honest, all the time. She does look better.
All right, we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you.
Short recess, how long?
Okay, so this is before lunch, so this should only be a 15-minute. We have learned recently that we should just, because usually Lindsay says we're gonna, take a break, I'll turn off the sound to it. But recently we've heard that we need to leave that sound open until we start seeing this emblem on the wall, because there have been many open mic
picks it up.
Yeah, that picks up some stuff that we hear. That's the first time I ever seen her look directly in the camera, albeit it was just for a split second. But do you want me to? Do you want me to back it up just a minute? I've never seen her do that yet. Maybe y'all have. You guys have been here.
I was crocheting, so.
Okay, here it is, right here. So that's.
Can we bring back the death penalty to England? Says David Vickers.
Sure, I'll march Washington for it.
Who for, David? Who do you want the death penalty for, love?
They're still right now in the sidebar, so I'm just waiting on that to finish up.
Gemma's timing it.
We're gonna take a short break at this point.
All right, now pay attention when they
we'll come right back, and we'll continue.
I will. I'm looking at that screen.
Everybody look at your screen. You're going to be able to see her look directly at the camera. gonna zoom in and she's gonna look.
Get ready, here we go.
Oh, did you see it?
That was a little look there and then turned away quick. She must
Yeah,
have been
real
dying
quick.
to have a look. She
Mhm.
must have been dying to have a look and thought, I'll look quick and then turn away. It was that kind of look. I know
Right.
that look. When you don't want to let anyone see you looking and you do it dead quick. Being there, done that.
I'm gonna stop it if I can on when she looks at the camera.
72 in the house. Can you please hit the like? And if you would be so kind
Yeah.
to subscribe to the channel. We're only little and we want to get out there. We want to be on the algorithm, if you know what I mean. Oh man, I've been summoned by the outside whales. Be right back, says my name is Blair.
There it is. I got
Yeah,
it.
you see.
She's
Yeah,
such
she's
a
got
pretty
lippy and
girl, isn't
eyes on.
she?
Yeah, she's got lippy on and her eyes done. Think she looks better today.
Yeah,
Because she
a little
has
bit.
look zoned out. Totally zoned out to me.
And I don't know if it's her makeup. I mean, I don't know. I'm not there in the mornings, but I mean, she's in the courtroom, or at least she's awake, moving around the court system. We're usually here about 6 hours a day, so she's got to be there about 7 hours a day. And sometimes if we're wearing some kind of cover up foundation or whatever, by then it's going to start wearing off. You're going to see the true color and the age spots of our face, which she doesn't have any yet. She's not old enough.
Oh, God,
Um, but I couldn't tell if it was her makeup that was making her look. She just looks so gray. I mean, it could be makeup, but I don't think so. I don't think so. It was too late in the day.
Thanks, Wheels. I always forget myself, I always forget, and then he ends up going back and giving the thumbs up. It's
Yep,
just something, if I go to anyone's channel and I'm watching something and I like it, I'll, hit the like. But I am very forgetful, I'll be
me too.
honest.
Me too. I'm not gonna lie. It's easy to forget because if you see somebody live and you want to just go into their live stream, you don't think about hitting the like. Even when I bring up like old Nancy, my boo
Yeah.
thing, Nancy Grace, or Mr. Pretty Eyes Brian Enton, I brought him up and I remember, oh my goodness, let me hit the like real quick, give them a like.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think it's mainly just an innocent mistake. We just forget to do it.
Oh,
We just
yeah, it
jump in,
is.
keep
It
going.
is, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Well, them 72 in the bushes, can you come in and give us a like, please? You can go back in the bushes if you want, or you can stay. You're all welcome.
Come on down and
You're
give
all
us a
welcome.
talk too. Tell us what you think. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have
Yeah.
to agree with
Yeah.
Maggie.
Come
It don't
in.
matter because you may not agree with us today, but tomorrow we may be agreeing with you because we're
Yeah.
wishy-washy and unstable as water around here.
Oh, I'm everywhere.
Can't keep
We
up.
need to hear people's opinions. If there's any new people in here, please share your opinion. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if we don't agree with you. You don't have to agree with us. There's absolutely no bashing going on. We just like to debate.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And sometimes that's the only way to learn. It is really the only way to learn. You've got to
It
have a
is, yeah.
talk. You've got to have a discussion.
And not
Sometimes,
everyone's going to agree.
that's right, and you don't have to.
That's fine.
You definitely.
Exactly.
That's how we learn from each other. And I think personally, I mean, I like it. That's the way I like to do stuff.
Gillian says, how long are these normally? I never seem to make it all the way through. About 7 hours, Gillian. Each
Yeah.
day
From start to finish. Yeah.
to finish with here, yeah.
Yep. I know some creators like Grizzly True Crime, like she waits until the trial for the day is over. That way she fast forward through all
Yeah.
and shout out to
The
Grizzly True
breaks.
Crime.
Yeah,
Man,
she's a
she's
great
doing her
channel.
thing. She's a great creator.
Yeah.
She does her thing, you guys. Did you guys know that Grizzly True Crime, listen to me talking about her like she's my friend, because she is, you guys, she just doesn't know it.
Yeah,
But
but she
anyways, did
makes
you
you
guys
feel like that, doesn't she, Lee?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
we've known her forever.
yeah. I'm just like,
And
what's up, G?
Charlotte says it's a lovely group in here. Glad I found them.
Oh,
We're glad
Charlotte,
you
you're
found us
sweetie.
as well,
We are
Char.
too. We are too. But did you guys know that Grizzly was an
A
airplane
pilot.
pilot?
Yeah,
And her
yeah,
husband is still an airplane pilot. Y'all.
yeah. She's so lovely
Um,
looking, I think. And I love the way she talks. Dead clear, isn't she?
Shauna
Yeah,
says,
Nat.
hold on, let me put this up there real quick, Maggie, and then I got to go pate. Shauna said, I just pop my headphones on and do what I got to do. Yes, take this
That's what
opportunity,
Leonie
you
does.
guys. Yes, take this opportunity running. Don't run, just go use, listen, I'm not running. I'm not running anywhere. Okay. Uh, go use the bathroom, get up, stretch your legs. Don't be getting no DVTs up in here. Okay. And do your dishes, pet your animals, call a friend, do whatever it is you got to do. Even during the trial, sometimes I have to get up, I have to make phone calls.
Yeah.
Freaking, we have to do what we have to do,
Mm-hmm.
So we're just
David Pickett,
here to
Everton. Look what he's saying. Because
up
I'm
to
Liverpool.
toffees.
Liverpool. It's two football teams late. He's coming in saying
Oh,
Everton
okay.
because he
Because
can hear I'm a Scouser.
okay, so us Americans are going, what the hell are you two talking about? What's wrong here?
Yeah.
Y'all got a problem?
He's chanting Everton. He's a toffee. That's what we call the Evertonians, toffees. And I'm a Liverpool girl. Although, David, I don't follow football, And neither does my husband and my son. Although my family are big Reds. Very
Big
big
red.
Red. They all work in Anfield. They work in Anfield. All my family. Oh, you're a Scouser, David? Oh my God, where are you from?
What are you from? You could be her neighbor. Listen, Cynthia
Leonie,
McDonald
she's
says,
practicing. Where are you from? Did you hear
listen,
that,
I'm pretty
girls?
scout myself. That's
He's
all.
from Kirkdale.
No way.
Well,
Let me
oh, where
jump into
about
what Cynthia,
Kirkdale?
listen,
Or
listen,
am
let
I
me tell you
asking
guys
too
something.
much?
No, you two just do your family welcoming party another time because Cynthia has something to say. And she said, not sure what you think. I haven't followed this closely, but what I've heard, she sounds innocent, completely set up. Her husband and his girlfriend sound guilty.
We've all been
Well,
there.
we
Been
will
there,
let you
Cynthia.
know. Yeah. We're dangling on the fence, but there are people even now, Cynthia, that still believe exactly the way you believe. But Maggie and I were
Right.
wishy-washy. Wishy-washy.
Is this serious, David? I'm going to put a bit up if you want to read it. I'll put it in the chat now. So have a little read just to give you the up on what's going on.
Thank you, Maggie. I appreciate that. Evie, please. I hope I'm YV or Evie. I hope I'm pronouncing the name right. I spoke about speakers as to hearing voices. Could the baby monitor be used? Okay, so didn't they say the baby monitors were out as well?
All house, yeah.
So they were saying that the internet was out. Well, they were saying the Wi-Fi, but then we talked to Maggie's husband, who is an IT guy, and he was explaining how the internet and the Wi-Fi are like different things and what we're talking about and stuff like that. But anyways, it was out. For what reason? We don't know. Why? Because they haven't asked that question and they haven't told us that
You
question.
haven't asked
And
loads of questions.
that was the prosecution's job to find out exactly why their internet wasn't working. That's not the defense's job to say, oh, well, this is why. You know what I mean? No, that's what the prosecution should have asked. Kay says, imagine if Lindsay was just listened harder to or was allocated a bit more time than just 30 minutes. For anyone with mental health issues in general, I'm right there with you, Miss Kay. Yes, ma'am. Whoa, are you leaning towards she didn't do it now? I'm I still have to if I had to um vote as a juror right now, I would vote not guilty. And the reason is because the prosecution has not convinced me without a reasonable doubt that she did this on purpose. And we've talked day after day here about me talking to somebody who's been on a jury, a murder murder jury twice, and he totally explained to me in my kind of talk, I guess, without using real legal words, exactly what it means to without a reasonable doubt. So let me just say this, because we do have some new people in here today. Let me just say reasonable doubt. I want to explain that one time. So if the jury's if the prosecution is talking about what color shoes, let's just say the grandmother was
Lee,
wearing
can I
today. Yes,
just butt in? I put it on live now because you might miss it coming back
put what
because
on
you've
live,
got
babe?
it on the screen. You've got Lindsay on the screen posed, so you need it to be live so we know when it goes back.
I know, but I like this picture. Hold on, let me take this picture because I think it's fabulous. It's the only
What
time
if
I've
we
ever
go
seen.
back? We won't know.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Don't get mad at me, Maggie. It hurts my feelings. You know I'm a
I'll
sensitive
never be
girl.
mad at you,
I'm
Lee.
so
You
I'm
never.
so sensitive.
You know, it's normally you that's mad at me, remember? Don't
That's not
start
true, Maggie. I love you.
changing rules
I love
now.
you more than I love my middle finger. And that's a lot.
Oh my God. Did you just say that?
I did. I love you more than my middle fingers. Because
That
I'm
is
deucing everybody, y'all. Seriously, like everybody's getting the middle finger.
seriously a bitch.
Yeah,
But she's not
I
good.
wanted to pause it on that look because I've never seen her look at the
Like a
camera.
side
That's
eye.
pretty interesting.
Little
Yeah,
sneaky side eye look.
yeah. Gotta go. Jillian
Oh, see you
says,
again.
join you tomorrow too. Good to see you again, Jillian. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you
Bye,
guys.
love. See you
So,
again. Hope you
can
come
I
back.
explain just real quick, reasonable doubt, the way that it was explained to me, and it made me understand reasonable doubt because I was like, I'm just going to hang this jury. That was my thought. And he's like, no, 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 you're being dishonest. Stop it. He said, if somebody comes up on the stand and they're talking about the witness on the stand wearing red shoes, and because she's wearing red shoes, that means that Lindsay in no way could have done this, or it's somehow being added into the script that that either proves Lindsay kills her kids or didn't kill her kids. Well, that really doesn't have anything to do with the case. So that would not be reasonable doubt. Do you understand? Because that had nothing at all to do with this case. Only what you hear in testimony, nothing that you've read, nothing that you've listened to, nothing that you've watched on TV, nothing that comes in your, thinking with your heart, even though we're human, I get it. You think with your heart, your brain, all that's supposed to be put out, and you're only supposed to look at the testimony. If you have got questions that cannot be answered in this trial, towards that there was premeditation. If there's some kind of questions like, let's just say, if they're trying to prove premeditation, right? That's what the you guys, I'm getting twisted in my words. So the prosecution is trying to prove premeditation. Therefore, she is criminally responsible for murder, right? So, but y'all, I'm getting all screwed up because I'm sitting here trying to watch your guys' stuff too. But anyways, if they're trying to prove premeditation and they start talking about, but wait a second, she was on this drug and that drug and this drug and that drug and all this other stuff, and she called the hotline, the suicide hotline twice, and she's asking her parents for help and her mother-in-law for help, and she's taking herself to the emergency room. Then is she really premeditating murder? So that's reasonable doubt because that has everything to do with the case, everything in there, right? So because the prosecution has not been able to answer that, they have left a question in your mind still open that wasn't answered. Can it be answered? Maybe, maybe not. But if you still got reasonable doubt and you can't make that make sense in a premeditated sense, then you have to rule for not guilty. Anything that doesn't make sense that the prosecution is putting up and it's still leaving questions in your mind that has not been answered, that leads you to believe that maybe, just maybe, she was really in a psychotic situation or a mental situation or an overdose situation or some kind of situation. If you've got any little thoughts that you don't have the answers to after court's over, just by what has been put into this trial, not by what you read, then that automatically is reasonable doubt. And I had to have that explained to me because I was all like, I'm all kind of, I'm still confused, you guys. I'm still confused. But as long as I sit here with these questions that are not being answered, then I have reasonable doubt, even though I've got so many things that tell me premeditation. Like, okay, why would you need to look up CVS? You already know you got to call CVS to get this prescription, right? But she actually looked up the distance to CVS. Why do you need to look up the distance to 3V when you already know that you're going to order food from 3V and you know how to get there? Okay, I could see if it's me, I have to look up everything, no matter how many times I've been there, because I'm directionally challenged, literally. So I can stand on the prosecute side and say, look, there's this, there's that, there's the other. But then I can stand over on the defense side and say, but there's this, that, and this girl looked everywhere there was to look. Even Dr. Google, somebody, somewhere, something to help her. Because I've got questions and they were not answered, and they have been in court this long and they weren't even asked in court. I still have questions and it pertains to this trial and it would have helped me make a decision. I have to say not guilty. Have to. No matter what. No matter if I could see the prosecution side 50 million times what they said. Completely true. Like, I'm with you, dude. Like, I get it. I get it, Bo lady. I get what you're saying. Yep, I got that question too. But you should have followed up with this question because it would have closed that up for me. And you didn't. And so the defense isn't saying shit about it because they don't have to. He already knows she fucked up by not doing that follow-up question that would have answered our questions. You know what I mean? He's smart. He knows what to bring up and what not to bring up. He knows what he needs to cross and what not cross. Because if they leave something open and we still have questions about who she's got on the stand and how she's questioning them, that's reasonable doubt. She's not guilty. Maggie, what says you? I need to pee. I need to pee.
I wasn't listening to you.
Of course you weren't, Maggie. You're probably fighting with the English baby
I was
child.
listening to you. I'm talking. I'm gabbing. I'm saying. I wish that I could live in America for 6 months a year, because then I've got all my friends there, and then come home to me friends and family here for the next 6 months, because I can't cope. Like, I know so many. And Liz Dodson, I swear, is British, because when she writes, it's like it's another Scouser, if you get me. Can't get over that she's in Texas. Just can't. Oh, she's ignoring me now just because I wasn't listening today. This is what she does. Honest to God, she gets so jealous. She's got to get over it. Anyway, let's see what's happening. So Leanie's gone to spend a penny. I'm all right for now, but I need a drink. I need a cup of coffee. And I need to have my dinner, because it's dinner time here and I haven't had an orange or an apple. I've had nothing all day. Starving now. Well, I'm not starving, that's a lie, but I am hungry. So my name is Blair said, there's evidence of the Sykes totally spacing on here. No ROI follow-ups on records with other doctors. No blood tests to measure literally everything. There you go. Lisa said, do you want an experience? You're in Texas, right? He's giving a masterclass. I'd say it was premeditated, Blair said, if the evidence said doctors were attentive in every way, followed rules by the literal book, but that's not the case. And Beck, of that alone, not guilty. And because of that alone, that's what she means there. She's saying not guilty. So she's given a not guilty at this point in time. Blair, see those meds, MA ice sweets bubbling up. I understand you, Lisa said. So, hang on. So what about you, Lisa? Are you still where you were? Or have you changed now? Has anyone changed at this point? What do you think? What would you, if you had to make a judgment right now, what would it be? I'm going to be totally honest with you. I could never be on that jury because I'm so mixed up. And more too, she's not guilty. But there's little tiny niggly things going on in my head, and that's what confusing me. So Kay Adams says, I think Patrick seeing friends for weekends supports the not premeditated theory too. She had ample opportunity to do this before the 24th of January if she just hated her kids. I agree with that bit, yeah. Misty said, at this point, I can't find her guilty. Charlotte said, not guilty. Blair said, trust me when I say I wish to God MedMal was still practiced in Texas. I'd be a rich bish, that's what she said. Lisa, if you go get pickle for anything, it's because 98% guilty. She didn't do it. So there's a lot saying now she didn't do it. Not guilty, too much reasonable doubt has been thrown into the wild, Kay said. I'm still listening, so can't say yet, but there's more to Patrick, I think. YV123, I'm with you. I don't understand why he wasn't looked into. I really, really don't. So Lisa said, wait a minute. How did I forget Texas? MedMal. Thanks for that. Am I even saying that right? I'm in South Carolina, and that time it was 1993, said Dolores. Dolores, no, I have not changed. I'm sticking to my gun. She ain't guilty. She blacked out. I've been there. There you go.
Mm.
So I'm just thinking. So Patrick said she told him that the kids were in the basement, but when the medics got there, they said she couldn't speak. Someone's lying. Which one
Someone's
is it?
lying.
I'm going to go for Patrick. What about you, Lee? Lee's gone off.
No, I haven't gone off.
Lee's gone off.
I haven't gone off.
Have you ever felt tingly? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Have you ever felt tingly in your fingers, in your head? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I
You
have not
can't hear
gone
me?
off. I can hear
Oh,
you.
can hear
Yeah. Now I
Okay.
can't hear you.
Well,
Okay,
have you
now I
ever
can hear
been
you.
tingly? Oh, God.
No,
you
I
hear
can
me
hear
now?
you now. Yeah.
She doesn't sound like she can hear me the way she's answering.
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Have you ever felt tingling in your fingers, like very weird tingling, and in your head, and you feel like you've taken something, but you haven't? That's how I'm feeling right now. Is that normal? Never had that in my life. What is it?
I feel that many, many times. You probably need to go and eat.
It feels like a bit
Um,
of like
yeah,
excitement, but it's not.
yeah, you need
Oh
to
my
go
God,
eat.
it feels so tingly.
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay, I'm
Go
gonna
get
go
something.
eat.
Get you something to drink first, and then get you something to eat.
I'm gonna get a drink. I need a drink. I haven't
All
had
right, love you.
anything.
Bye.
Go on. I'll go with it.
Go.
Love you, bye.
All right. So, There was something somebody said up here, and I was like, "Yeah, I think you need some sugar too." I just didn't want to say it to her. Maybe I should have. Um, sounds like low sugar to me as well, or low blood pressure. I do it on both of them. There was something up here when Maggie said that she's still on the fence because she's still got so many questions. And if she had to vote right now, and she said that she wouldn't want to be on the jury, but if she's got so many questions and we are being told to vote right now, she would have to vote not guilty, because the questions, if you still have questions, then they did not present a case of reasonable doubt. If you've got questions still, that's reasonable doubt. At the end of the day, that is reasonable doubt. And the thing about Patrick is, yes, I absolutely think Patrick has to take responsibility, at least for negligence against his children, not protecting his children, and negligence to his wife. I mean, this doctor right here, Dr. Zeisel, said, yes, there were many times Patrick was going out golfing and doing this and doing and that. And I'm not saying that's wrong. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying what he did was wrong. They didn't say whether her mom was home at the time and was giving him a break. Caretakers deserve a break. But Patrick is not the one that is on trial for murder. So whether you think he was a shit, hi Craig, good to see you. Whether you think he was a shit husband or a shit father or just a shit human being, he's not on trial. And so that has to go away. Am I mute? I'm not muted. He should be on trial for something. What other than negligence? Yes, I believe that he should be on trial for negligence. Blair, it's not always diabetes, but she had told us before she started feeling that way that she hadn't eaten and she still needed a drink. I know when my sugar goes low that I start to feel that tingly feeling. I also know when I hyperventilate that I feel that tingly feeling. And I also know that when my blood pressure drops out that I feel the tingly feelings. I think in hindsight, it is very easy to think Patrick could have done better. He likely feels the same. He will be his own worst enemy, but that is the beauty of hindsight. Yeah, I mean, we can't say how he feels today. I mean, I don't know. I'm judging him by just his own actions that I see. I'm judging him to be like he checked out way too soon. And but hey, yeah, I will give Maggie a ring a ding ding here in just a few minutes, just to make sure she's okay. But I know her English baby child is home with her. I call him a baby child. He is 23 years old, but there are baby children, and that's what we call them. I think Patrick should have done better. Hi, Kathleen. Hi, AFA. Good to see you. Yeah. So, but the deal is, you guys, he's not the one on trial. He's just not. So whatever Patrick did or didn't do, that's the part of where I was talking about reasonable doubt. No matter what Patrick did or didn't do, you can't consider that in your decision of guilt or non-guilt in this trial. You see what I'm saying? Because that's him. He's not on trial. You know what I mean? She's on trial. So whatever no matter how you feel about him, you can't put that into the equation of, does that prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty of malice murder. Now, if Patrick is the one that's going to be on trial for being very neglectful, then I'm sitting here going, guilty! But he's not. Kay says, hold on, I think no one in her family, especially Patrick, hold on, I just jumped up. Especially Patrick are mental health experts and likely did the best they could do in the moment with what knowledge was and understanding at the time. Look, I'm not saying he wasn't uneducated about mental health, okay? He very well could be, but he was a parent and he did not protect his kids. The minute that it was uttered out of her mouth, or it was whispered out of her mouth, or the words just came screaming out of her mouth, that I have thoughts of harming our children, no matter what you know about mental health or not. Look, if the neighbor across the street says, I think I'm gonna, I think I'm gonna whip your kid for being whatever. You know what I mean? You're gonna be like, try it. You're not gonna just, well, no, you're a nice guy. You'll never touch my child. No, you're gonna take that threat seriously. Why wouldn't you take seriously people that live with you? If it is, especially if it's not the norm, if it's not, I mean, if you just married a hateful ass person, abusive person, that's a little bit different. But Patrick is seeing his wife is off. He may not be able to identify what's wrong with him, but he can see my wife's off. But even if he couldn't, somebody threatened his own children. There are times that you have to protect your kids against their own parents, their grandparents, their siblings. I mean, come on. That's where I hold Patrick responsible. So, look, being uneducated about mental health is not a crime. But when your wife is having clear discussions with you about, I just don't feel good today, and I feel really depressed, and this is going on, who knows what all they've talked about. He knew she was in some kind of mental thing going on, because he actually is the one that said, all right, I think we need to see this doctor in person this time, and he went with her. So he knows. He said by his own testimony, we were living in hell. She was living in hell. It was chaotic in our home. So obviously, he knew. At that point, I would think, if you know something's wrong, you just don't know what's wrong, maybe you should do a little bit of research on it. Maybe you should be calling the doctor yourself and saying, what do I do? Maybe you should just call your mom, who's a nurse, and say, what do I do? Oh, that's right. He did. And she did. And the mom said, call these people. Instead of saying, Patrick, get the kids away from her. Nobody, listen, the whole lot of them, her sister, all of them, they all failed her. They all testified that, yes, they knew there was a problem. But this is the way we as humans like to think. I know my husband, and I know he would never, ever do something like that. Even if he said it, that's not who my husband is. He's a very, his river runs very smooth. It doesn't ripple. He doesn't, until he gets really pissed off, right? But he's a very level-headed man. He's not me. He's not all over the place. He's not wishy-washy. He's very stable. He's like a tree that the wind blows against and only the leaves move. I'm the willow tree. Swing down on the ground. Swing the other way. You know what I mean? So I could say, my husband would never do that. The problem is he didn't educate himself enough to know that he was not dealing with his wife. He was dealing with a mental illness, which in itself is its own entity. A mental illness is really its own entity. It's its own. I believe that because I have been there, right? And I know some of the things I did and said, not that anything was criminal, but what some people might consider crazy, including my ex-husband. I knew that I could feel it wasn't me. And looking back now that I'm in a better place in my life, and in my mental health, looking back on some of the things that I said, like waking up in the middle of the night because I felt something and I was swearing up and down that my appendix burst. I will never forget that as long as I live. And I jarred my husband awake. I was like, my appendix just burst. He's like, did it? He said, are you in pain? And I was like, no. He said, did you feel any pain? I was like, no. And by this time, he's already over me, you guys. He was just mentally washed out. I don't blame him for that. Caregivers, they they get washed out. That's why they need a break too. And I just remember him just sitting there holding my hand. We're sitting in bed, and I'm like, I'm telling you, my appendix burst. And he said, if I thought for 1 second that your appendix bursted, he said, I would have you at the emergency room that quick. He said, but I've never heard of appendix just bursting without symptoms, so I think we're okay. You know what I mean? He wasn't dealing with his wife at that time. He was dealing with a person who um, had a lot of problems due to hormones, and which led to psychiatric problems, right? And I believe that's what Patrick did. I believe he just didn't realize that wasn't his wife. It wasn't his Lindsay. It wasn't the Lindsay that he knew. The good mom, the great mom, the loving wife, the caretaker of everybody, and how everybody explained who she was on stand. That wasn't the Lindsay he was dealing with, sadly. And so it's easy to say when you're not educated, no, my husband or my wife or my friend or my sister or my mom or my dad would never do that. Like that's not who they are. You can't argue with that. That may not be who they are, but it's who the mental illness is. Managing loved ones' mental illness can worsen your own mental health. It can be relentless and it's very sad. That's why it's very important. And not even if it's mental illness, it doesn't have to be. It could be somebody who, um, has a bad heart. It could be somebody who has uncontrolled diabetes. It could be somebody who has broken their body from the waist down and they're in a half body cast. It could be anybody. Caregivers need to recognize when they need a break. And even if that means calling in another couple family members to try to do what you do, you have to take a break. You have to. No matter if you've never had a day of depression or anxiety in your life, God bless those people. But caregivers, nurses, doctors, whether you're at home caring for somebody, whether you go into someone's home caring for somebody, it doesn't matter. If you're caring for somebody, you have to have a break, and you've got to recognize the signs of, okay, I've hit the wall. It's time for me to go step back, take care of me for just a little while, maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, but I'll be back. Because if you don't, the wall you hit is harder, and by the time you've hit the wall, it's almost like you can't get over it. You know what I mean? So if you are any kind of caregiver, if you're a parent, for the love of God, even parents, y'all, it is not getting easier to raise kids. I'm watching my own children raise their children. It's not getting any easier, you guys. We all handle parenting differently. We all handle parenthood differently. Some of us are raising kids by ourselves. Some of us are raising kids with a partner. Some of us are, you just don't know. When you feel like that's where abuse comes in to yourself, and abuse comes into other people, is when you can't recognize, you as a caregiver, even custodial child to your own parents or custodial to your own children, if you can't recognize the signs for yourself of, I'm getting overwhelmed here, so let's just all chill. Everybody chill out and get some help. Maybe get a babysitter for a couple of hours. Call mom up, say, Mom, kids drive me freaking crazy. Come and take care of your grandkids. Do something. Take care of yourself. You're no good. I don't need to even tell you guys this. You already know. You're no good to anybody else if you're not healthy. And you're not Superman. No matter what you think, oh, I can handle this. Yeah, I can handle. I'm doing okay. Sometimes other people can see right away that you're not. And that's why they're asking you, hey, are you okay? Listen, if you don't feel okay, say it. Say, no, not okay. You know what I mean? And then if you do feel okay, you feel like, no, I've got this. I'm doing my thing here and stuff, you know? If somebody brings that up to you, like, hey, maybe take a break, or let me sit with the kids for a while, or let me sit with your mom for a while, or let me sit with your spouse for a while. Go get a manicure, or go play a round of golf. Let them do that for you because you need it. You just don't realize it. When I had my very first panic attack, I was in a grocery store and I didn't know what it was. Never even heard of a panic attack. Never, I didn't know what I was feeling was anxiety since I was a kid, because there was no name for it back then and my family didn't talk about it. So I already had my kids. I was on the way. I was taking them to school, stopping at the grocery store to pick up their lunch, and then school was right around the corner. And all of a sudden, all this weird stuff started happening to me, like the floor wasn't there anymore. And I felt like my tongue was swelling up and everything was spinning. And I started breathing hard. And my heart started beating real fast. And I was aware enough to there was nobody really in the store. It was like 6:30 in the morning. And I went up to the lady who was in the office part. I said, I don't know what's happening. Something's happening. I think I need an ambulance. And then she called 911. She was sitting there with me and she was asking me questions that said 911 was asking her. And then she said, honey, you're having a panic attack. It's okay. I was like, no, I'm going to die. It's my heart. I'm going to die. My babies, please. And my children were standing right there. I was like, can you please call their dad? Tell him to come and get them. And I was like trying to shoot out numbers, couldn't remember numbers. It was a whole thing, right? When I finally got to the emergency room, to make it short and sweet, doctors did all these tests. They came back and they looked at me and they said, what's so wrong in your life? You had a panic attack and all of your labs came back perfect. You're good. You're good to go. You're going to be okay. But what's so stressful in your life? I was like, nothing. Like, nothing. I really thought it, because sometimes you just put that stuff away and you just put one foot in front of the other, and it sucks, but you just keep going until your body says, since you didn't pay attention to the signs, now the body takes over, right? And that's what had happened to me. And then once that happened, it took about 1.5 years for me to figure out what was really wrong and what was causing those panic attacks. So if you're a caregiver at any point, please make sure you listen to the signs. If you can't feel the signs, listen to those around you. And if someone does ask you, are you okay? And you don't feel okay, just say you're not. You're not going to hopefully not be judged. And hopefully, they care enough to ask if you're okay. So they're not going to judge you. So say it. It's not the end all be all. It just means you need a freaking break and get you one. All right, I'm going to call and check on Maggie because I'm just a little bit worried about that. I'm going to put on a break here. So we are going to go to break. Y'all get up, stretch. Don't get any DVTs. And I will BRB as soon as I can find the new break thing that Maggie put up here. I want to play something for somebody special real quick. Somebody real special. Hold on. Let's play this again for those that missed it this morning. This is for a couple people that are real special, according to Lenny. So let me go ahead and play that real quick. And then I'm going to call Mag. As soon as I can find it. Y'all can't find anything on this damn thing anymore. We've moved stuff around so much. Oh, okay. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Hold on, let me put this in back and then remove us. I'll make this smaller. I guess go over there. There. Here you go. This is for someone special. You know who you are.
Fuck all the people who done you wrong. You carried that pain for far too long. Every lie, every knife in your back made you stronger when they thought you'd crack. They tried to break you, drag you down, tried to steal your smile and take your crown. But look at you now, you're still standing tall. You learn how to rise every time you fall. Let them talk, let them say what they like. We walk through the dark, now we're ready to fight. No looking backwards, no running away. We're taking our lives back, starting today. Rise above them, this is our fight. Through the darkest days, we'll find the light. Hold your head high, make your future clear. Never fear when hope is near.
I didn't realize I had that loud, you guys. I did not give a warning to check your sound. Sorry. But anyways, that you know the special person you are. The special people that is for. You're welcome. I told you we're going to make songs. No big deal. Okay, nobody cares. Remember that. I'm going to call and check on our sweet Max. I'm going to put this back on the stage because we don't want to miss when they go live again. I'm guessing you guys, did he decide just to go ahead and do a lunch? Because he said a short break, and usually they don't even take lunch until 1 o'clock, and then they go to 2 o'clock. So I'm wondering, did he just decide to take the lunch? Who the hell knows?
You
We
always
don't know.
say a short break, Lee, and it
Oh,
never is.
thank you for coming back on. I was worried about you. How do you
Yeah,
feel?
but put it in chat. I feel absolutely fine now. When I first got up, I got over by the door and I thought, oh, here we go. I'm going to go. And I panicked a little bit because my son wasn't here. He was over with the little cat. He was gone to feed the cat. So I thought, you know, when you're swaying a bit, and then I thought, what the hell? And it stopped then, and I got there. I'm just eating now, so I'm absolutely fine. I realised I hadn't ate anything since Monday, except a tangerine and an apple yesterday. So
Mags.
I know I'm not
Your
in
sugar.
thingies with this case. I can't cope. I forget.
Yeah, I think it did have something to do with your
Must have
sugar.
been my
Maybe your
sugar. Yeah.
or your electrolytes. Usually if it's your sugar, it takes, it doesn't take that long to get it back up. So
No, I was fine.
the fact that you feel fine tells me it probably would. Listen, I'm a YouTube doctor. Got my degree, y'all. Shut up. Maggie, I have to tell you something. I love that song, our Fight Back song. But I have to let you know, Maggie, I don't have brown eyes.
Well, you know what? Go and tell AI.
Oh. Yeah, that is our really own
Neither do
AI
I.
song. All of our other songs. But I was digging the brown eyes. I finally got me some brown-eyed grandbabies, and I was so glad of it. I wish I could wear contacts because I would wear I would make my eyes different colors according to my mood.
And you can buy all, oh God, what am I putting on? You can buy all that, Lee.
No,
Go
it
any
won't
colour
fit.
you want now. It's like your hair as well. Be any colour you want.
Yeah. I'd have to wear a wig for my hair. But no, the contacts will not work on my eyes because one of my eyes is completely football shaped. So, and contacts are round, so it wouldn't
So can I
stick
have
to my
that
eye.
either? I've got stigma, whatever it's called.
So just you would have to some stigmatism if they're caught if they're early in your stigmatism and they're not that terrible yet, then you can wear them. But once you're and there's no cure for astigmatism, it just does what it does. Nothing makes it worse, nothing makes it better, but it does get worse. And I actually talked to my doctor about this because my eye doctor when I went back in because he had just told me that I now have stigmatism in the other eye as well. And I was like, I wear my glasses all the time. So I don't understand. And he said, oh no, stigmatism doesn't work like that. It's not corrected. It's not like you can't have surgery to correct it once it reaches a certain place. And it doesn't matter if you wear glasses. Some people say if you don't wear your glasses, your eyes are getting worse. He said that has nothing
No,
to do with,
that's
and
no.
that's what I used to tell my baby child that too, and I really believed it. And he's like, "You need to do your research. That's not true." Anyway, so the
Oh,
doctor
that's
told
all
me
I hear.
yesterday. Yeah, the doctor told
Look
me
at the
that.
screen, Lee.
Actually, look at our little Jessie Pie. We love our Jessie. She's got brown
Look at the
eyes.
two
See,
little
Pie?
ears on her nose. Look at the two little ears on her nose. I used to love them. Tried to brush them away, but they wouldn't budge.
Those are my favorite ones. She's always sleeping with something. Always. Every time I talk to Maggie and she was asleep, something is in her mouth. Always.
Oh yeah, she didn't sleep without it ever. Oh, I don't know, Mr. Lee. I can't cope sometimes.
I know. I know. But that's the price of love. Would you rather have never known her and never known that love?
No, no.
Exactly. But that's the true price of love. Maggie, I need some
Yeah,
nicotine. Are you okay? Now I can't
yeah,
leave you.
just give me 1 minute.
Okay. Y'all, listen, that's the price of love, right? And we all have those times with our animals or even with humans in our lives that we've lost. It just hits you. You could be doing something like trying to make sure your sugar's okay and eating after 2 days or running a YouTube channel, and that's how grief is. It never, you learn how to deal, you learn how to go, but sometimes the weepies just come and you have to let that happen. I always tell people just let it happen. Don't fight it, because when you fight it, that's just putting off healing, and you never fully heal from that. But don't fight that. Let it come. Tears, I believe, are very healing, or else we wouldn't have them. I think.
I'm good now, Lee. You go and
Okay.
do what you got to do.
Are you sure? Because I don't
I'm
mind.
positive. No, I'm
Okay.
positive. Honestly,
Okay.
I'm good. Go on. Where are we anyway now? Let's see. Excuse me. I know they said a short break, which has been 50. Is that 50 minutes now? Oh my God. And you know what? Don't be surprised if they come back. I'm going, can you hear me? Because my mic smiles away. If they come back and say, okay, we're going to go to lunch. That's what they always do. If they have anything like this big, they'll go right into lunch. What time is it there now? Shauna, just talking about it and looking at her pictures breaks my heart. It really does. I'll never get over losing her, ever. She was by my side 24/7, and I mean that. We were never apart. Everyone knew us. We did everything together. I wouldn't go anywhere without her. And if I couldn't take her, I wouldn't go. That's how it was. And just the shock of losing it was just not expected. I had it all planned. I thought, when her time comes, I'm going to get the vet to the house and I'm going to get her put to sleep in the house where she knows. We'll all be there with her. We'll all hold her. Never went to plan at all. And today, your animal crying out in pain and looking at you to try and help, and you can't. It just left me with PTSD. It's absolutely awful. It really is. But I know I'm not just the only one that's gone through this. There's absolutely millions of people. I went on the site when it first happened because it's just to know that people are hating as much as you are, because you just don't think anyone's hating like you are. I was convinced. I was thinking, this pain, I don't believe anyone has got what I've got. And when they're describing it, and you think, oh my God, they have. You know, it was like losing a child. Just just totally shattered my heart. It really did. And I know, you know, I'll be able to one day talk about it. And I do. I talk about it all the time without crying. At the beginning, I couldn't. So I am getting better. You know, and I never cried yesterday. And sometimes when you haven't cried, you feel guilty. Oh, it's an awful time, isn't it? Eh? So, yeah. But we've all lost something, and, you know, it's just, it's like people when you lose your parents and because they reach a certain age and they go, oh, well, you know, she was 86, so she had a good innings, but still, it was your mum or your dad, and it didn't matter how old they were. You loved them, and you just always thought you'd have them forever. Let's be honest, we never, we do think, but you never think it's going to happen. And when it does, it's soul destroying, isn't it? Eh? So, thanks for all the hugs. Thank you very much. I'm all right now. I've had my little whinge of the day. I'm absolutely fine, and I do feel better for it. And sometimes I think I do want another animal, but then I think I just couldn't. Not yet. It's too early. Definitely too early. But oh, it is what it is. I'm getting that tingly feeling again. I think it's because I've got my arms up on this. I don't know, on this, like, going across my knee like a table. I think it's like making, I don't know what it's doing. But I am okay. She was a little, absolute little doll to me, and the cutest thing ever. I mean, I look at her face all the time and I think, oh my God, some of the pictures I've got of her is just, I mean, I need to shut up now. We're on a true crime. Sorry, guys. So 50 minutes, well, 55 now. That's terrible, that, isn't it? Instead of saying to people, oops, I didn't know Jessie was still on. Instead of saying to people, you know, it's going to be a while, go and get yourself a drink or whatever. I mean, they're probably all sitting there having a cup of coffee now. Do you think? They're probably all sitting having a ciggy and a cup of coffee and saying, what the fuck's Maggie talking about now? Is she going on about Jessie? They're probably fed up with me, I understand. And
Nobody's fed up with you. That's
oh,
human
I know.
emotions. And
I
I
know, I
think,
know.
and
Well,
I
thank
just,
God when I come in from giving him a lift to that hospital that I came in, got back in my PJs and scrubbed me mascara off. Because I had to look like Alice Cooper. So I look like Alice Cooper, wouldn't I, everyone?
the least you could have done is take a picture for me so I can make fun of
Oh,
your
I
look
know. Sent
later.
it to you. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm absolutely okay, honest to God. I've just had a little moment, and it's just when I'm going through them pictures then and I seen it, I need to take them out.
no, you
And I
don't.
seen
Mm-mm.
it, and I thought, so I'll have to show everyone again.
And again, and
But
we will keep
still,
showing them because they're a part of our families too. And that's just, I mean, we can't show our children for the love of God. People just attack because
oh
they
my
hate
God,
you. They attack
imagine,
your
God
kids.
forbid, I can't even show anywhere where he live.
No. So we're showing our animals. That's it.
Yeah, what animals are
And
we?
would you believe, even my animals have been attacked because
What was that? Say that again, Lee.
not everybody here loves us.
Oh God, no. Not
No,
everyone
they
loves
don't.
us.
They even
Gemma
attacking.
says it's been an hour now. That's fucking
It's
terrible, that,
me.
Lee.
Listen, here's the deal. I mean, would we at least they're
She
being
said she wasn't even on the bus yet, and she's home now.
bless her.
Just
Listen, at least
literally gone on a break.
they're being consistent. We know when they say, "Oh, we're going to take a short break right here."
Yeah, you leave.
Y'all,
Yeah.
listen, you might as well get up and make dinner and start cleaning your floors or something because no telling when they'll be back. In fact, it would not shock me. I am no longer shocked anymore that the judge would come back and say, "We've got a situation." And so we're going to let everybody out for the day. Thank you for your
Yeah.
service here,
Oh no,
jury
they'll come back in
members. And
and say, okay, we're gonna go right to lunch. Wait and
y-
see. Or they've just gone, or they've just gone and had it. They'll say, sorry about that, guys. We thought we'd just go to lunch and
yeah,
have it over. Oh well, that's good of you. You're on it. You could have fucking told us.
yeah. So we could have ate something too.
I was having the shakes, listening, and waiting. I was near passing out by the door,
I
and you
forgot,
couldn't even tell me.
Maggie. I forgot who said it this morning, but it was said in chat by somebody. They were like, "Does anybody know when they're going to take the morning break? I want to get a shower, but I don't want to miss anything." It's like that for us, isn't it? My
I
God.
was fuming. Coming home from the hospital, thought I better fucking get home because I don't want to miss this morning. Because they said tomorrow, I mean, and today is going to be like yesterday. I was
Yeah.
like, get me home, God, get me home. I'm looking at my speeds. I'm going, slow down, slow down. I could do beep, beep, let you know when you're going over 30 miles an hour. I'm looking for speed cameras. I'm thinking, oh shit, I'm going to get a ticket through the door. I wasn't speeding that much. I was doing 35. But, oh, God, all over. And I'm soon 35 and a 40. Let's just say that.
She was doing 35 in a school zone, guys. No worries. She's lying. She just doesn't want to be drugged for it later because they will.
Sure.
But do I hear
Keep.
movement at all in the court? Because right now I am swiffering this
No, there's
floor.
nothing going on. That's not budging. It's not shaking. It's not doing anything. I'm
Not doing
watching it.
anything.
It's
You
not
know,
doing anything. Not a thing.
that's the Army's motto. Hurry up and wait. Anybody who's been in the military, whether you're a military
I think
wife,
they should come
kid,
on there and say sorry for the people who's watching it.
oh no, hurry up and wait. Listen, that we don't have a life. None of us have a life outside of this courtroom, you guys. So,
What could we have done in that hour? Girls, what could you have done in that hour? Leanie, you could have
mhm.
mopped, hoovered, and got the tea on, the dinner on. We call it tea, guys. Tea time, we say, not dinner.
But don't think they're
You
having high
could have
tea. They've
literally.
let me down.
Oh
They
no,
don't
it's
have
no
high
nothing to
tea.
do with high tea. There's no gloves or hats or nothing involved.
Oh my God, I hate them.
Leanie thinks there is. Oh my God, I hate this thing. I've never known a trial like it in my life, guys. Have you all covered trials? Me and Leanie's never witnessed this.
Mm-mm. Y'all probably been watching trials a lot longer than we have, but this has been the
I
only
doubt
one that
it.
we've ever
I
seen that's
we
like
can
this.
believe.
And not just only this. I mean, the prosecution is terrible, terrible. I'm
I know.
embarrassed for the Bow people. The
Really
Bow
changed those two
people,
at
you
the time,
guys.
and Peyton. Is that the same one, or is that another one, MJD? I haven't got the patience because I'd drop them everywhere. The floor would be shining. I would drop them everywhere. That'd look like time and Peyton by the time I finished the floor. It's something I've never wanted to do that. And I normally like to try all kinds. The Murdoch trial down here lasted forever and now it's starting all over again. And now, Dolores, that's what Leanie wants to cover.
I didn't
I
cover
haven't
that
watched it.
case on my live, but I watched every day of it. Every day of it. It just made me
When was it?
sick.
Was it a couple of years ago now?
It was a couple of years ago, yeah. It was right after the Cavalcante. Remember when Cavalcante and everybody was covering him? He had gone. He
Do
was.
you know something?
He what?
Do you know something? I think these retrials. This is just being honest. This is what I think. I think that board shitless in jail. They think, oh, you know what? I'm going to get a retrial. Give me something to do every day for weeks because they're in there for life. So it
Mm-hmm.
just gets them out to do something, doesn't it?
Yep. Well, I mean, it's sadly we have set up our judicial system really to fail when it comes to retrials and things like that. I mean, that's why. I mean, years ago, even 5 years ago, they probably would have already arrested somebody for Nancy Guthrie's murder. I believe she's dead. Hasn't been proven yet, but I believe she's dead. they would have already had somebody arrested. But today, because of all of the retrials and how hard it
Oh,
is
wow.
to get them to stick, get conviction to stick and stuff, it's one thing to arrest somebody, but to get a conviction, there's where the problems really lie, because of things like our retrials and our um, appeal system and stuff like that. So police and DAs are really working together now, saying don't arrest it. Uh-oh. Police and DAs are really working together now, saying, yeah, we know who did it. But listen, we've got to have this. We got to have that. We got to have this. Let's just make it stick, you guys. So yeah, we're going to take a little longer. Sucks for us because we just want it now. But at the same time, if they didn't do it that way and they ended up getting a retrial by appeal, then we're pissed off because we have to go do the whole thing again. And listen, I love gory detail trials. Oh my God, do I ever love that stuff? But I do feel for the families and having to listen again and testify again. Some trials I'll go back and watch some trials just because I thought they were brilliant in the way that they were presented, and some of them are real gory, and that's who I am and that's what I dig. But really we've set ourselves up for this kind of thing to happen, and that's exactly why arrests don't happen as quickly now as they used to. Because I almost convinced, not quite, but almost convinced that they know who did it in the Nancy Guthrie case. And they just, they're waiting for more evidence that'll make it stick. So that's just my opinion. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I'm just walking around cleaning my living room, sweeping up more dog hair. I sweep about, I don't even know the count, how many times I've got. I don't know if you guys know what a bonus system is. It's kind of like a Swiffer, but it has the soft pad on the bottom where it just like collects all the dog hair. You just walk around like Swiffering the whole floor with it. It's bigger than a Swiffer. And I can't tell you how many times a day I do that, you guys. If I see a hair on the floor, I'll put the Swiffer up and then I'll be looking around and see a hair on the floor, and then it starts all over again because because of my OCD, I can't just Swiffer that part and be done because I see the hair over there that I missed or that it flew over there while I was doing it. I have
If
to
you were
stick.
here, I'd be like, Lainey, look at that hair there. Oh, Lainey, look at that hair there. Let me tell you, so I'd be saying, oh, Lainey, it's everywhere. It's all at the back of the couch. Pull it.
Oh my God.
I'd have you pulling the couch out and everything.
That's the hard part about the OCD, the type of OCD that I have, right? So it falls, it falls in many, many places like laundry. Like I can't go in there and just wash like one load of laundry, right? No, all the laundry has to be done, and I refuse to go to sleep. Would you have a ball with me?
Oh, I'd have a ball. I'd be like, Lainey, have you seen the washing out there? Oh, it's terrible. I'll have to do that tomorrow. Oh, get these ears out. Oh, I'd have you up the wall. You'd be more OCD by the time you went home. Look at MJD's diamond art. I couldn't do a tree with leaves like that.
Oh, there's no way.
You've seen how much work in that?
Oh, wait
Imagine
a second.
little tiny diamond, little tiny diamante stickers.
So every little color there is like one little piece that you add there?
Is a little tiny,
no.
like in your ring, a little tiny diamond like that. That's what it's like.
No, negative. No, I would throw that thing across the room.
People here are getting pictures of the whole family in a big, like a landscape of all the family, and they're getting them done in the diamond horse. They're doing them themselves. And my neighbour did one of my son, and I'll show you it later. And she gave it to me when he graduated.
I think that is real talent. Real talent.
Yeah,
There's no way.
I had to do that years ago. I couldn't do it now. No.
I don't think I could
We
have
all
ever
have
done it.
it.
I can't even sit and crochet the way you sit and crochet. I can't do it.
Oh, I'm doing it right now. That's what I'm
Yeah,
doing, trying to finish this blanket. It's getting on me nerves.
my
I'm
sister
bloody
does that too. She puts on her favorite show and she just goes to town and she's
love it.
making blankets and slippers and little cardigans and crap. And she did try to show me how to do it once. I did learn how to do one stitch, Maggie. I learned how to just make a long string. And she kept trying
Yeah,
to show
that's
me how
called
to.
a chain. Because once you do a chain, that's you're on your way then.
No, I wasn't on my way. It stopped. Well, it kept
Because
going.
you're impatient.
No,
You
I had like a 50-foot chain, and she kept trying to teach me to turn it around and go the other way now and hook
other
it
way.
into that part. And I was like,
Yeah, it's very
my
easy.
brain that's working backwards. And she said, well, you have to come forward and
You've just got to
backwards.
crochet all the way back again and then come back and
No,
back and back like
mm-mm.
that in lines. But I would have taught you to go round and round it because there's no stopping. You just carry on and on and on and on.
Yeah, I have to
You
carry
don't put
on.
it in
Like,
a
let's
circle.
just keep going till we get it at the dead end.
Mona loves crochet and diamond horse. If it had been younger, I'd have probably loved diamond horse because I was always crafty. I loved to do anything like that. I did try knitting, but it bored me to death. It was too slow. I like to see something with, showing you fast, which crochet is best for that. Misty, that was, sorry. My daughter-in-law doesn't. I can't see picking up them little bitty things. I'd have them all over the floor. They are
Hmm.
pretty, that's what I said. My floor would be shining like the diamond horse. My name is Blair. Getting back to the case says, and blood tests and truly accurate assessments are more important than fam history. But prosecution doesn't want to highlight that point. Understandable. She has a case to win, not a point to make. There you go. Bewed she talking about.
I
Bewed. We should call her Bowie.
Look, I understand, um, that we make fun of Bowhead a lot, and she exasperates most of us all the time. And even I get shitty whenever I hear her being condescending to people and things like that. But I understand she has a job to do, and she is there because, I mean, she's there to win a case. You're right. And if that is her way of winning cases is to be condescending and to be an asshole. I mean, because when I rewatched Dr. Tufts interview, I not interview testimony, I had to rewatch it by myself. I just wanted to see it. And I did. I actually felt sorry for her because old Red, Kevin, the defense, y'all, he was taking no prisoners. He was holding nothing back. He held her feet to that fire. And I'm not saying that she wasn't negligent at all. I'm just saying, like, I could see where she just was on it felt like to me, looking at her, she was on the verge of tears. And for that, I felt sorry for her. Also, because I knew she was kind of a new doctor to this kind of thing. And here she has to face this lawyer, you know what I mean? And I could only imagine the nerves and I mean
Them
how
nerves.
like intimidating he was. But that was his job. So and she's been neglectful in malpractice and all that other stuff. So I understood both sides of it, but you can't help sometimes but to feel sorry for some people when a lawyer is doing their job, and then sometimes you get pissed
Yeah.
off at that lawyer because of the way they do their job. But hey, they're doing their thing, and how would I sometimes wonder how I would be? I would be really sarcastic. Yeah, I would be like, oh
You
no,
wouldn't. No
I
way.
would be I would be
No, you
terrible,
wouldn't,
Maggie.
Lily.
I'd be kicked out, I'd be cussing up a storm and it'd be terrible, y'all. I wouldn't
I
be
think
a
it's funny
lawyer
how
long.
you call it cussing.
What
Here,
do you
the
call
older
it?
ones say cursing. We say swearing.
We swearing did wait a minute. So
We say stop swearing. Stop swearing.
I think to us swearing is an older word. Am I right, you guys? Like I think my parents said cussing, but I think my grandparents said swearing. But swearing necessarily did not only mean a cuss word. It meant saying something that went against the good book or saying something
Or the older ones will
derogatory.
say casing. Stop casing.
Maybe I just watched too many movies, more than I
Maybe.
think I remember, and then I end up watching too many movies.
I've noticed all the Americans, and I don't know whether it's you guys because I haven't heard you speak, but Chris McDonough, right? Chris McDonough and Nancy Grace, and according to Lenny, all say remember. Not remember, remember. Told you that before, Lee.
I think it's just the way
Remember.
you're hearing it because I'm saying remember.
No, I'm not. Right, everyone in the UK, if there's anyone there, does she say remember or remember? Please listen for it.
Oh God, now I'm never going to say that word. Do you know there are certain words that people can't say though? There are words I can't say. So
I can't
when
say ridiculous.
I hear it in my head, right? But
Yeah, me
my
too.
mouth won't do it, or my voice. I don't know where it gets stuck. Somewhere between my brain and my tongue. But everybody has those words. We just don't think about it. But my oldest son, to this day, and he's going to be 39 next month, he can still not say napkin. He says he can't. He's never say. He says napkin. And so now, I mean, for probably 20 years, he'll say, hey, can you hand me one of those? And we're like, hand you one of what? And he's
One
like,
of what?
one of those right there.
Say it.
Hand me a paper towel. We're like, we don't have any paper towels.
So he probably says knacking.
Yeah, he says knack him. And it's just, so then he gets up, he gets pissed because he refuses to even say it now because he knows he struggles with that word. And
Yeah.
so I think all of us
My
struggle with
friend
words.
says breakfast. Always said breakfast.
Both of those sounded correct.
Breakfast.
Say it again, Mac.
We say, right, breakfast, isn't it? Breakfast.
Yes.
She says breakfast. Breakfast. She puts
Oh,
an R
she
in it.
puts an R in
Breakfast.
it.
In the first, yeah, breakfast.
You know, some people here in the South will
Okay,
and some
Charles.
is Charlie even?
She's going to be listening now, so she
Okay.
must be able to take
Yeah.
part in the chat.
Okay. Listen, if you got to do something, we understand. We're just trying to fill in the time. I would like to hear it too.
Oh, can you try and type how you say it, Jem? Pen. I bet you say. Oh, I can't say it now.
I'm Scottish.
Edward,
Oh, Evie says, I'm Scottish. I understand tones.
Evie, listen. Doesn't Lindsay say remember instead of remember? She puts an N instead of an M. She goes, you know, guys, you remember. And I just, every time
I didn't even know.
I
didn't
cannot
know.
unhear that remember every. Chris McDonough does it, and Nancy Grace. You're in with them, Lee.
I mean, listen, I'm in with the good people.
If you all do it.
But you know what? So like if you hear a Boston accent or like Massachusetts accent or like,
That's not an accent because people here say remember as well.
No, but what I'm saying is they will add a letter that a sound that is not in the word. But there's also those in the South, like my ex-mother-in-law. She wouldn't say pizza. She wouldn't say, let's order a pizza. She would say a pizza or wash. And I used to say wash all the time. I'm going to go wash some clothes, you guys. I'm going to go wash the dishes.
Orange is so funny.
Yeah, and
orange.
Orange. That's how I say orange. What's wrong?
Orange.
That's how you say it. Orange.
Orange. You say orange.
Orange.
Really? Wait, you can't wait to get that R in orange. You are smart. The Americans are smart. Remember?
Orange.
Orange. You're going to be so weird.
Shauna is listening, but she's at work, so she can't be typing much. Listen, we don't need her to get fired, but But quit your
Yeah,
day
don't
job,
get
go to work at night.
sacky, he'll get back. Just
Act
listen to
instead of
us.
ask. Yes, some people
Yeah,
say that too. Yes,
pronunciation, that's
exactly.
it, yeah. Axe, yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna ask you one more time.
Axe.
It's
You know, guys, you remember when I gave you that orange?
I until Maggie said it, I didn't realize that's what I was saying at all. At all.
So you
I
got to
know there's
remember
another
that.
word I think I had to ask you because and I always there's a word that I do use quite often, but I don't know how to use I don't know how to say it. And everybody corrects me every time. I know the correction's coming.
Serious.
No, it's something else. I forget what it is, but I literally, even when it's
She used
spelled
to
out,
say conspiracy theory.
yeah, you conspiracy theories
The
or something
conspiracy
weird.
theories things, you know, we go, theories, we're all typing in the chat. She never says it right.
Oh, and I wasn't saying conspiracy. You guys kept telling me add a C because I would say conspiracy, and you guys were saying
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
it's
that's right.
conspiracy.
Conspiracy. We'd all finish it off with it.
Yeah, and so there's just words. I think everybody's just like
What's the
screwed
words
up
I want
on.
to
It
know?
just
Tell me, and I'll tell you if I've picked up on it. I can't think of any words I picked up on, but then again, I can't remember like 2 minutes ago.
me
I
either.
was on the other channel catching up. Hello, Supermom.
Hi,
Good to see you.
Supermom.
We're just talking about Lainey. She can't say remember, and she says orange like orange, so she can she can't remember the orange. She can't wait to get the R's in the
That's
orange.
what it is. I have an obsession with R's. R's, R, matey.
You sound like
R?
You love your R's. All the Americans love their R. And you know what, guys? It's always an accent I would love to do. And I can do some accents, but I can't do the American one. And I was so excited when I became friends with Leanie because I thought, oh my God, I'm going to be able to do it dead easy. I can't. I can't do it. I've tried. If
I
she was to
think
tell me to say something, I'd sound better doing it for her. But when I practice on my own, I keep wanting to practice so I can surprise her. But it's not happening. Not
for
happening.
me, the problem is I feel like other accents come into play. So when I try to do you, I feel because I have tried to practice seriously the Aussie, the and they all have different dialects as well. They have, they're all from different parts of the country, so each of them sound a little bit different. So like I try to say Melly Joe, Melly Joe,
Melly
Melly
Joe,
Joe. Say it again.
Melly Joe, Melly Joe,
No, you're supposed to pronounce it. You always pronounce the Joe like higher.
Melly Joe, Melly
Yes,
Joe.
yes,
I'll talk like that, speak like Melly Joe. Melly Joe.
yes,
And Lainey, yeah.
yeah. That sounds like Lou. That sounds just like
Oh
Lou.
no, Lou's very, very softly spoken. She'd say, Melly Joe. My
Yes,
Melly Joe. Oh, Melly Joe's really nice. She's lovely.
and she
That's
will,
how she
and
speaks.
Lainey. She's just
Yeah, you know, Lainey. It's really okay, Lainey. You go and have your smoke, Lainey. It's fine. I'm here,
she just
Lainey.
talks a lot slower, and her words are
Oh
drug
my
out.
God,
I
guys.
mean,
She
she sounds
speaks
like she's
beautiful.
listen. She sounds like she is straight up drinking her
I mean, she has
coffee.
to leave her body, so
I
she's got to talk nice, hasn't she? She's got
I
to go,
guess.
okay, and just laying them out now. They're looking good. They're looking good. I'm so sorry, you can't see them today. They're not looking good. Go
They're
and speak
not
to
looking.
Lainey. I'll go and speak to Lainey.
Let me go talk to Lainey.
Yeah,
Um,
go and speak to Lainey.
she is, yeah. And if you heard her talk, like
Oh, lovely.
she's
Thank you
unmoved.
to see.
She really is unmoved. She really
And
is.
she's got some
Her
beautiful
voice,
words. Doesn't she use beautiful words when she's
she
talking to
does.
me? Like
Very
over
educated.
example, when I lost Jessie and she sent me a message. Oh, the words. She's got a lovely horse.
Yeah. You can tell she's definitely very educated.
Yeah,
A lot of the
it'll
words I'm looking up.
now.
Are we going in? I will shut
So
up.
now, Mary Jane Joe says, my mother-in-law has always said library instead of library. Supermom says, mine
Oh,
is soldier. I say soldier, soldier. Supermom says, I was in speech because of my arse. Told you, them arse. Sounded like I'm from Boston, and she's laughing. My name is Blair said, don't ask me to pronounce Rory or Roy or Aurora. Oh, I'd love to have you all speaking on panel. Would you come up one day and talk about it? Oh, this is so funny. And we can try and do accents of each other. I think that'd be so a funny live. I really
oh,
do.
speaking of come up on the
Hello, Lad
panel.
Angel.
Listen, Friday or Monday was a Friday. No, it was Friday. Maggie showed up, you guys. Maggie showed up, and so did some of the mods were in here waiting to do an open panel because she had scheduled it. And she waited. She was here because even when I woke up late and I was like, where is it? Where's it? Where's it? And they were already over there having a chit chat because they had just closed it down. So where was everybody? Did you guys submit to Melly Joe? Melly Joe.
No, nobody came, Lainey. That wasn't
Nobody came. Nobody came.
I was sitting
So
there saying,
listen, it's not us, it's you guys. Okay. So take the blame. Maggie was here. Well, I guess I have to take the blame too because I
I
wasn't here.
said, right, I said, if anyone wants to come up now, come now before I close it down. Because once I close it down, it's just us. No one else can hear. Not a fucking soul came. Not a soul
Not a,
came.
not a
It's on
fucking
you.
okay.
It's fucking let me down.
I'm sorry,
I'm
man.
sorry, didn't see my notification. It's all right, Wild Angel. It was about 6 weeks ago. Don't worry, girl.
No, it
Lainey's the
wasn't.
same.
It was just Friday, this last Friday when court
No,
wasn't
she's
in
talking
session.
about today. I'm sure she's talking about today's live. Are you talking about today's live, Wild Angel? Please say yeah. Please say you're agreeing with me, not Lainey. When you say you didn't get your notification, you mean for today. Gemma said I logged off and just as it closed off. Oh, I was waiting for you.
Uh,
Didn't you hear me saying if you just want to get the link now, let me know? I
it's
will.
our fault, you guys. I just didn't want them to think you weren't here when you said you were going to
Supermum's
do
got a
that
link.
live.
Have you seen the screen, Lee? I said,
No,
let's see how long it takes her to look at the screen.
no, I'm out here watching my dogs. We actually have some
Yeah,
sunshine
told
right now,
you.
you
She
guys.
means today. Means today's live, not that live.
Oh, okay. We
Yeah, maybe
actually have some
not.
sunshine, you guys, which we haven't seen in over a week and a half.
Oh
And
my
so the
God.
dogs have picked a place in the
Is
yard
it
and they're all
warm?
on their, yeah, it's hot. It's muggy.
Oh, I want some horse.
So they're rolling around on their backs in the sunshine they haven't seen in over a week.
If
And
he
little
said they having an all you can eat buffet.
I'm guessing they are. They came for lunch and they're staying for dinner. Exactly. Shit.
I know. My name is Blair. I told you she wouldn't see it on the screen. Told you. She would have seen it when they come back to course. I don't know where she is. Where are you?
Well, I got you sitting right there, so I'm out here getting some nicotine. I told you, and watching my
No,
dogs.
she's having a ciggy. You're doing good. Sometimes I only have 2 people in chat. Well, do you know what? Don't forget, Leanie started like that. Everyone
Yep,
starts like that. You've got to
everybody.
get it out there. You've got to do it all the time. It's the only way to do it. It's hard work. It is hard work.
Yep, them
And
10,
I
12
could
12-hour
never,
lives.
ever do it on my own. But if I did, I know for a fact I'm going to have to work for it. And I couldn't do that. I like to have my own time.
I
And maybe
didn't
I
I didn't
learned it
see
as
who
a
said
child.
that. Who said that, Maggie? Who said about the
It's
2
Wild
people?
Angel.
Yeah. Well, Wild Angel, when we started this channel, I was doing 10, 12-hour lives. It
Yeah.
was insane. I was going to get to that thousand subscribers, and all y'all rode those 10, 12-hour lives with me. Man, it was tough. I was like I put everybody through hell. Seriously. Now I didn't tell everybody they had to be there, but they were just like, we're going to get you 1,000 because I made it just plain and clear. Look, guys, we are going to catfish our way to 1,000. And after that, like, who cares what happens?
Oh,
We'll
we
have
were
enough
all in
friends.
bikinis and everything. We were in
Yeah.
bikinis. The biggest besuchers, they were gorgeous. I thought, if only, oh, I look so gorgeous. And I had it on my avatar. They're saying we're madly. They're saying you two are hilarious to listen to. And they're just saying they're not so fun. I love it. It's only the chat. I love it. It's when we get carried away, we forget where we are.
Yeah, we do. We do.
You want to
And
see
sometimes
us when we're on FaceTime and we put silly faces on? Oh, the faces are so funny.
we purposely do that so we can take pictures of each other. So if one of us crosses each other, the
Screenshots of
billboards
you.
are going up.
Yeah.
Seriously, like we have serious blackmail against each other now. Serious, like we're like try to cross each other. Try like we're trauma bonded, hate bonded. We're bonded in every way now. We have made sure we covered everything to bond over. And
Listen,
so
I'm going to put a poll up. Have they gone for lunch now or what? How dare they? Just think, oh, come on, we may as well go for lunch. There's no way they're just going to have this break. What time is it there, Leanie?
I'm still sitting outside smoking a listen, I'm not being a professional smoker. I'm like
And if I was
lazing.
there, I'd be sitting outside smoking with you, even if I don't smoke.
I know. Maggie, oh y'all, Maggie has got her a fake cigarette. She got her one off of Amazon so she can smoke with me. It looks like
And
she's
then
really smoking until she sticks
you
it in her
first
eye
thing,
and shows me how to put on eyelashes and stuff like that. And she uses that as her like marking point. And I'm like, and then you kind of freak out because it looks like a real cigarette lit.
it's got a red
And she's
end.
like, right here, right here, Lean. You do it right there. And I'm like, oh my God, like, don't put the cigarette in your eye.
Oh, isn't
We
it
entertain each
crazy?
other.
Oh, some people can put emojis in chat and they show. Now, Mary Jane Doe's put one there and it just says hands, yellow horse, red hands, yellow horse. What's red hands, yellow horse? Is it red hand holding a yellow horse? I don't understand it. An hour and a half now. They've well gone for hang on, have they gone for the fucking dinner? It don't matter. It don't matter.
I'm telling you, they went for
Lunch
lunch. They're
and
staying for
dinner.
dinner, you guys. They punked us.
Oh, the
We have
judge has
been
got it.
punked.
So he's having a ball. He's saying, I'm getting paid for this, so I'm just going to just take me time. That's what
Ah,
he's saying. Oh, I could have been a judge. I'd have been a judge, would you? You didn't have to know so much.
I
I
think
would
I
have
make
been a
fun
judge.
of judges way too much to be considered a judge
I
because I'd
mean,
be
they have
making
got
fun.
to listen to everything intensely because sometimes they go, hold on, what was that? So you know that they're really listening. Whereas sometimes I'll go off and start doing something or thinking of something. 1 hour, 25. Oh, they've got a cheek. That's terrible. They should say to the public, come back and go, we're going to go into lunch, put it up on the screen.
Mm-hmm,
No,
mm-hmm.
that's out of order.
Out of order.
Could have had a roast
This is
done now and everything.
out of all of the trials that we've done and we've looked at together, whether it be online or offline, you guys, this is the only judge, y'all, that I've not made fun of. That he hasn't done something that I'm just like, because the prosecution has got me so invested in how they're behaving that the judge, if he got up and took off all of his clothes on the stand and sat there, Maggie, I still couldn't roast the judge as much as what the prosecution is doing. Seriously, like I'm so distracted by the prosecution.
My name is Blair says I feel my spidey senses are telling me that Bewed is getting it from the judge. Do they usually just leave on lunch after the sidebar without saying they're breaking for lunch? I know. He said it was just a short break. He said just a short break. Fucking hell.
Isn't this the first time that's happened? Not that they have
I
started a
could have
short break.
flew to Istanbul in this time. Do you know that?
Yeah, you could have gone and already had your surgery done. What up?
Oh, honest to God.
They have come and told us, listen, we're going to take a short break. And then a few minutes later, the judge comes back and says, listen, we're going to go ahead and just go to lunch because we've got something to deal with. And sometimes the judges come back and just said, listen, we're going to let you guys out for the day because we got stuff we got to take care of that we just have to get done. But
Oh,
never have they put us on a short break and just punked us like this, y'all.
I've
See,
got
now
a feel.
I see
got a
two things
feeling.
on my floor. Hold on.
Oh God,
Let
it
me
must
get
be
it.
a guys, I've got a feeling that they're going to be going late
I got
tonight.
a feeling.
Because
Ooh. Go ahead, Mags.
it's gonna be. I think they're going to go to later tonight because they've had a fucking big break. Have they had a big break and we're all dying on our feet waiting for them? Not
Oh, they're
eating.
going to go late? Are they going to go late?
Right, so I'm going to time them 20 to 9 my time. They normally end 20 to 9. I'm fucking out the bed down here from 2, and then I go as soon as I finish here. I'm back in the bed, and they're gonna get. Hang on, his wife. He's gonna be on the phone to his wife, and his wife's gonna go look to the judge. Listen, love. There's no way you can leave there after being on that long. You're gonna be the talk of the court. You're gonna have to stay out until late tonight, do you hear? To make up. You can't be doing that.
I'm almost positive his wife is a member of According to Leanie, and she's probably been on the phone with him already going, they're trashing you. You
Yeah.
won't believe
Yeah, stay
how
upstairs.
much
How many?
they're
Yeah.
Maggie is really letting you have it. She's giving you what for. All right. So you better pull your head out, leave the Golden Corral, and get your ass back on that stand because you're making us look like a fool.
Well, Gemma's got home, done the dishes, gotten dinner on, and thanks to
Oh,
Lena, inspired to sweep her floors.
all right. Let's just all sweep our floors. Let's just sweep
She's like, I've
sweep.
done nothing but sit on my ass. That's all I've done. And get something to eat.
But
I've
at least
literally.
you've driven today, though. I haven't done that.
Oh, yeah, I've been out and driven, but still, I'm on my ass. I'm sitting on a memory foam ring. Because I'm here that long, my ass is killing. The sidebars are motivating women to get chores done. Well, it's not motivating me.
I'm
Most of it
motivated at all times.
up and that's it. Once I'm up there, I start doing 1,000,001 things. You do like 4 things at once, don't you? And I'm dropping stuff. I'm going, oh, keep dropping it. I dropped the flask the other day. The flask won't even stand up straight. It's all on one side. These sidebars. Oh yeah, I've just read that. Where are you now, Leonie? What's beeping?
I opened up the
Microwave.
garage door so I could throw out
Garage
these
door.
birthday
I
flowers.
open up the garage door.
My birthday flowers died waiting on the damn judge to come back. Shit.
Oh my God, you guys. Her flowers.
My flowers.
Her flowers, they died.
They died. They're dead.
They died. They
They
died.
no longer exist in this house.
They no longer exist.
In
She
this
talks
house.
very husky. I think so, anyway.
Well, when I'm
think
excited,
she'd
I
be
don't.
on the phone-ins, the JC phone-ins. She'd be good. I'm telling you. Don't
I made a lot of
underestimate
money.
that voice. Don't underestimate that voice.
I got a husband out of that and
I
made
know.
some good money.
Look at you.
Listen, phone boning kept me eating many nights. I'm just kidding, you guys. I kid about that, but it's really not true. I only did it with beefcake, and that's because we were long distance for 2 years. But even if we were not long distance, I'd still be phone boning with him because it's great stuff. Now at this point, after 25 years, I'm like, negative, sir.
Don't even
Negative.
phone. You've lost his number.
Yeah.
I'm
He'll
more
go-
inspired to do housework when I've been to the office. I do bugger all when I'm. What's WFH? When I'm with. Oh, what's WFH, guys?
Working from home.
Oh, okay. When I'm working from home. See what I mean? I'm old school, Jemmy.
I gotta pee again.
Oh my God, have you got a water infection? You better go and get a test.
Hold on. I had to come right back because don't speak that on me. I have never had a UTI. I've never had a kidney infection. I've never had anything like that. So do not speak that on me at all. Now
Okay,
I'm going to pee.
Okay, go on. Take it back. Jesus, isn't she like? Let's not say that again. No, really, I sometimes think she got a water infection. She go in the toilet again. And I go, I'm going to spend a penny. And if I was here and she said I'm going to spend a penny, she'd have been loaded by now. That toilet is being loaded. And why I say spend a penny, do you guys know why I say that? I'm going to spend a penny. Because years ago here in Liverpool, I don't know about anywhere else, public toilets, if you wanted to use a public toilet, right, you'd have a load of them in a line, and it had a little thing on the door where you had to put a penny in to open the door. So that's why you say, I'm going to spend a penny. That means I'm going for a wee, but I don't have to spend a penny anymore because they're not like that now. And I don't know why. I want to spend a penny to go to the toilet. I like it. So yeah. And I hate, listen, the truth is, if I go out and I want to wee, I'm not going to a public toilet. I will hold it in, and I'll hold it in, and hold it in. And if I can't hold it in anymore, I go into a shop and I say, please, please, can I use your toilet? I've got bowel problems and I've got a card, but I've left it at home, and they let you use it.
Okay, I want to explain. You guys know that usually I'm sitting in this chair in front of the desk when I'm on StreamYard because I don't know how to do what Maggie does and do it by the phone. So, and plus it's bigger so I can see better. I am now taking the advice of my doctor, and he knows I sometimes I just say, no, I'm not doing that, like negative. No, no, come up with something else for me that he's been, I can hold my pee for hours and hours and hours. And
Me
then you stand up and oh my God, it's like I'm not going to make it just 3 steps and I'm going to pee
Niagara
myself.
Falls.
So I kept telling the doctor, I was like, look at here, Bet. I said, I don't know what's happening, but I'll get out of the truck and sometimes I don't even make it in the house. And it's very embarrassing if my husband's around. And one day he caught me and he's like, what's wrong with you? And I was just standing there because I had peed myself. And I was like, please don't ask me that, please don't. Even though we've been married for a long time, but still it's embarrassing. I still have some kind of self-respect. Please don't ask me that, please. I don't want to tell you that I peed myself in the garage. Anyways, so I was crying to Beck about it. I was like, Beck, this is what's going on. He's like, okay, this is what I want you to do. He said, because he said, it's something you have a problem. Like your bladder's not weak or nothing. You just don't, he said, a lot of moms do this. He said, you guys think, okay, I got to pee. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do this real quick. Or let me just grab this for the kid. Or let me just grab some cat food. He said, and then before you know it, you're complaining that you peed yourself. Well, he said, just go to the bathroom. And he said, but your brains don't think like that. He said, so I want you to put a timer on your phone. And I want you to go every hour, whether you feel like you have to go or not feel like you got to go. He said, I want you to go because he said, if you don't get in the habit of no matter what's happening, like you're just going to go in there and go and start paying attention. He said, you're going to end up with a UTI or you're going to end up with an infection or you're going to end up with a weak bladder. So which one would you like? He told me that like 5 months ago and I'm just now practicing. So that's why I've been using the bathroom a lot.
Ask you the question and chat a question. So girls, listen. How many of you get to the toilet and pee after holding it in? You're like, oh, thank God for that. And you pee all over your drawers.
Oh, it's terrible.
Or you haven't pulled them down enough and you've peed all over them.
Yeah, and it's
gone down the bowl and I didn't know.
And Maggie, that is exactly why that I have been taught from an early age to clean a toilet the way that I clean the toilet.
Oh my God, guys, these don't know. I need to tell them. You have never in your days.
I bet you there are people here that clean the toilet the exact same way.
No, well, it's just anyone in here. Get a rag in their hand and they're down that toilet bowl where the water is and they're putting their hands in there and they're scrubbing the bowels out the toilet upside down, inside out. They're using the toilet water and it's getting scrubbed to death all around everywhere. I sat
Yes.
with my mouth open like that. I've never seen a toilet get scrubbed like that. The hand, she didn't have a glove or nothing on. No, she went down that bowl and she got the cloth, the rag, whatever you call it, and she was scrubbing the toilet. And then she wrung it out, and then she was doing all round the edges. The floor got scrubbed out. I couldn't get over it. I've never seen anyone clean a toilet like that. Does anyone here clean a toilet like that? Let me know.
So imagine that that sometimes you pee down the toilet. Imagine how many people use your
Supermum
toilet.
does.
See?
I clean my
See?
toilet bare-handed too. But do you put your hand right down into the water bowl?
Yes, of course.
Do you, Supermum? I can't get over it. I thought it was just here because of her OCD or the way your dad had it. Tell them about what your dad, and that's why you are the way you are, told you to clean the toilet. Go on.
Yeah, because my dad was a prick when it came to cleaning, and that's probably where I get my OCD from, because now I'm a prick. And he used to tell me we all had jobs growing up, and then he said that once we learned how to do that job properly for like so much amount of time, then we would all switch out jobs, right? So I started out cleaning the bathroom. One of my sisters started out doing something, another something, brother doing this. Y'all, we never switched jobs. It was like that till I left home. I'm still on restriction because he used to ground us all the time and say, "You're on restriction until further notice." I swear I've never gotten notice yet that I'm off restriction. So I think I'm still grounded. But anyways, he used to tell me, "I want that toilet so clean that I could eat off of it." And
it is.
I took him at his word. I mean, it would not have surprised me at all with my father that he would pull something like that.
Oh my God.
And so I
I've
made
never seen it.
sure we never had a toilet bowl cleaner. One of those wands or whatever. I didn't even know I didn't know if they even meant any. I mean, I don't know if they even made them back then. But so I carried that all through me. Now I do still use the toilet wand. Like I do. I'll scrub out like everything I can scrub out. I flush it, add more soap to it, and then I take the cloth and I
It's
clean.
shining.
Yeah,
When
but
she's
you could eat
finished.
off it.
And you know what? She started cleaning and she had this wand. I know what it is now. So she had a wand and she had a little square all round, I can't remember, thingy that she clipped on the end. And then she started scrubbing and cleaning and it had like this stuff on it. And I was like, oh, I want one of them. What is it? And it was something beginning with C.
It's a Clorox wand. Clorox wand.
Clorox ones, I
Mhm.
got right on that. I got right on. But guys, I didn't know. And I got the blue ones. Okay, now. No, I got purple ones. Was it purple or blue?
Mhm.
And when I'm cleaning, oh, it's everywhere. I can't get it off. So I've got to bin them and get white ones.
Mhm.
I've got to get white ones, but doesn't it make it so easy to clean your toilets and around the bowl and all around the floor and around the... I love it.
Not just
It's
that,
amazing.
I go like I will put a Clorox wand on, and I don't have white baseboards though. I either have wood or I painted them like a light tan color. So I just use the blue Clorox wand. Y'all, I do have back problems. So I sit on the floor and I just take that wand and I scrub. I just keep like scooting my butt down, and then I'll scrub some more of the baseboard, scoot my butt down, and then scrub all the way around. And then I go get a rag and then
Jesus.
get it wet and have a little bowl sitting next to me with clean water, and I just wipe it off. And
Oh
it
my
is
God.
amazing what you could use those things for.
I'd
When
sleep
I
and feeling my house was spotless. I love it when you cleaned your bedroom and it's spotless and you just lie there and you think, "Oh, don't you feel different when you've given it a good scrub? You
Mhm.
just feel, oh my God, it's amazing." But now with no boys going near toilet, or no men going near toilet,
No,
toilet
not allowed to
just for
use my
her.
toilet.
I suppose
No.
if my toilet was just for me, I'd scrub down there as well because I
Mhm.
can't stand the pee all on the floor. Did you used to have a little mat in front of your toilet? It was like a
Oh,
set,
yes.
and it would go. Oh,
Yes.
however you use them, I'd never use one of them in my life. Do you cuddle in your toilet?
But still, I wouldn't. I think that is.
Yeah,
I
don't.
remember growing up with those. And then you'd have the
Oh,
one on the back of the, the
yeah,
toilet
on the
bowl
back.
too.
You've got one on the seat, the
Oh,
toilet lid.
oh, so
Oh,
gross.
no, no,
Oh,
no, no.
so nasty. I'm not kidding. And when
Really,
baby Chow went to go get his first, when he had his first apartment, and then he went shopping for the household items that he needed, he was going to get one of those, and his dad said, "Your mother is
oh my
coming up
God.
this week, and she's going to tear that thing off and throw it away. Don't waste your money." And then he's like, "Well, at our senior house, one of the guys put it on. It looked nice." And he's like, "Yeah, your mother's going to cut that off, and you will never have one. Do not waste your money." It's so disgusting. And
Oh my
we
God.
had them growing up too, but I had to clean the bathroom 3 days a week, like
Did
top
you
to
have one
bottom.
there by the toilet that you used to
And
clean?
and yes, my dad wanted
Mm,
my mom loved
what
her
did
little
you do with
carpet
it?
in front and loved her little toilet seat carpet, and then the one that covered the lid to the back of it.
Yeah.
And but every time I had to take it off and wash it. Now you can wash out the stuff, you know what I mean? You can do that, but the thought of it just grosses me out
Mm. Lee,
because
did you used to have the doll that you put the toilet roll in? A little doll, and she'd have a knitted dress or a crochet dress, and it fitted over the toilet roll.
oh yeah, and it would sit on the back of the toilet.
Yeah, do you
Yeah.
remember that?
The
Yeah,
little Barbie with her dress
yeah, the
in
little tiny
color.
baby doll, or
Mhm.
the Barbie one, and a lovely dress on it that you put over the. I'm gonna make you one.
We're sorry, Jillian. We're sorry, you guys. We're just sitting here
Oh,
talking because believe we're watching
trying to
court
keep you
right now. We can
entertained.
see it. Nothing's happening, you guys.
Paid
Nothing is
vacation, they've got
happening.
to choose. You know, if they go home tonight feeling knackered, I'm gonna go, what? What? My mouth's dry, having to talk for over near 2 hours to keep the people going.
Oh my goodness. Um, Supermom says always full of pee. Men are so gross. Listen, I've been blessed to most of the houses that we lived in since I've had a family that it's had more than one bathroom. And I would make the boys and their dad pee in one side, and us girls got to pee in the other toilet because the girls were always complaining. I was always complaining. And sure, the boys would take turns cleaning, but they didn't clean like we cleaned because they refused to put their hand in the toilet. They refused to clean. They say they clean the floor. Okay, but it still smelled like pee. All right. So then I was like, all right, fine. You guys get this bathroom and us girls get this bathroom, and neither should the two ever entwine. Don't let me find you in our bathroom, like never. And that worked until we went down to one bathroom. Then after we went down, we moved again, had one bathroom. All of us using the same bathroom. We were so disgusted.
Oh my
And
God,
so I
Jen.
started telling the boys, I would watch them take their cell phone into the bathroom. I was like, no cell phones in the bathroom. Sorry. Like, no, not allowed to have cell phones in my bathroom. First of all, because you take too much time in the bathroom. We only just have one. And second of all, you're sitting there peeing, holding your hose and not paying attention to where your hose is leaking. I got a problem with that. And so they quit taking their cell phones in there. And then the pee was still around the toilet and on the back of, just terrible what men do. And so then I made a rule. I'm going to need all of you to be sitting down on the toilet. Oh my God, you should have heard the big uproar in the house. The guys screaming at us, the girls screaming at the guys, like, no, I think it's a great idea. You have to sit down on the toilet and push your hoses down. And so obviously you can't control it. So sit on the toilet and point down with no cell phone in your hand. And I could tell you that probably it never happened, but that was the rule. And that's what I really expected my boys to do. I doubt they still did it because we were still cleaning up pee around the toilet and somebody would blame somebody else. I'm like, how do you know? Did you guys go in together? You both couldn't have gone in together because you should be sitting down on the toilet. If you went in together, you're both standing around it like it's a fucking urinal. And it's not.
Mm. We say urinal.
Urinal.
Urinal. Anyway, so listen to this, Lee. So talking about them dolls that cover the toilet roll, right? So the next door neighbour went somewhere on holiday. I'm not sure if it was somewhere in Europe or close by, I don't know. But she bought me mum one of those dolls. But girl, it was old. She said she bought it from a really old shop, a shop that sells all old vintage, like shit that you like. And the man said, "Oh, it's really old. This, an old girl brought it in, and blah blah blah. She just brought it in and said, if you want to sell that." So she gave it to my mum. So it scared the shit out of me when I was looking at it having a wee. I thought I didn't like its eyes. If you touched it, its eyes like moved like Nancy Grace's when we put that thing up. And I said to my mum, I don't like that. I think it's possessed. Can you get rid of it? She went, what? I said, I've got a funny feeling it's attached to something. So my mum said, oh, don't say that. I said, I'm telling you, I've got a feeling. She went, oh God, what are we going to do? We'll upset Edna. I said, well, we'll just keep it somewhere else wrapped in a bag so we can get rid of it in a bit in case she comes in. Every time she was coming in for a cuppa, we had to get it out and put it on the toilet. Oh, I don't know whatever happened to that, but my mum must have thrown it away eventually. But it was scary. Its eyes used to roll. Terrifying. Why would you get a fucking toilet paper cover that its eyes rolled like that? Honest to God, it was a horrible feeling. It's something. So now.
Look to each their own, and I'm not scared of dolls though, and I really don't understand. Um, and I've watched. Listen, I watched
Porcelain
all the.
ones, Lee.
Huh?
It's the porcelain ones that are terrifying.
I don't know. I mean, I've watched all of the horror movies about dolls and stuff too. And I'm not scared of any of the dolls. Like nothing creeps. Like it
I'm
doesn't
going to
creep me
bring my
out.
doll up.
It doesn't. It just doesn't move me. But we have one thing here. How many of you guys have something in your home and be honest that somebody gave you, and every time they come over, you have to hurry and get it out and display it because you don't want to hurt their feelings because they're so damn proud of it. Because I have one thing that I do that with. So Maggie reminded me when she said about the doll that they would hurry and display it when Edna would come over. I have one thing in my house that I'm just like, when I know they're coming, it comes out, it sits there. I act so proud of it when they talk about it. And then when they're gone, that thing goes right back up in the closet. You have your doll up.
What is it? No, what is it? Tell me.
Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
I don't see anything. I don't see
I
anything.
haven't put it up. I'm asking you what it is that you get out and put back when she's gone.
Oh, I thought you put something up.
No, I haven't put anything up yet.
It is. I'm embarrassed to say it.
I
Only
hope they're
because
listening.
I'm gonna stand.
I hope they're listening.
Then I'm not gonna tell. I'll just have to tell you later in case they are. I refuse now. Because I would have said it. And if they are listening, they'd be like, that old bitch.
Is there a
Brittany.
chance they're listening? Is there a chance?
Yes, there is a chance.
Well,
they're
you're going to be
listening
getting side-eyed now. They're going to be thinking, is she fucking meaning me?
Is it that?
Is it what I bought her?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if she's me. Oh. You may as well just say it.
No, I can't. I just can't. Because I can't. No, I don't want to hurt. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I don't want to hurt their feelings. I mean, some people's feelings I don't mind hurting, but I don't want to hurt those people's feelings if they're listening or someone that's.
Why did I go and put it on a lace? Should have just let her do it and then said it.
I would have said it, but I'm glad you did that because you had to be making fun of me for a reason, and then it brought me, it brought me there. That would be a bad thing, Maggie. That would have been a very bad thing. So
but now
Yeah, it's terrible that I even feel that way, but I can't help it.
She normally goes, "It's terrible.
It is terrible.
It's terrible.
It's terrible.
Terrible."
Oh my God, do we stay here or do we just say
Oh,
fuck
they've
you
got a
like
chicken.
we'll
I'm telling you now, they're fucking coming back for 10 minutes and they're getting off. And all he's coming back for is to say, okay, at this point, guys, I think just that, don't talk about this case. Don't use your phone. Don't look at it. Don't speak about it to anyone. And it'll resume in the morning at 9 a.m. And that's it.
How
It'll go
long
off.
has it been? It's been over 2 hours, right?
Oh, I think the trial's finished.
You
How
think they
long has it
already
been, Grandma? I think the trial's finished. I think 6
they've
weeks.
listen, they already have a verdict. We didn't even get to the verdict watch, you guys. Fucking A. Damn, there's so much I could be doing right now, though. Not to be
Only
mean.
just 2 hours. Only just.
What? Remember, that's only
They
happened
could
once.
have went for a
Remember when
sleep and come back.
he took a lunch one time, and they usually take an hour lunch, and he came back at the 2 hour mark, and then he let everybody go. Remember that? That's one time that did happen. So this is the longest time that we have sat here. If it's been over the 2 hour mark.
Oh my God.
Listen, y'all, I'm going to give it 10 more minutes. If we don't see hide nor hair of that camera moving off the Massachusetts judicial emblem in that courtroom that does not say probably in God we trust, which pisses me off. Y'all don't even get me started on that one. Then we're closing this one down and we're gonna have to watch it alone, come back and talk about it later because I got stuff I could be doing. I don't know what, but I do want to vacuum my room and put new bed sheets on because I did all the laundry last night. So everything's folded. Now I get to go pick out of what set of flannel bed sheets that I want on my bed. And I took off I rewashed all of my quilt bedding and stuff like that for spring and summer. Washed it, folded it, put it in its bag because it won't be used again until next year. And I got out my quilt for fall and I washed that. So now I get to make up my fall bed in my yellow room that Maggie hates.
Oh, fuck you and your yellow room. Listen, is anyone willing to put me up if I go to America? Because I'm not staying in the yellow room for no one. And if you're into going thrifting and buying quilts and lovely pillow slips, with nice embroidery on.
Embroidery?
Oh, bed throws. I ain't staying with you either. No. I'm not sleeping on no dead person stuff. I couldn't. I'm terrified. I might be weird, but I'm terrified. Everything in Leanie's room is dead people's. Everything. She telling me one day and my stomach was turning. I thought, please don't ever ask me to stay there because I was about to say, yeah, at that
It's
stage.
called antiques, Maggie, and not
Antique.
everything in there is from a dead person.
Yeah,
My
well,
yellow
that's always
flowers, my yellow
My
flowers
yellow flowers, that was about
that
the
you
only thing.
that's right, the ones that you
Yeah,
bought
and
me.
they're dead as JoJo's because they're not real.
But they weren't owned by a dead
No,
person. They
I'll
were
stay on
brand
the couch.
new.
I don't care. I'll stay on the couch with the dogs. I'll stay with Laramie. I'm not going near that room. Alec would. He's wasting you, Alec would.
Oh,
You go
I'm
and sleep with a dead
hoping,
body.
y'all, I'm gonna try to figure out which one of my brats can come and stay with my babies so that I can get to the colonial, I call them the colonial states, yes, because I'm just that old fashioned. Up there, and I am gonna go and stay in Lizzie Borden's house. I'm so excited about it, can't stand it.
I want to
Listen,
wait
I'm
for
going to where the witch
America
trials were
so I
too.
can do it with you.
Oh, Maggie, we would have a blast because you would have me laughing over every
Would we
sound
really
you
get
hear.
beside Anya going, look at her, Leo? I'd be going, oh God, love, did you feel that? I'd be getting all the house going. I'd be hysterical. I'd be going, I'd know everyone by the end of that. I'm telling you. I'd be holding on to the clothes and everything with terror.
The only bad thing about it is you guys know I'm a night person, and
Look, they
you
don't
have
love that for saying. Oh no, so
you.
am I. I used to be a nice owl. When I met Alec, I slept all day and was up all night. That was my life. I loved it.
No, but what I'm saying, Maggie, is like, so the Lizzie Borden house is a bed and breakfast, right? So, but it's also okay, everything's fine, guys. It's also a museum. So if you
You've got to
can
be out. You've
stay,
told me
yeah,
I wouldn't go
yeah, you got to
sleep.
be out at 7 a.m. Not
Well,
only
what's
out, but you've got to pack, like if you're going to stay for 2 days,
I'm staying the
for
way I
there,
am. We're
then
not
you
staying
have to
too
pack
long.
up your suitcase and put it away so that when the tours come through the house, they don't see your stuff. And
No,
that means we would have to, start moving by 6 o'clock in the morning. And that's not my jam. But I'm still willing to do it, to stay in the Lizzie Borden house. I'll just stay up
no, I
all
just
night.
won't go to sleep. I'll stay up.
Yeah, we'll
I
stay
won't
up
go,
all night,
and then
and
I'll go back and sleep on
we'll
your
leave all of
couch.
our suitcases in the car and
We
only
don't need
bring in.
suitcases. I'm staying in what I'm in, and I'm going back to yours in the same stuff, and then I'll get a shower.
Okay,
I'm not
that's what we'll
taking
do.
anything off.
That's what we'll do
Staying
then. Yeah.
exactly the same clothes.
Yep, that's exactly what we'll do.
Yeah, we'll
So all
just
we
stay
got to
up
do
all
is
night.
just get
We'll
up
have a
real
sleep
quick,
in.
make our bed. Hmm.
Yeah. I'm not even sitting. Hang on a minute. So you're telling me we go there and then just go to bed? We don't stay up
You can
and
stay.
try and
Some people do
film
stay up all
and
night, but
oh well, I'll be staying up with them.
you rent a room, right?
Yeah.
So and there's like, I think there's 5 rooms there,
Oh,
and
you can come and sit on the bed with me then.
so you could, if the room is available, like on the weekend that you're going, then if the room's available, sometimes you can get the rooms. Like some people want to stay in Lizzie Borden's room. Some people want to stay in the mother's room who was killed on the floor. Personally, that's where I want to stay. And then some people can stay in the uncle's room. Some people could stay in the sister's room.
Leave. Who was
Yeah,
killed on the floor?
her stepmother was
And where
found
was
on
she
the
dead?
floor
Do you know where
next to
about?
the bed. Yeah, next to the
Do
bed
you
on
know
the
what
floor.
room?
Yes, her room. You can rent that room out. That's what I'm talking about. That's what.
I won't be staying in the room, Lee.
Oh, yes, you are. And her dad was killed on the couch in the living room, or the sitting room, if you will.
My God.
Like, they have real pictures, but they're black and white. You should go look at them. They're amazing.
Oh no, I couldn't. I couldn't sleep in a
Oh,
room where someone had been murdered
well, we
all the
wouldn't be
time.
sleeping. We're just gonna sit on the bed, and
Yeah, but
I'm
I'd
gonna
still be
film
scared.
you. I'm gonna film you the whole night while you're
And I'll
jumping
be
and
shitting
screaming and
myself. I'm so
shouting,
scared, and it won't be a put on. I'm really terrified.
and it's
My
gonna be
stomach's
great
turning now.
content. Listen, we will blow up like to
Oh, that would be funny. Like it would be
50,000
funny.
just from your
It
stay
would
at
be
the Lizzie
funny, and
Borden
it
house.
would be absolute genuine. Because I love it. I've got to go, but I've been to loads of haunted houses, but I've come away disbelieving. I've had more of a laugh than anything.
Well, I
And I
mean,
just terrified.
I asked Beefcake and American Baby Chow, my baby chow, if one of them, because
Oh, it's
we've had
going.
this in the plans
Hi,
for a while,
Glee.
and I said, will one of you guys stay, or both of you stay with me in a room at the Lizzie Borden house? They were like, no,
No,
we will rent
I
you a
wondered if the
room.
two of us could be in one
You're
room.
welcome to stay, and we're gonna go on down the road, and then you could meet us down there when your adventures are over. Seriously, I really want to do that. I really, really want to do it. You can, after hours, you guys, they keep the refrigerator stocked. I have like totally researched this and got it planned out for whenever I
Hey,
can
what
do
about
it.
the refrigerator?
So they have the refrigerator stocked. Like they have like meat and cheese in there. You can make sandwiches. You just can't use a stove, but you can make like sandwiches. They have a microwave you could use. You could bring in you some cup of noodles. Yo, I love me some cup of noodles. Do you hear me? You could bring that stuff. So like
Noodles.
after hours, the kitchen, if you
So we
have
can
rented a
just sit.
room in the house, then you are welcome to use their kitchen after hours, after all their guests have
Well,
left.
I'll just bring Mars bars
Yeah.
and chips and things like that. That's what I'm eating
Yeah, so
because I'm
people
eating with
just,
my nerves.
you can just put some, like bring whatever you need, put it in the kitchen or whatever, and then when it closes up, like at 5 o'clock, then you have free run of the house again. So I think it's amazing. I love it so much because you could just dip out, go see other stuff in the city or in the surrounding area and stuff, and then come back at 5 o'clock and the haunted house is all yours again. And then, oh, it's a dream of mine. I really want to stay there, but nobody. Well, I
Is
think
anything
I
ever happens in there if you're it?
no, some people, because I've watched some of the tours on YouTube, like where they're really giving a tour, and that's always what people ask, like, have you experienced anything? And some people, some of the tour guides will say, well, this did happen. And then some tour guides say, I've never experienced anything, but people say they have. So who knows? Who knows?
Mhm.
Like listen, I
Oh,
live in a house where somebody died, you know, and there's
did he
sometimes
die in the
something,
house?
you know that.
I don't know if he died in the house.
I told you it died in the house.
Well, I forgot whereabouts.
I'm not telling you which room.
Oh, I'm not fucking saying at all now in there. Whereabout, Lee? I'll sleep on the porch on the chair. Don't say that's where it's at.
It was in one of the bedrooms. So
Oh, the yellow room tour.
if you
Was it
sleep
the
in
yellow
either one
room?
of the living rooms, then you'll be good because nobody
I'll
died in
sleep
one
in
of the living
beefcake. I'll
rooms.
sleep in beefcake. But listen, was it the yellow room?
Telling you.
Oh my God, guys, I can't bear it, house. I hope you move before I go.
So
It's just
anyway,
there.
sometimes things will happen, like not big things, but like
Oh my God,
I
just talk
don't
about it
know.
like it's not, and I'd be fucking terrified to have the priest in.
Oh no, I feel very
What
connected to
happens?
Wince. I feel very connected to him, even more so than his wife. Now, his
Is
wife
it,
died
is it
in
the person that died? And how do you know?
because we bought his house. He's the one that built this house, and we bought this house from his family. They're not the ones that told us, but remember, Mr. Joe was best
Yeah,
friends
but
with Wince.
why do you think it's the person that's, tell me what happens.
What do you mean?
What
I know
happens?
Wince died here because Mr. Joe told me.
Yeah,
His
but I mean,
wife,
do you ever have anything happening?
oh no,
Strange
no,
appearances?
like a strange, like no, like if like I don't know, it hasn't something hasn't happened for a long time, but I remember sitting in the living room and something like
Mm.
towards the hallway door. I don't know if the wind blew or something happened or whatever, and I was just like, "Hi, Wince," or I always just blame it on Wince. Oh, the dog's barking. Oh, it's Wince. No big deal. So whether it is or is not, I feel very connected to him. Not because I believe. I mean, I don't believe in. I do believe in spirit entities. I that Wentz is like shitting on me or approves of me. I don't believe that. But I do believe in
Mm.
spirit entities, but I like to call him Wentz because Wentz did pass away here. His wife, Mary Beth, passed away 5 years prior to him in a nursing home, not a nursing home, but she was in a recovery home. And
Mm.
so, anyway, she passed away there, but Wentz passed away here in the house. And Mr. Joe actually is the one that told me, but it was on our, so like when we go to sell the house, we have to disclose that yes, we know that someone passed away here. Not
Do
when we
you?
live here. Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
God, I
I
don't know
don't
whether we
know.
have to.
I
I
don't
don't
know
think
how
so.
I don't know how far that has to go. Maybe we may not even have to do it, but like in our contract when we bought the house, it had to be disclosed that there was a death in the home.
Oh my
So
God.
I didn't even look that up. Beefcake didn't let me see it, but I don't know why he would have thought I'd have been freaked out by that because he's always
Oh,
known I love all that
terrifying.
stuff.
I mean,
But
people, would you live in a house where, so, well, You would, where someone had been murdered.
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
You really?
I would.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh God.
because uh, and I wouldn't think I don't I think I could get past the evilness of whatever happened. For me,
Oh, I was sitting there
it would
thinking a
be
bit totally.
no, for me, it would be connecting to the victim. It would be like, like I love you and I'm going to take care of this. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to take care of your home. That's the way I look at this home. Like it's not my home. It's Wentz's home. He built it. He lived here. He died here. You know what I mean? This was his home. And so I always think about Wentz, and to me, it's like, okay, Wentz, I got it. I promise I'm going to take care of it, make it, I mean, maybe he won't like the way that I've decorated. I don't know. But what I'm saying is, I feel like a caretaker that has been passed to me to care for something that somebody loved. So that's the way I would look at the same way living like in a house that had a tragedy like that, like not so much of the tragedy or the evil that was there, but of the person there whose life was taken in an innocent way. I would just feel like, look, I'm going to continue to love you and honor your life by taking care of whatever was yours. Because if I could tell you how much stuff Wentz left up there in that attic, y'all. Now I did tell Beefcake, I said, look, when we do finally leave this house and we sell this house, we're not taking anything of Wentz's. Like if it was here when we
Has
moved
he
in,
got
it
no
stays with
other
the house.
family, Liz?
Do what?
Has he got no other family?
Yeah, his
That
family. We've never
Well, why
met
does he keep
his.
doing that? Say,
Well,
listen, come and get a shit.
do what?
Why don't you say, come and get this stuff out there? Where is it in?
Because
The shed? The loft?
no, it's in the attic. So because it's like a broom and a dustpan and a thing that you dry clothes on, and then like some old buckets, some we ended up finding like some old wash tubs and things like that. And I put them. I've got that kind of stuff out. Beefcake uses his broom and his dustpan still in the garage. And but other stuff like I've never been up there in the attic just because it's too damn hot and there's spiders and I know it and I'm not walking into a spider web.
Oh,
It's just not happening for nothing.
yeah.
And so, but Beefcake told me there is like a set of drawers up there, and I'm like, just leave them because I don't need the spiders. Let them have their life up there. I have
Well,
my
they're
life down
probably
here.
all having babies in that and everything.
Yeah,
Oh,
but you know
apparently
what?
in the UK, we have to in the UK as well. Say if there's been a murder in there.
Yeah, I think you have to, but I don't know. I know it's a law here, but like since it didn't happen
Never knew that.
since we bought the house, I don't think we have to keep putting it into the paper. So I don't think we're going to have to disclose it because it didn't happen, while we owned the house. So I
Mm.
don't know how long it's supposed to go. I'm going to look that up and find out how long you
Yeah,
have to
look it up
disclose
and
that
let me know
for.
because I'm interested in stuff like that. Has course all gone home? Surely we've not heard a thing since they said they're going to have a short break.
They already have Maggie said they already have a the jury
They got
has
the dinner as
already,
well.
yeah, it's already out there. We're
We're
just
going
gonna have to
straight
watch
into
another
the
channel.
dinner. We're going to come back to say see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Mark my words. Mark my words. We've sat here for nothing. You know what? We could have gone now. Manchester Airport, jumped a flight and
Come
gone
to
to Tenerife
Leanie's.
at the time. Yeah, could have been in Leanie's now sitting on the porch because I'm not going in. Do you know what I mean? My battery, I've got to put my battery in. I can waste the battery there. Just
Do you
wait
know
till
we
tomorrow. I'm not a bit happy. We need to put comments on that course. Will they see it? Do you know?
we never told Baby Chow about that though? He still don't know because he
About
wouldn't
which?
stay here. Mm-mm. About
About what?
Wentz. We told Baby Chow that Wentz died in a hospital. He
Oh
knows
my
his
God.
name, Wentz.
So
Wentz is
he
buried
doesn't
like
know.
I could walk to his grave, but he
Oh,
doesn't know
so when
because
baby showering you were there and I'm on loudspeaker, I'm going to go, Winston, the room in one of the bedrooms. That's what I'm going to say. Because if you never tell me, I fucking hate you for the rest of my life.
I told you a long time ago.
I never think you did. I do remember, but you didn't tell me where.
I'm not telling you where. It wasn't in the living rooms or the bathrooms. It was in one of the bedrooms. You said you're not staying the night here anyways, unless you sleep
Well,
on the
tell me
couch
anyway
with
then.
Laramie.
I
Okay, it
wanna
was in
know.
the master
Is
bedroom, of course, Maggie. It was in his
that where
own
you are?
bedroom. That's not the yellow room, no.
Is that where you are?
The
Is that
yellow
yours
room
with
is
Beefcake's
the
room?
yellow room.
Whose room is it then? Is it Baby Chow's? I'm gonna fucking tell him. How dare you?
The
Oh, you
yellow
haven't.
room was Baby Chow's room when he came.
Or was
Remember, he
it?
never lived here. He went to
Oh
college
no,
and we bought
when
the
he lived
house.
there, which was his room. Spill.
Okay, so when Baby Child lived here, his room was the yellow room. When
Okay.
Bonus Child lived here, who moved out the same time Baby Child moved out completely when he graduated college, he had the spare room, which has the bedding in it that my husband's mother was born on.
Oh, I don't mind that. Don't
So
mind that.
that's now in Bonus Child's room. In Baby Child's room that he used to occupy whenever he would come home from college, that is now the yellow room. And
Okay, so
then
listen
and then
to
there
me.
is the master bedroom. That is where Wentz died. It was his room.
Well, who sleeps in there now?
Always Beefcake, sometimes me with him.
Okay, so you know the bedding you buy in lovely pillow strips and it's got nice things on it. Whose pillow are they on?
Do what?
Are they on yours?
What are you talking?
You know
All
when
of
you bought
ours.
the pillow cover
Yeah,
in when you went thrifting and you went, oh my God, guys, look at this, oh it's so beautiful, and you
it
picked
is
it up and it went
beautiful.
to the trolley. Where did you put it? Did you
I
sell
put
it?
no, no. I've
Oh.
got plenty of them. There's always ones on every
See what
bed.
I mean, guys? I'm not staying in Leanie's. No way. It never happened,
Maggie,
girl.
I told you
That's
I
done
will
and
buy
dusted.
you new
No,
bedding.
I don't care. Where are you going to put me? We're in the dead room, the yellow room, Mr. Joe's room. No, not Mr. Joe.
We will put
Wince.
you in. We will put you in the in Bonus Child's old room because you said you didn't mind that the furniture that's in there is the old furniture of
And no
Beefcake's
one dies on it. And you
grandma.
know what?
No one died.
Have
His mother
you
was born on it though.
ever told me when I come home, Maggie, I'm sorry, but someone died in that room or someone died on that bed or that bedding. You know that the French, I just turn the computer off or the phone. I'll never come back on again. It's too disgusting to call you everything. I'd just vomit and I'd be gone out of your life forever. I'd just be stiff with fear. I know that I can't hear me, but it's just a fear I've got. It's just that I can't get rid of it. I'll never forgive her. So I
I
don't think I could stay there, Lee. In all honesty, I don't think I
Okay,
could
we'll
stay
go
in
stay in a
there.
hotel room where people die all the
I
time. More
won't.
people
I
die in
won't go.
hotel
I'll stay
rooms.
with C. I'll stay with C. She said I can stay in hers
Okay,
anytime.
fine. Yeah, she would spoil you half to death, Maggie. I'll tell you
I
that
know,
right now.
not
She's a
spoil
great
her. We
hostess.
have to
I'm
spoil
not a
each
good
other.
hostess. I'm like, there's a
I'm not.
kitchen. Go find
I
it
do it when
yourself.
you near me. I like to do my own stuff. Just don't crowd me. Just go away. Just keep your distance. I'll speak to you when I want to.
Oh my
Good
goodness.
night, me
Oh my
mates.
goodness. No, it doesn't. I think it's just all the way that people look at it, and I do believe people do feel different things. Like maybe you can feel more of the evilness in things.
No, I
And
don't feel the evilness. It just feels eerie to me. It just
okay.
feels eerie. It's not nothing to do with evilness at all. No, I
No, but
don't
I
get
mean
that.
like you said you couldn't live in a house where someone was murdered. So
Oh,
there
if
was
someone
evil
was
there.
murdered, yeah, I
So
couldn't
I do
now.
think, yeah, I think we're all maybe sensitive to different kind of a things, you know what I mean? And so
Mm.
I could understand that when someone says they couldn't live like that, but because I don't think Beefcake could live like that's why he won't go and even stay the night at the Lizzie
And
Borden house.
baby
It's like,
Charles
no,
like
that's
me as
evil.
well.
Yeah,
Little
they're like,
baby Charles like me.
yep, they're like, no, that's evil. We're not
Can you
staying
ask
there.
Beefcake? if he mind you, he does stay in a house that someone died. Well, you know what? My dad died here.
See,
And
and you live there.
yeah, but you know what? For about a year, I was terrified. If I woke up through the night and I was dry as a bone and needed a drink, I'm not coming down the stairs. I couldn't. I used because he was laid out in the living room. And when you come down my stairs, it's a long hallway, and the living room's right there. You can see where he was under the window. So I'd come down and I'd put my hand to the side of my eye. I'm doing it now to the side of my eye and run in the kitchen. I was terrified. It was the worst thing ever. Now it doesn't bother me. Do you know what I mean?
Hmm.
And my Jessie died on my bed, and my son said to me, "Mum, I didn't ever think you'd sleep in this room ever again because he knows what I'm like." I
Hmm.
went, "You know what? It doesn't affect me. It hasn't affected me once in that way. Being scared that she died there.
Hmm.
Isn't it weird? It's so
Uh-huh.
strange." But if I start
Yeah.
thinking about my dad dying here, I start like side eyeing. Do you know what I mean? My
Hmm.
dad actually died where I'm sitting right now. But I just couldn't stay where someone being murdered. I could go and have a cup of coffee with you in your house. That wouldn't be a problem. But I
Yeah.
couldn't stay there when all the house goes quiet. Oh, girl, I couldn't.
Oh, it's my
All
favorite
the house
time.
go
But
quiet and I go stiff. My heart would be pounding in my chest. I would be saying to Alec, "Are you still awake? Are you still awake?" And I know he doesn't say awake. He goes out like a light.
hmm
I can't stand it. And I'm lying there wide awake, and then I'd have to get up the next day and no one would be able to look at me and be in a terrible mood. No, no. I'd rather stay in your car. Just give me a
I'd let
sleeping bag.
you. I'd let you.
Yeah.
I'd be like, go
I'd
ahead.
stay
Go ahead, Max.
I'd
There
sleep
you go.
on the back seat because it'd be big enough for me. I'd be all right.
You'd be all right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
All right,
girl, I
Maggie, I
don't
think
think
we
he's
should.
gonna come back.
They're not going to come back. Well, they have to come back. They have to close court for the day. I mean, it's a thing. But I don't think there's going to
Oh
be
my
any
God, I've just
testimony.
a
And I
second.
and I think people are sick of us.
Yeah, I
So
think you would too.
So why don't we just close this one out? You guys just keep checking in with Court TV. If they do come back and have any sort of testimony, it is only 217 in Massachusetts. So, I mean, will they, won't they? We don't know. We don't know what's going on. I mean,
Look at my
maybe
baby, Lee. Look
I
at my
love that
baby,
baby.
guys.
I
Isn't
love
she
that
gorgeous?
baby.
The neighbour's baby, look at her.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, her
she
little
looks sweet.
blondness.
Oh, got the cutest little nose. Look at her. Oh,
She is gorgeous. I
Gemma
want
said
to.
we'd never be sick of you both.
Oh, we make people so sick.
Isn't
I
she
know we
cute,
do.
Charlie? She's dead cute.
She is
She's
very cute.
£5 4. She's gorgeous. She's got blonde hair, put little bows in her hair.
Oh God, do not put a bow in that baby's hair until we get through this trial. If I see one more bow, whoever's wearing it, I'm punching them. It's
God.
just the way that it's going down. I'm going to call my granddaughters and say, do not put a bow in your hair until Mammy says so.
Size of her nose.
She's
It's hard.
adorable.
She looks big. She's so tiny. Only tiny, guys. And smells like baby powder.
Oh,
What she smells like. Gemma, she's a doll. She's
what?
an actual doll.
So, do you mean doll like a sweetheart or like a doll that you throw up against the
Oh,
wall
she's
when
a
you're done
doll.
playing with
She's
them?
not real. She's not real. Remember I
Maggie,
told you.
shut up.
I've showed you this before. I'm sure I have. Remember I told you she was on the couch. I'd just been changing her when I first got
Yes.
it. And then Nora came in and went, oh, and I said I was minding her for the neighbour. And she went over and picked her up and screamed because she was cold. She went, oh my God, she's freezing, she's cold. And I seen the fear. And I went, oh, Nora, it's a doll, I'm only messing with you. And then my
Oh my God,
brother,
it looks real.
no, it's not real.
That is insane. Look at the red across her forehead, just like a baby
I
does.
know she's got a little, yeah. Oh, you want to see her fingers and her toes?
That is, so is that what they
No,
give when?
Gemma,
No.
it's an actual doll. It's not real.
So wait, is it the kind of dolls that people? I mean, they
It's a
actually do
reborn. Yeah, it's a reborn.
YouTube videos about the
Yes,
baby that they take care of.
yes. I went and got one. I don't know what was going through my mind. I just don't know. I got one. I changed her clothes once, and she's been in a box underneath the bed ever since. She's got loads of clothes around her, and she's wrapped up in a blanket in the box under my bed. She's been there for years.
That is insane.
She was £200 years ago. I had her made, like based on one of the babies, and I was going to get the 3 of them done. And then I thought, when I come, I don't know. It was years after I lost the babies. It wasn't, And I thought, what am that was it. It's in the
Yeah,
box. I always think, should I sell it on? But I'm scared to sell it on in case someone doesn't, gives it to a kid and they're going to just drag it around everywhere.
I think right now, because of the reason why you bought her, I don't think you need to.
I don't know whether it was that reason though, Lee.
Mm,
I was losing. I think I was losing my mind because I'm thinking, will I get another one? Because I wanted the 3,
mhm,
And
mhm.
she, to me, looks like Hannah, and I think that's what. When I seen it, I thought that's how I remembered Hannah, little nose and scrunched up.
I, I
But
I
I,
think
I,
you would mourn even. I mean, I know you still mourn the babies, but I think you don't realize that you bought this baby because of that.
I don't know. It was years after, Lee. Years
It
after.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I
When
mean
I
that
seen someone
what
making them, I thought, oh my
I mean
God.
the loss of your babies never go away. So I'm just saying safer than sorry. I would
Yeah,
hate to see you go through a depression because you didn't
I know.
realize that that's why you have this baby because of the babies you lost. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And not able to. And I could just see Alec and English baby child saying, "Don't worry, Mom, we'll just get you another one." But it's not the
He's never
same.
seen it. He's never seen it.
No,
He
but
was only a baby himself.
what I'm saying is, if that is the reason why you do have this baby, and then you are really upset and depressed
Oh,
about it,
he was absolutely.
of course, Honey's and English baby child's thought would be, "We'll just get you another one, don't worry." And it's not the same. It would never be the same unless you
Yeah.
had this one.
Oh, he
So I
told
would
me
rather
to.
you be safe than sorry. I'll just bury her with you, no problem. Don't even worry about it. She's
And
going
do
with
you know what
you.
I'd love to do? There is some children that totally love reborn dolls. Or if, say, for instance, little Penelope, because I've got no grandchildren. So, say, little pet Penelope was a girl where she took care of things. I'd like to leave it for her.
Okay, just make sure it's written down. I'll walk the baby over to
I know.
Penelope.
I might send it to you, Lee, because you'll outlive me. You look after it.
No,
She's
you'll
been
outlive me,
living.
Maggie.
No, you'll
So
outlive me. Should we do a poll? Who's going to outlive? Can we do a poll? Who's going to
no, that's
outlive
too
who?
morbid. I don't want to know that. That's why I don't even
That's too
talk to.
morbid. We're
You have to
saying
be
it's
careful.
after something
Listen,
being
I love
murdered.
morbid stuff, but we can't speak stuff on each other like that. I just totally believe that. Like what comes out of your
Yeah,
mouth could
no, I'm
happen.
not doing it. That would be a bit scary. I'd shit myself, to be honest, if
I'd
I
be
got the
waiting
best.
on you to
If I
die or
got
me to
most,
die.
if I got
Oh,
most of that thing, I'd be terrified. Let's see
be
what
like,
the channel. Let's see what's the chat saying, because we're going a bit mental now. All of me, right? So Gemma says we say that about super cute babies. We do as well. We go, "Oh my God, she's a little doll," but she really is a doll. Wow, that's so realistic. Charlotte said that's unreal. Eyebrows, lashes, amazing. You should see her
mhm,
toes and her fingers. Oh, you've got to see the colouring. It's unreal. Gemma said they're thousands of pounds now. But Max, that may have been a postpartum thing, but it was years
mhm.
after, Gem.
Doesn't
Years after.
matter.
Although I do think I had that a bit at the beginning. When I look at things now, whenever I hear voices or anything. So stopped at Chevron because I was out of gas. Super mom.
What?
Hey everyone, who's had a baby? Lisa, it's a doll. It's a doll, love. We waited that long, Mag. I know we done gone, waited that long. I've had 6 kids now. Oh my God. It says back at 2:15. What time is it in America, Lee?
Now it's 2:25.
Oh, they've got a cheek. They've got an absolute cheek.
I
Thanks,
want
Lee.
to.
Thank you.
I want to know from Supermom, what state are you in? $5.79 a gallon. You've got to be freaking kidding me.
That cheap?
No, that's expensive, Mag. That's almost $6 a gallon.
Where is it?
And for this
Well,
time of year, that's terrible. Central California. Now I'm not
terrible.
surprised. In Indiana, I pumped 2 days ago. Now everything could change within 6 hours. We all know that. But I pumped 2 days ago and I got it for like 370 something. Damn, that's a lot
Oh
though.
my
Yeah,
God.
that baby she was showing us, it
They used
was
to drive to America to get their gas because it was so cheap. So they said.
yeah, it's not a real baby, it's a doll.
No, that's a doll. I've just been deleting them. Who says what?
Dolores said I just started giving my stuff away now to who I wanted to. I've done that. I mean I started that long time
Yeah.
ago. I don't think but I understand like
You've
what you
got
really
loads of
want them
kids
to
there and
have.
grandkids, haven't you?
Cause yeah, cause some people, some family members, they're evil and there are some people that did not want that ring to go to that one
Yes, who's
daughter and
weird?
she stole it. Woo!
Even the
Uh,
soapbox when you say weird stuff.
huh?
Your dog barks when you say strange and weird stuff.
Well, listen, they feel everything I do. Miss Dolores, where are you from? Your gas right now is $3.33. Supermom says it costs me $25 to go to work each day. My God, start working
Oh
from
my
home.
God.
Too bad a lot of people that want to work from home can't get jobs working from home. Death brings out the worst in people sometimes. That's right. That's right, Lisa. Chevron is higher, but AM PM is over $5 a gallon. AM PM, for those that don't know, that's a gas station as well. Dolores says, I'm filling everything up with gas while prices are down. Remember when we lived in Oklahoma, it was the first time in my lifetime that I had ever seen gas prices go up like over $4 a gallon. And my boys were, I mean, baby cow was just a little baby, but my older boys were in their teen years, y'all, and they went and bought a bunch of gas cans and they filled them up. And me and their dad was like, "What are you guys doing?" And they're like, when gas goes up a little bit more, we're going to sell this at cost and make some money." Y'all, they did. They they didn't make that much. They only made like 50 cents on the gallon, but for them that was enough to go fishing. They were excited. Hi, Aussie True Crime. Good to see you.
Hi, Rosie. How you feeling, love?
All right, Supermom is having a nail appointment. Listen, I know they said that they're going to be back at 2:15. I don't know where anybody is saying that at.
Well, they're saying 2:15 in the UK or in Slovakia or somewhere. Could be wait. Oh yeah, oh
Stop
yeah.
it.
Severos.
Blame
Oh, get the
Maggie.
sound on, Looney.
Hold on. You guys, they've been back.
Oh my God, it wasn't on
I
live.
I didn't know.
Oh my God, guys. She's got it on pause. Oh, guys. I want to cry. We've sat here for 3 fucking hours. Oh my God, can you believe it?
All right,
You better
shut
play
up.
it right now. Play it right now and go
I'm
past
playing,
them
I'm playing.
dates.
Oh
I want
my
to see
God.
what time they come back. Probably half
I
an
don't
hour.
know. Let me see. That's 2:15. They were back at 2:15, son of a biscuit eater.
Oh, it's not
So
that
we're
long
like,
then.
yeah, we're
It's not
about
like
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes. Oh my God, guys, I was near giving it up for life. Can we go back 15? Have you gone back 15 minutes? You do.
We're back where it began at. He's pulling law books out, y'all. He's gonna slam the law
Now
down
he's
right
not
now.
going to be able to settle now because he's glucose. He's had his dinner and everything. He can't breathe. He's opened his button. He just wants to get home now and get Netflix on.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that, but I can believe it. I can.
I can't.
Listen, it's who we are, you guys. It is. Listen, we come with everything. We come here with everything. I mean,
See
even the
what I
judge is
mean?
having to look up the laws right now, you guys. So nobody's prepared, not even the judge.
Listen, it never goes to plan on here. It's either I ball something up every time, which I do. It's not either. I always do. And Leanie balls us up as well. We're only human and we do practice. It's raw. It's real. It's live. It's live, as you know.
I have no idea even what's going on. The jury is not in there. It looks like the judge is bringing up law. There's
The
old
judge
red
put a
right
bit of
there.
weight on, do you think?
Have no clue what's going on, y'all.
Yeah, they all look like they put a bit of weight on.
Oh, jury's coming. All rise.
Lindsay
All
Clancy
rise.
with difference. She been in? Oh no, that's the chair. Oh, I thought that was Lindsay Clancy's top. She has not. Can I think she has not? Lost the weight. It's not another.
Your eyes are crossing, Mags. It's okay.
What?
I did wonder. That's why I asked. Thank you so much. Listen, Evie, there's no help for us girls. This is just the way we are, even though Miss Dolores is gonna fire us.
Dolores was going to fire us. No, we
All right, I'm being quiet, guys.
All right, we'll
Containing
return
mine
now
off.
to redirect counsel.
Thank you. So, as it relates to the concept of confirmatory bias, sir, in your opinion, with your experience, does the period of time within which an expert is hired by one side or another to evaluate a person and give an opinion, in other words, if it's a compressed period of time as opposed to an expanded period of time, is that one indication of confirmatory bias?
Objection.
No, overruled.
It depends on the examiner and the situation. It can be, but individuals who pay attention to that concern should maintain healthful boundaries and not have any confirmatory bias.
What does that mean?
It means stay in your lane.
That's better. Now, one of the things that the district attorney did is took the 7,001 pages of the records from Tewksbury Hospital and read excerpts from them to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay, after she was taken from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's, then from Brigham and Women's to the rehab, Spalding Rehab, she ended up in Tewksbury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Tewksbury's been very good. I mean, in your opinion, have they been good with her? And
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But nevertheless, that is still a facility that is a state facility, right?
Yes.
And the district attorney asked you about the plan to have Lindsay go to another facility, Worcester, I think it was.
Worcester Recovery Center Hospital.
Is that a relatively new facility?
It's, I believe, the newest facility in the Commonwealth.
And did we have Lindsay evaluated to have her transferred to Worcester Hospital?
Yes.
Was she allowed to make entry into Worcester facility?
She was not.
Why is that?
She was not allowed because she was not allowed because she has pending criminal charges.
That'd be this case here, right?
That's this case here.
And the district attorney took the 7,000 pages in one of the records and apparently went through them to the anniversary of the death of her 3 children, correct?
Yes.
Went through them to highlight each birthday of her 3 children. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, you've been in a lot of mental institutions and facilities in the Commonwealth and out of the state, correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the fact that a woman who is paralyzed is propelling herself down the hall from one room to another is indicative of anything?
Not at all.
How about the fact that her mother and father, who have been with her for 3 years and practically missed not one day of sitting with her and bringing her dinner or lunch, is that something that would be indicative of undercutting the fact that the woman was suffering from mental disease or defect?
That's indicative of love. And
How about the fact that she's talking to other inmates or people that are patients? And in your review of the records, would you tell us your opinion as to her level and degree of popularity, bluntly, in that particular ward?
she is extremely well regarded and well liked on that unit by everyone.
Overruled.
How about in reviewing the records, I didn't hear that she's laughing and partying and having a good time while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Did you see anything like that?
No, Lindsay Clancy has bad days and worse days.
And when you speak with her and meet with her, doctor, has she ever mentioned her children? Because apparently, according to the questioning that you underwent, she never talks about her kids.
She does speak about her children.
What does she say?
She really loves them and misses them and thinks of them every single day, almost every moment of the day.
And finally, doctor, I'm holding up what has been marked as Exhibit 1 or I don't know, for identification. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And in your dealing with Lindsay and interview of collateral contacts such as Patrick, do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is called a wish vase.
And what does that mean and what is it?
This is a vase that Miss Clancy and her husband purchased in Hawaii when they went on their honeymoon shortly after getting married.
I would object.
Yeah, sure. See sidebar, please.
Oh, they've got a cheek. They've got a cheek. They've only had near 3 hours.
Good
And now
news.
they've...
Good news. We can fast forward through those.
Vase.
Oh, yeah, thank
And
God.
what does that mean and what is it?
This is a vase that Miss Clancy and her husband purchased in Hawaii when they went on their honeymoon shortly after getting married.
I would object.
Yeah, sure. See sidebar, please.
Mr. Chrissy, they have it marked.
All right. Over the Como's objection, that may be admitted.
285.
Thank you very much.
All right. Como?
Very briefly, please. Doctor, how many defendants that you've evaluated for criminal responsibility have you spent 35 hours evaluating?
One other person.
And however, how many other defendants have you evaluated that you've testified that you care deeply for them?
I would say one other one.
And how many other defendants have you given press conferences about?
None.
And how many other defendants that you've evaluated have you gone back every day until the lockup to check on?
I was sequestered on all those other trials. I was not even allowed in the court.
Now, you were asked about confirmation bias and given a hypothetical about so if somebody was asked to examine a gun, right? You recall that
Yes,
line
I
of
do.
questioning?
Yes.
You were hired by the defense in this case, were you not?
Yes.
And as far as your conversations with the defendant about her children, you're also aware that she continually refers to this situation as my tragedy, does she not?
That moniker of my tragedy, that's just one of the things that she'll say.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And what's the reason that, with the understanding of the court permission, that you go to the lockup and see her during this trial?
I go to the lot.
Sustained.
Well, while she's in Tewksbury, counsel kept referring to SID, SI. What is SI?
SI is suicide intention or suicide ideation.
In Tewksbury, excuse me, in Tewksbury, has there been a concern of suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what, as a result of that, SI, as counsel kept repeating to you through the records, is her status at Tewksbury?
She's on a constant one-to-one to ensure that Ms. Clancy doesn't take her own life.
And that is somewhat similar to the reference in Brigham and Women's Hospital when you were talking with her, that there was a nurse that was sitting in the corner of the room at all times. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Inferentially was able to hear any conversation that you had with Lindsay, right?
I asked those people to leave.
Thank you.
Counsel, can I see just one?
McLean Hospital witness or Dr. Spinelli? I know.
All right. Counsel, let me see in regards to the timing on it.
Do solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to such questions that shall be put to you this matter now.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
Emily Thorndike, Thorndike.
And what town do you live in?
I actually live in Brooklyn, New York, but I summer on Cape Cod. I'm spoiled like that, so I'm in Chatham.
So where do you live now?
Brooklyn.
But where you live? Are you
in Chatham?
Chatham.
Yes.
And what do you do for work?
I own my own therapy practice right now, so I'm practicing as a business owner and a therapist.
And what is the name of the business?
It's called Wise Mind Therapy Practice.
What is it?
Wise Mind.
Wise Mind?
Yeah.
Okay. And where is that located?
It's a virtual practice, so yeah.
And how long have you been doing that?
So I had my own private practice I opened that January 2023, and then this past May I expanded. I hired somebody, so technically it's a group practice, but I've owned my own business technically for, 4 years?
So tell us your educational background, please.
I went to Dover-Sherburne High School, and I went to Hartwick College, and then I went to Boston College School of Social Work.
And what degrees do you have?
So I have my master's in I have my BA in sociology. I have my master's in social work, and then I have 2 social work licenses, I guess. You have to get one before the other. So I only go by a licensed independent clinical social worker. But you have to get it's very confusing. You have to get 2 licenses, essentially.
You have those licenses?
Yes.
Within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Yes.
Now, your employment, can you tell us what your employment history was since I guess you got your master's at BC or something?
Since I got my master's at BC, I did my final year internship at McLean Hospital at their trauma program. And then once I graduated, got my MSW, my Master's of Social Work, and then my social work license, I was offered a per diem position at that program. And I did that position for, I think it was 2 to 3 months. And then I was rehired. I went back to the short-term unit at McLean, which I had previously worked at.
So when you say the short-term unit, is
Yes.
that also referred to as the STU?
Yes, we call it the STU. It's just short-term unit. It's also referred to as AB1, which is admissions building first floor.
Now, are you familiar with this case of Lindsay Clancy?
I'm only familiar about it from what I watched before I was sequestered, but other than that, I don't know the case at all.
And when you say what you watched before you were sequestered, what
Yes.
does that mean? What did you watch?
I think it was not this past Thursday, but the one before that. I'm not going to recall the date off the top of my head, but that's when, you had told me that I'm sequestered and to no longer watch the trial or consume any of it.
So what were you watching?
I had just been watching like the day-to-day, like the live stream and just, yeah.
Why is that?
I'm interested in the case. I honestly got into sort of watching trials from the Karen Reed trial, and then I wanted to watch this case, and obviously, I worked at McLean, so I was curious to watch it.
And when did you work at McLean?
I started there in 2014, and then I left there in December 2021.
So how many years is that?
Oh, 7 years, 7-8 months, I think.
And what was the nature of your work? What'd you do?
I started as a mental health specialist there, which I think you can sort of try to summarize as those are the counselors are sort of directly on the unit with the patients. Our main role is to keep patients safe, really. So you're doing a lot of safety checks. You are putting eyes on patients to make sure they're not trying to harm or kill themselves. And we do crisis intervention. So when those things are happening, because they do, we are the ones to intervene, and unfortunately there are a lot of restraints that happen on those units, and that's one of our main jobs.
So the STU that you refer to, are there a couple of them at McLean? Or?
So I'll try to explain it. When I first started there in 2014, it was one unit with 28 beds. During the time I was there was a renovation. They expanded the unit. It's a little confusing, but in 2016, I believe it became 2 separate units operating the same way. So there's short-term unit north, and then there's short-term unit south. And now south has 22 beds and north has 23. So that's why you'll see AB1S or, so they're the same unit, but there's a south side and a north side, if that makes sense.
When you were working in that particular unit, is that the same unit that Lindsay Clancy was in for the 4 to 5 day period?
Yes, I worked on both north and south for a significant amount of time.
And for all those years that you worked there, did you work days, nights, weekends, holidays?
So days and evenings, I preferred the evening shift, but you're supposed to do both, day and evening. I didn't do night. Sometimes you get mandated and you have to work an evening and a night shift, which is always pretty brutal, but I was day and evening.
Now, how about the staffing at STU, your experience?
So there's always I can sort of start with the week, I guess. There's always 4 mental health specialists and 4 nurses during the week for the day shift. And then in the evening, it's 4 mental health specialists and 3 nurses. And then there's 1.5. It's hard to explain. There's at night, there's 3 mental health specialists, and then there's 1 nurse on north and 1 nurse on south, and then there's a nurse that goes in between at night to help both sides.
And how many beds are in the north and the south?
North is 23, south is 22.
And which one was Lindsay in?
South.
are you familiar with the Code of Mass regulations or regulations that mandate or require certain staffing levels within that particular unit, the STU of McLean?
Yes, like the Department of Mental Health regulations
Can you
there.
tell the judge what your understanding of the regulations from the DMH would be on staffing?
Yeah, so the Department of Mental Health has to oversee all of the mental health facilities in Massachusetts, and they have specific requirements for safety regulation, for staffing ratios, how the unit has to be set up. You know, for example, there was a renovation while I was there to adjust handles on a sink because you could use it to harm yourself. So DMH, there's usually an annual or biannual inspection, and they will go around and they will look at charts, they will look at the unit, so they oversee everything.
And did they mandate how many doctors or nurses or safety people would be on a particular unit?
Yeah, they definitely have those requirements.
And what's your understanding of those requirements?
I believe, I don't want to say, I'm not sure exactly. Like I know McLean follows those regulations, but I guess there's potential that McLean might go higher than the ratio. I'm not sure. So you have to, at minimum, have a certain amount of staff, but I'm not exactly sure on that.
Are you aware in this case that McLean forwarded to the district attorney's office and the court certain discovery?
Yes.
Indicating how many doctors, nurses, and
Yes.
safety workers. Did you have a chance to read that?
I did.
All right. Is it your understanding that the requirements of the DMH and minimum staffing on, well, let's say on weekends and holidays, for example, does that change year to year, or is that pretty static?
It's never changed. I mean, it didn't change from when I was there and with that document. So I guess that goes to what, 2023 it was. So it didn't, that was how it was when I started. Well, I guess one caveat, when it changed from a 28 bed unit to 22 and 23, there was, different numbers, because with 28 patients, you have to have, a certain number of staff. But so since it's been 22 and 23 patients on those two units, the staffing has not changed from when I started there and from that document that I reviewed.
Now, you indicated that you, because of your interest, were watching the proceedings on this case.
Yes.
On what, YouTube or something? Or
yeah, whatever.
TV?
You can, yeah.
And you had the occasion to hear the cross-examination of Patrick Clancy by the district attorney, is that
yes.
right?
You mean the direct?
I'm sorry?
The direct of
Sorry,
Clancy.
You're right. It's been a long week. Okay, direct examination. And the focus was on the fact that when Lindsay went into the hospital, it was on New Year's Eve. Is that correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that she was there for that holiday weekend, and
right.
I think the following Monday was a holiday?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard the direct examination of the district attorney asking about McLean being number one hospital in the country, McLean having all of these services available to the inmates that are in there, treating them, offering all these fantastic programs on the holiday weekends and the holidays, as opposed to what Patrick had testified to. Did you see that?
We re-asked that question. I think I understand, but.
Okay, when you were watching on the television,
yeah,
you saw, or the computer, you saw the questioning of the district attorney of
right.
Patrick Clancy.
Yep.
You heard Patrick Clancy make reference to the fact that his wife admitted herself into the
right.
STU
yep.
on a holiday weekend, New Year's.
Yes, yes.
Was there all that weekend.
Right.
Into a holiday.
Right.
And the district attorney then questioning Patrick
right.
inquired as to whether he was aware that it was
yes.
the best hospital in the country, that there were many doctors and nurses and staff available and programs available, and Lindsay wasn't interested in any of that, right?
Yes, that's what I took from it.
Now, in your 8 years, however many years of experience
mm-hmm.
that you had, is that what your understanding was in that unit?
No, that's not what I was understanding, no.
So tell the judge what your understanding was from your experience, hands-on,
mm-hmm.
day after day, working in the STU for all of those years
Right.
But you also were a supervisor of the STU at one time.
I actually wasn't. I became a social worker there. So I guess you could, one way to look at it is that, you know, the social worker and the psychiatrist, you are the treatment team. So you're making all the decisions for the patients. And so the nurses and the mental health specialists, I don't like to create a hierarchy, but they are operating underneath you. So in a way I'm supervising, but I was never a direct supervisor.
Now, you came out with a TikTok or
I did.
a reel or whatever you call it.
Yeah, TikTok.
And would you agree with me that you were pretty angry when you did that?
Yeah, definitely emotional.
So tell the judge, why were you emotional when you did that TikTok?
Well, it's a lengthy TikTok. It's about 10 minutes. And I was emotional because I felt like what was discussed in court was not aligned with what my experience was. I noted several things. I'll try to summarize some of them. There was mention that there's individual therapy on the unit. There is not. There was mention of seeing a doctor every day. I felt like there was some misleading of that. You do see a doctor every day, but on the weekends and on a holiday, it's one doctor who's seeing all of the patients. The meetings can be as short as 1 minute. Many patients decline those meetings. And the doctor who's there on the weekend and holidays is seeing 23 patients. So I felt it was misleading to indicate that there's sort of a in-depth doctor session when it's very brief.
How about programs that are offered, like making things out of clay and crayons and stuff like that?
Yes, there's clay on the unit. It's called Model Magic. It's a non-toxic kid. It's it's advertised for kids, but it's on the unit. It's in the nursing station. It's out on the unit. There is a lot of coloring. There's a specific group that I saw in the documents I reviewed called Music and Mandalas. Mandalas are basically adult coloring books. The designs are kind of abstract. You could compare it to like looking through a kaleidoscope or something, and you color them in. And Music and Mandalas is a group where you play music and the patients color.
So you understand from watching the proceedings that you became emotional over is that Lindsay went in on New Year's Eve with some fairly serious symptomology. Right. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick indicated that they were, quite frankly, pretty bluntly disgusted with the help and the care that was allegedly offered to her, right?
Right.
And you were upset about what you felt was a misleading of this witness based on the questions that were asked. Is that right?
Yes.
And Patrick had made reference to the fact that she was doing coloring and she was in the groups that were sitting there dealing with the clay, and that they felt that it was not, bluntly, any help.
Yes, and there's very minimal like family contact when the main treatment team is not there, so it's not abnormal that families wouldn't be getting like regular or like in-depth updates of what's going on. You're sort of supposed to wait until the treatment team comes back, whether it's on a Monday or in this case a Tuesday, since Monday was a holiday. That's the team who's going to be working with the patient, so most updates and communication with family and with providers aren't going to happen over the weekend either.
Now, one of the things that occurred, just for the background, is that your TikTok was observed by me, and I tried to reach out to you and couldn't find you.
That's correct.
And then I had a private investigator, Bob Jones, hunt you down, kind of, and ended up in front of your house.
No, Bob and I were sort of chuckling about that because he never ended up outside of my house, but the rest of it is all accurate. So he wasn't outside of my house, but the rest of that was true.
So he was able to locate you.
He was,
He was able to talk to you.
He was, yes.
Get your contact information.
Yes.
Provide that to me.
Yep.
And as a result of that, I reached out to you, and then you indicated that you, initially somewhat reluctant, but then ultimately agreed to get involved and talk to the judge, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the district attorney is objecting to your testimony, and I believe they're going to argue that the change from that 1 year period. When did you leave working there?
I want to say my last date was like December 18th. I since working there, you don't get a lot of holidays off. So out of all my time there, I said, I'm going to leave right before the holidays and be able to enjoy that. So I believe it was December 18th, but mid-December, 2021.
2021.
Yeah.
And when was Lindsay in there?
December 31st, right? She came in on New Year's Eve, what would that be? 2022, right? Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, is there a change that is
Right.
significant in the staffing, in the nurse to patient ratio, in the safety issues, the crayons, the coloring, and all of that? Is there any change from that 1 year that you left to the time that she was in there?
From the records I reviewed as well, those are exactly the same staffing ratios, and all of the groups are the same.
So there's no change whatsoever.
Not from what I can tell from what I reviewed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kamal?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So you are currently a social worker who does their own, a licensed independent clinical social worker, right? That's the license.
Title,
or when
yeah.
you're saying that's really what you kind of go by.
Yes, I'm a social worker by trade, you could say, but I'm practicing as a therapist.
And you do that virtually?
Yes.
So you don't have a brick and mortar where clients come and engage in therapy with you, right?
No, rent is expensive. So right now I'm all virtual.
Okay. And you indicated that in your time at McLean Hospital that you first started as a per diem, and that was as a mental health specialist, right?
I didn't start per diem there. I started at a 32-hour position. The per diem, there's another position I held at McLean, which is called a community residence counselor. That was a per diem position. And then the social work position I took after graduating and before I went back to McLean, the short-term unit, that was a per diem position.
So the per diem role that you had, how long did you do that role?
On which unit?
Well, you just said,
right.
When I asked you about working per diem, you said you were the community resident counselor.
Yes, I mentioned 2 per diem positions, so I just wanted to be clear. I believe it was around a year. It was on the side while I was working on the short-term unit. That was the main unit I worked on, but since I was 32 hours, I was interested in that particular McLean program, so I picked up a shift, every so often, but I was primarily on the short-term unit.
As what, though? As a mental
health specialist, yep.
And so you said once you got your master's, you took on a role of clinical social worker there, right?
So yes, I did.
And that was in September of 2019?
Yes.
And you said you had a chance to review the records that were sent over by McLean, right?
Right.
Now, when you were a social worker from September of 2019 to December of 2021,
yeah.
What was your schedule?
So I would come in around 9. You could view it as sort of normal business hours. My clinical rounds that I did with all the multidisciplinary staff was at 9:55. So that was kind of a little bit of my start time, but generally probably like 9 to 5, you could say.
And was that Monday through Friday?
Yes. I did cover weekends on occasion. Social workers, you're not required to, but it's kind of highly encouraged. So, every once in a while, I would cover a weekend as a social worker.
And you're aware that the records that came from McLean Hospital indicate that during the time period of January 1st to January 15th of 2023, that the social worker role was a day position that was Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
And that on January 1st, which was a Sunday, there was no social worker there.
Yeah, I saw that.
And on January 2nd, which would have been the observed holiday for New Year's, there was no social worker there.
That's what I saw.
Okay. And while you would pick up shifts, the majority of your schedule was 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
From 2019 to 2021.
Yeah, I mean, I did regularly pick up weekends, but yes, primarily I was there during the week.
Okay. Now, you provided Attorney Reddington with some kind of like typed up notes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you outlined kind of what your experience was on the unit and how inpatients were, how inpatient experiences went, like
Yeah.
the schedule and that kind of thing. And you noted that as far as the treatment team, which you referred to yourself as a social worker, worked with a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
And you identified that in your experience, there was 3 teams, red, green, or blue.
Yes.
But you are also aware that the records show that every day during the week, that the treatment team of a social worker and a psychiatrist, there was 4 social workers and 4 psychiatrists that were on shift.
Right.
So where's the 4th?
So the numbers aren't equal. So the medical director often took residents, so he would have a little bit less of a caseload. The lead social worker on the unit, she would go in between the different units, so she would take a smaller caseload on one unit. So, for example, I had 8 patients on my caseload, but one of my social work colleagues would have 6. So it's not an even distribution of the 3. Some of the doctors and some of the social workers just carried a different number of caseloads. So,
but your testimony today, after having now reviewed the records, is that it's always been 4 social workers, 4 doctors.
Yeah, I didn't say that there wasn't before.
Well, we don't. That's why you're here, because we don't know.
Yeah, I just thought I answered your question. So, but yes.
And you came aware of this case by watching the trial, right?
Yes.
And so, would you say that how many days of the trial did you watch?
All of them up until that point.
What point? What day?
I'm not remembering the date exactly. Not last Thursday, but the Thursday before.
What was the last content of testimony that you remember watching?
I believe it was maybe Patrick's friends, or I was aware that there were doctors testify. Mr. Reddington made sure I was not watching anymore, and that there were doctors coming up that were particularly important for me to not watch.
And you were asked by Attorney Reddington here about observing that testimony or the direct examination of Patrick. And I think he mentioned where it was referred to that McLean was the best hospital in the country. Do you recall that being the question that was asked of Patrick Clancy?
I don't recall.
And in fact, the Commonwealth didn't ask about his opinions of the status of the hospital, but did just verify with reference to records whether or not he knew his wife participated in particular things that were contained within the records. Did you see that in the testimony?
Yes.
And so you're aware that the testimony actually was that, or the question was, were you aware that she declined groups?
Yes.
And that's based on records you've never seen, right?
Correct.
And as far as the contact with the staff and the doctors, meaning nurses or social workers or whatnot, you haven't reviewed any of those records, right?
I have not.
And so you don't know the extent. You don't know the extent of what the interaction was with the nurse and the patient, do you?
I mean, there are some general guidelines that you have to follow. I can't tell you the content within them, but for example, mental health specialists, you're not supposed to meet with a patient longer than 20 minutes because you have other things to do. So I can't speak specifically to what happened in those conversations, but I know the general gist of how everybody's role works.
But you, when you say everybody's role, did you ever perform the role of a nurse?
No, but I work directly with them. I'm operating on the job description. It says specifically you're under the direction of the nurse. So I worked directly with nurses.
Do you go through this?
Don't know what happened there. Y'all, what the hell happened?
Oh,
How did that happen?
move
did we
it
get-
forward, Gail.
I am. The minute we feel like we're being professional, we're proved wrong every time.
Every time something happens to us, we go on grace, and then you know
Why
what?
isn't it even letting
We're
me grab it?
cursed.
We are cursed.
Maybe we're back to we're up to where they are we?
No, because it would have just slowed down, wouldn't it have?
No, it wouldn't, would it?
I don't know why it's not letting me do a damn thing here.
Click on the line, go further down and click the line.
I'm clicking the line, and the minute I try to
No.
grab it, it goes off. Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah. You're the woman, girl. You're the woman. Let me try to find her where she was at. Oh, no. No.
I'm sure it's
oh,
gone.
oh. Okay. Okay. Hold on. We went standby.
Oh my
Okay.
God, did you see another standby then? Oh my
I saw
God.
2 more actually.
Staffing.
Yeah, so
No, that's them playing that now. So go back.
Oh, they went to
Guys,
lunch
for
break.
any
Okay.
new people in the chat, this never happens. We've got a bit of a technical problem today. We can promise you tomorrow will be a different story. I will play the trial.
regularly pick up weekends, but yes, primarily I was there during the week.
Okay. Now, you provided Attorney Reddington with some kind of like typed up notes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you outlined kind of what your experience was on the unit and how inpatients were, how inpatient experiences went, like the schedule and that kind of thing. And you noted that as far as the treatment team, which you referred to yourself as a social worker, worked with a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
And you identified that in your experience, there was 3 teams, red, green, or blue.
Yes.
But you are also aware that the records show that every day during the week, that the treatment team of a social worker and a psychiatrist, there was 4 social workers and 4 psychiatrists that were on shift.
Right.
So where's the 4th?
So the numbers aren't equal. So the medical director often took residents, so he would have a little bit less of a caseload. The lead social worker on the unit, she would go in between the different units, so she would take a smaller caseload on one unit. So, for example, I had 8 patients on my caseload, but one of my social work colleagues would have 6. So it's not an even distribution of the 3. Some of the doctors and some of the social workers just carried a different number of caseload. So.
But your testimony today, after having now reviewed the records, is that it's always been 4 social workers, 4 doctors.
Yeah, I didn't say that there wasn't before.
Well, we don't. That's why you're here, because we don't know.
Yeah, I just thought I answered your question. So, but yes.
And you came aware of this case by watching the trial, right?
Yes.
And so, would you say that how many days of the trial did you watch?
All of them up until that point.
What point? What day?
I'm not remembering the date exactly. Not last Thursday, but the Thursday before.
What was the last content of testimony that you remember watching?
I believe it was maybe Patrick's friends, or I was aware that there were doctors testify. Mr. Reddington made sure I was not watching anymore, and that there were doctors coming up that were particularly important for me to not watch.
And you were asked by Attorney Reddington here about observing that testimony or the direct examination of Patrick. And I think he mentioned where it was referred to that McLean was the best hospital in the country. Do you recall that being the question that was asked of Patrick Clancy?
I don't recall.
And in fact, the Commonwealth didn't ask about his opinions of the status of the hospital, but did just verify with reference to records whether or not he knew his wife participated in particular things that were contained within the records. Did you see that in the testimony?
Yes.
And so you're aware that the testimony actually was that, or the question was, were you aware that she declined groups?
Yes.
And that's based on records you've never seen, right?
Correct.
And as far as the contact with the staff and the doctors, meaning nurses or social workers or whatnot, you haven't reviewed any of those records, right?
I have not.
And so you don't know the extent. You don't know the extent of what the interaction was with the nurse and the patient, do you?
I mean, there are some general guidelines that you have to follow. I can't tell you the content within them, but for example, mental health specialists, you're not supposed to meet with a patient longer than 20 minutes because you have other things to do. So I can't speak specifically to what happened in those conversations, but I know the general gist of how everybody's role works.
But you, when you say everybody's role, did you ever perform the role of a nurse?
No, but I work directly with them. I'm operating on the job description. It says specifically you're under the direction of the nurse. So I worked directly with nurses.
Do you go through the same training as a nurse?
No.
As far as what your knowledge is of mental health specialists, fair to say the last time you were employed as a mental health specialist there and did that work yourself was in May of 2019.
Yep.
And then you transitioned to being a social worker where you worked closely with a psychiatrist and primarily Monday through Friday.
Yeah, psychiatrists, the nurses, and the mental health specialists, you all really work together.
And you can only attest to what you would put in a note, right? As far as your contact with a patient as a social worker?
No, you have access to all of the patients on the unit. So I'm able, and it's not a HIPAA violation to do that because we all work together. Sometimes I cover other social workers' patients. So I do have access. You have access to all of the records in every patient's file. So you can read everybody's notes.
I guess my question, and that probably was a bad question, but my question is to you. Mm-hmm. When you are the social worker for a patient on the treatment team that you've described,
yep,
you enter the information into the note for the social worker that becomes part of the record.
Correct.
And those are your words, your observations, your contact.
Correct.
You don't write them for other people, do you?
No, but we have to follow a certain format. So, for example, we have to write a biopsychosocial note, which is a fairly lengthy assessment, but that's a social work. You know, I learned that in grad school, so I don't know how everybody writes their notes, but we have to follow a pretty strict format to write our notes.
And is it your testimony that McLean requires only that each social worker spends a particular period of time or a max amount of time with each patient to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I have 8 patients on my caseload, so I have to see 8 patients every day, and so you are limited with how much time you can spend with them because there's several other tasks I have to do. So you really can't spend a significant amount of time with your patients.
That wasn't my question. My question was, does McLean tell you that you can only spend 5, 10, or 15 minutes with a patient?
Yes, it's directly told from the people above me. It's something that's communicated in a way where you could sort of get in trouble if you're not doing that. So yes, it comes directly from McLean.
And do you have any information, having left there in 2021, that the same people supervising the social workers were giving those same instructions?
I mean, no, I don't know that.
Do you know anything about how many people were actually occupying beds between January 1st and January 5th of 2023?
No, it obviously has a max of, so I don't know how many patients were there, but you can have up to 22 there, so yeah.
And you've also indicated in your notes to Attorney Reddington that sometimes the people that are there for a particular period of time have the ability to go out on passes for weekends.
Correct. Yes.
Does that, in your experience, did that tend to happen around holidays?
Yes.
And so you don't know between January 1st and January 5th of 2023 who might have been assigned to a bed there but out on a pass that weekend, do you?
No, I don't know what happened that weekend.
And that would affect how many people are actually occupying the beds would affect the ratio of staff to patient during that time period, right?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, I mean, it's the same amount of staff there. Are you saying like they're
right? It's the same amount of staff, regardless, because it's by shift, right?
Right.
So if the unit has 22 beds in it, but say 5 people are off on a pass for that weekend, then the same staff that are there
Right.
for the entire weekend have 5 less patients. They have to
No,
round
no,
with.
no. You're still assigned. Every patient has to be assigned to a mental health specialist and a nurse. And so when you go on a pass, there's a limit. And day and evening shift, like the limit of the pass is 8 hours. So no matter what, you have to check in with your staff person before you leave for your pass, and you have to check in with your assigned staff when you come back. So there's no patient who's not assigned to somebody. It's just they might not be on the unit the whole time when you're on your shift.
Okay, so if they're not, they might not lose a patient on their load,
Yeah.
for instance, but that person isn't there that they have to check in with every so often, or they have to check in with about groups or keep track of or meet with, right? If they're on a pass and they're out of the facility for 8
Right.
hours, they're physically not present, and that worker doesn't have eyes on them.
Yeah, you only check in once per shift anyway. So if they're going, you check in with them before, and when they come back, you check in with them after. But yes, you're not checking in with them when they're off the unit.
And you don't know what the numbers were
No, I don't.
during that time period. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Rankin, I'll hear you on the motion. You may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think it's obvious that the witness has the educational background. She certainly has the experience, interestingly enough, of that very unit that Lindsay was on for that period of time. She's well aware of the staffing, indicated to you that the staffing ratio to patient, et cetera, has not changed according to the items that the government has brought here today. That at the time that she was there, it was on a weekend. She indicated about the the weekend staffing, the holiday staffing. Indicated that they have these coloring programs and programs that Patrick was relating to, and indicates the skeleton crew, if you will, in a sense, on that particular period of time in the holidays, which is very corroborative of what Patrick had indicated in his testimony. So, I'm not looking to bring her in to disparage McLean Hospital. They've done a good job of that themselves. I'm bringing her in to just have evidence as to what Patrick's testimony was relating to what his wife went through when she was in McLean, to corroborate the fact, as opposed to what was raised on direct exam with the government when they were questioning him about all of these wonderful programs that she apparently was not interested in participating in, which is very, very, I would argue, improper inference for the jury to consider.
All right. Kamal?
Your Honor, would object to the witness, and even now after the voir dire, I think it's clear that the best evidence of what the defendant was provided by way of care, treatment, however you want to call it, is the record in and of itself. It's the record from McLean that documents each and every contact she had with each and every person that was on staff during the time period she was there. Now, just to be clear, there's been some indication that she went there on the 31st of December, but the records are clear to say she was transported, and she didn't arrive at McLean until the early morning hours of January 1st. So that's when the records start, and they document her each and every day and each and every step of the way, consistent with how Dr. Goodhart described the process of how you're in intake and then how you go through the day and what the general schedule is in the contact with the treatment team. This witness is offering no more information than what's contained within the record, and no more information that's what's contained in the records that were just received for the trial subpoena. And I would suggest to you that the fact that she, in her last role as a social worker from 2019 to 2021, where she was a day staff person that worked Monday through Friday, that wasn't there on the weekends, that she does have a limited amount of information, and it's attenuated, more attenuated than we initially believed, from the dates in which the defendant was at this particular hospital. So I would suggest, or I would object and argue that the best evidence is the records in and of themselves, the records that now have been subpoenaed that can be admitted to identify the particular staff. I'd also like to point out that counsel is referring to offering this to rebut certain inferences or certain statements that the Commonwealth made in the direct examination of Mr. Clancy, but no one has said that McLean is a #1 hospital. That wasn't the testimony. That wasn't the question put before him. It was simply what he knew, what he observed, and if he knew what was contained within the record. So there's been no presentation of evidence that would suggest that a person needs to come in to dispute that the groups are the groups. The court and the jury can see from the record what the groups were, and they can make their own decisions based on what they described them to be in the record, if that was treatment or not treatment. I don't believe that the Commonwealth presented it as treatment. I believe the Commonwealth presented it as resources available to the individual while they were there at the hospital. The treatment piece or the therapy comes from the psychiatrist, which this witness can't testify to because she's not. So I would object for her to being called as a witness for those reasons.
All right. Well, I'm looking at this really as a kind of two issues. First is late disclosure of the witness, and I'm not, and that goes into a whole different analysis, and also analysis under Rule 403, which is relating to relevant evidence. And as that proposed rule says, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of, that part doesn't apply. First off, I find this witness credible. I find that, and I appreciate her being willing to offer the information that she has, but that's not always the whole finding on this. And so under cases such as Taylor versus Illinois, Commonwealth versus Dunning, Commonwealth versus Steinmeier, a couple other cases, I have to look at a number of factors. The first is prevention of surprise. Well, the Commonwealth has been aware of this issue for at least a week or so, so I'm not considering that. Evidence of bad faith, there's no bad faith I see from either side in naming this or calling this person at this time. There's the prejudice to the other party. I think there's just limited prejudice, if any, to the Commonwealth. However, though, the final two are the issues that I think are more relevant in this. One is the materiality of the testimony in this. And I find that there's limited materiality, that's hard to say, because mainly this witness hadn't worked there for a year. So there's at least a gap between when she worked there and when the relevant time period is here. There's also, I imagine, different personnel. They're working on different shifts. And so there's kind of limited value to that testimony. I also, I don't remember any five-star type inferences. In fact, so I'm not going to, that's going to be measured by the jury. But I didn't see any mentions that this was a five-star facility. And then also the concern is, or the factor is, the effectiveness of less severe sanctions. And I would find that the records that have been brought in pursuant to the subpoena in the last couple of days from McLean's talks about the staffing levels on holidays and not on holidays. So if there's a question of whether or not there was a quote unquote skeleton crew that was on for those, at least the first 2 days of this time that Ms. Clancy was there, that's reflected in the records. There also in the records here is a list of whatever programs were offered and also when they were offered. So if there's a question of less programs being offered on a holiday than during the week, those are contained in the records. And so I'm going to deny the defendant's motion to call this witness, but I am going to allow the defendant, if the defendant wishes, to submit those McLean's records specifically regarding the staffing and the programs that are available, not just on that weekend, but for the week. And I think there's records in there for the week before. So there could be a comparison between what was available to Ms. Clancy during the week and what was available to her on a holiday weekend. So that's going to be my finding. I'll issue a written ruling on this, but I just kind of wanted to give the parties at least some idea, as well as the witness who's been here, I know, a couple of days. I just kind of wanted to thank her for that. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2:15. We'll come back and resume the trial. Okay?
Court, all rise. I know it's a technicality. Nobody objects.
Duly noted. Thank you.
All right, guys. Obviously, we're only about 15 minutes behind. So actually, we're about, if this is right, an hour behind. I will fast forward through all of this, bring us up to date in it. Real quick, no, the jury was not in for that. That was called a voir dire, where they had to have her testimony put in to the court testimony. That's when they do a sidebar. Those are things that do not have to be court recorded. But when they are trying to use someone as a what do you call them? What was the professional witness or whatever they call them, or someone like this that they have not they haven't been vetted thoroughly yet from either side. They do a voir dire, which has them come into the court, and then the judge rules whether they could be called as a witness or not. So that's why that was going on. So I'm going to fast forward us, you guys. Sorry about that. I blame the eclipse and some fun talk between me and Maggie that put us behind. That's what I'm going to say. So let's fast forward and get through this and get as caught up as we can. Oh, right here they're going to play the. Okay, I have not seen this. Have you guys seen what they were talking about? Her little clip on TikTok. That she was being called on the stand for because of calling out basically what the prosecution was saying at a place that she used to work at and knows that the prosecution was lying. Let's take a look at this. I think it's important. As soon as it comes up. Come on, come on. I hate pushing forward anymore because when I do that, then I just overskip everything. So give it just a few seconds. It should be up here. It would. All right, here we go.
The prosecutor also says to Patrick Clancy, well, are you aware that there is actually one-on-one therapy offered on the unit every day? This is what really pissed me off. There is absolutely no one-on-one therapy offered on that unit. What this prosecutor is referring to is what we literally call check-ins. And you know who does those check-ins? It is unlicensed individuals. This is a job where you only have to have a high school degree to get it. And I can say this because I did that job for 5 years. I was the clinician who was performing one-on-one therapy in her mind. No, I was doing check-ins. I did that job. So I promise you, this was not one-on-one therapy.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Happening
Okay,
now in
I'm not going to
Massachusetts, the
play
jury
Court
is
TV
on
Live.
their lunch break.
Part of
This
it.
after hours
You guys
of
know where to
listening
find
to
it now.
forensic
Let me stop this.
psychologist Dr. Zeisel.
Minute.
So while those jurors are out of
Let me stop this really quick. If you guys want to watch exactly what happened, you know how to find it now on TikTok. That is what the prior witness who was up on voir dire, who the judge said absolutely she can be called to the stand in front of the jurors, and he's going to put it in writing for them. So that's what that was about. That she used to work there. She started watching this case. She absolutely said the prosecution is lying about what went on there. There is some questionable answers that Patrick, the husband of Lindsay Clancy, ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy, gave on his testimony. Some questionable answers that he gave, whether they were lies or not. And that is why she is being called to the stand. That is why the defense wants her to come. When he got word of this TikTok, he's a badass. We already know that. He couldn't find her. So what did he do? He hired a private detective to go and find her. Listen, don't piss off Red. He's gonna hire a detective to come and find y'all. Seriously? Okay, so because of her knowledge of where Lindsay Clancy was housed during the time she did this TikTok. And I mean, you never know when you're going to get called to court. Listen, don't be so surprised one day when me and Maggie are sitting in a courthouse going, I mean, because they're calling us up to the stand, y'all, I'm going to get kicked off the stand anyways. Maggie will do fabulous. Me, I'm getting kicked off the stand for this mouth. I'm
Oh no,
telling
I
you.
won't. I'll be like, can I have Lindsay with Lindsay? Can I have Leanie with me, please, Judge? I'm only used to speaking with Leanie. I can't do it on my own. And can we have some music at the beginning according to
And we have
Leanie?
music. Yeah, that's right. We want our music played, sir.
Yeah, just so I feel like I can do it, because otherwise I'm going to clamp up. I'm not going to be able to do it. That's what and I can't believe someone's actually put Patrick on the radar. Oh, I can't. If someone's actually mentioned him,
But I'm
like
telling you,
that he
Maggie, see,
needs questions. Oh,
I don't go to TikTok. I don't go to all those other
I
places
don't.
and stuff.
I go to
But
both from there. That's it.
because of what I read, it sends me there, right? So I'm able to see it. A lot of people, you would be surprised how many people are saying, yeah, why isn't Patrick being tried for this crime?
I
They
know.
want to know. They believe Lindsay is completely,
This is why I don't understand why.
they,
It's just no
they,
questions.
well, they believe Lindsay to be completely innocent of killing her children, even though she admitted to it. And
Yeah.
there are people out there that believe Patrick is the one that killed his children, set
Well,
up
it has
Lindsay for this
happened.
all. Here we are.
It has happened.
It has.
So,
We
you
cannot
know, I mean, anything's possible with this case. It's just, I've got no words. I don't know.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Hello, Steve. All right, let me keep going with this.
Hi,
So
Steve.
this is just court TV, still talking about it, still talking about. Listen, I kind of like this
Still
girl. I
showing
mean,
in
I
on
think she's a little
TikTok.
badass, isn't she?
Yeah.
I think
She's
she
well
is.
going back and looking at the rest of the trial.
Okay, so I'm just making sure that that is still court TV, still court TV, still going over her testimony in voir dire, going back over her TikTok. I do not want to show it again, y'all, just because I don't need my channel taken down for not getting her permission to play it. Still going over, still going over, still going over. Let's get all the way up, hopefully to about, all right. Nope, nope, nope. They're still going over it. All right. Still going over it. All right. We are fixing to be.
So how far were we out, Lee? Were we quite a bit?
He's coming back to close court. That's exactly what's happening here. All right. Let's start it right here.
Yeah.
So court's already probably over for the day, you guys, because we were so far behind, but here we go.
Got a cheat the time we took off. 3 hours. Oh, Lindsay's just head and shoulders, isn't she? Can't get over it.
Looks like we're just waiting on the jury to come in.
I can wait.
Yeah, I think we are waiting on them to come in. Just so that the judge can say, look, y'all, it's been a long day. I'm real sick of watching these two ladies over here. Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point the judge needs some scotch. Okay.
Well, I told you this is usually the time they finish 20 to 9, didn't I, Lee?
You sure did. You sure did. Maggie, when you're right, girl, and you are right.
Oh,
Tell it like it is, Maggie.
I'm on to it. Oh, yeah, they're going to be finished. This is the time they usually finish now. I don't know whether they're going to go over because they took a 3-hour break. I don't know. But this is the usual time. So he's one of them. Oh, yeah, let's finish. He's not asked about that 3-hour break that we've sat here.
Listen, listen. From what I watched on what was that show called? Was it called True Blue or
I've seen
something
some.
Blue with Tom Selleck in it? Everybody was drinking scotch, from the lawyers on down to the cops. So I just think everybody, all the men drink scotch.
Yeah,
Your Honor, for purposes of the record, we'll
Yeah.
return back to the trial
sit
following
down.
arrest
Yeah.
of Lindsay Clancy. Obviously, this including the 18 jurors.
All right.
What's he
Well,
just said?
everyone, thank you for your patience. And I'm going to ask you for some more patience. All right.
Ah,
Due to an unforeseen circumstance, we're going to excuse you until tomorrow
that's
morning.
right. So
All right.
tomorrow morning,
This
yeah.
is not something we saw coming, but you're not to speculate about what it is. You're not to hold it
Didn't
against
see it
either
coming.
side.
Of course, you've
It's
seen it
just
coming. You've
something
closed
that
down.
we have to deal with.
Same
All
time.
right. And so
Again.
I'm going to excuse
3
you
hours enough.
until tomorrow morning. I'm
9
going to
a.m. and
remind
you won't be
you,
there at 9
as I
a.m.
have every night for the last number of weeks, don't do any research about this case. Don't talk about it. Don't read anything. Don't watch anything about this case or similar cases. And with that, we'll bring you back here. We will deal with what we have
Fairy
to deal with,
Vintage said they
and we'll
can't
get
hear.
right back on track. We are still
Everything's okay
well
this
within
side.
the timeline that I gave you regarding this case. But it's just something we can't control. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow.
Says the
My
same
thanks for
thing
your
at 20
patience,
to 9 every night.
and I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, thank you.
Can anybody else hear?
I can hear.
Oh,
I'm sure
when we're
we would have
talking
all
over it.
said.
Well, Terry,
But
for
he
the
was not,
most
and he
part,
was only saying, don't talk about it when you go home. Don't look it up on your phones, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. in the morning. I would never talk over a trial. He was literally saying goodbye.
exactly. When we know that the trial is when there's testimony
Over.
going on and stuff like that, we mute our mics and we don't say a word. We don't stop to commentate. We let it play out. But when they're closing the day like that, and we've had a day like
You can be
this,
seated. Anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
anyways,
Chairman.
we all know how it ends and how it begins. So yeah, if you missed anything, go ahead and go on over to Court TV. You're welcome to listen to it over there, because believe you me, we shut the hell up
I've
when it's
missed
time to
3
shut the
hours
hell
of
up.
sun. I haven't had sun all week. I've missed 3 hours of sun.
That's right.
Do you understand what that does to me?
It's been a long day. We nearly sat, honest to God, for
It's
3
been
hours
a
here waiting.
long day. Yeah, we did.
All right, so you know what, Maggie? I think we're just going to close this one out. We've
All
been
right,
on
you
long
too.
enough. We're done with this. Everybody else is
We're
done with
done.
this. Listen, thank you guys so much for being here. We appreciate you so much. Big shout out
Bye,
to the Mad
girls.
Mods. Big shout out. Maggie, do you want to close it down or you want me to close it down? Don't matter.
I don't care who close it down, girl. It don't bother me. I'll do it if you want to run.
All right, then let me just say goodbye to everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Big shout out to the Mad Mods. We appreciate you so much. But most importantly, we appreciate every person that comes in here, whether you spend 5 minutes or 5 hours with us. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Maggie, love you with all my heart, more than my middle finger. Talk to y'all later.
Right
Bye.
right back at you. Bish. Oh, guys, thanks very much for staying with us. I'm off dead. My bum's killing me. Right. I've sat on this chair. It's got a dint in it where I've sat. My fingertips are killing me with typing, even though I only do it with one finger typing. That's why it takes me a week. So if you send me a message, you're not going to get an answer for about at least 5 minutes. It takes me, and then I have to rub certain things out because I've wrote them wrong. Oh, it's a whole thing. Honestly, it's a whole thing. But anyway, I hope to God this hasn't put you off and you'll be back in the morning. And to all the new people, please hit the like, and if you would subscribe. It's not always like this. We know we sometimes get it right. It's not often, I admit, but we do get it right sometimes, and we do try to be professional every single day. So please hit the like. Love you all, and I shall see you in the morning.